I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantled in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% health. What is going on? They actually hit it. Ring. Temporal shield. Wild Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft. Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop his roots. Nothing. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb dropped. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage and they take down Wildcard Gaming in Hearthstone 2019. BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
No way.
Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of the 3rd week of the AWC BFA Circuit. My name is Zaya, I'm going to be your host today. I'm joined by Zico, Benruki, and Supatiz. We had some pretty amazing games yesterday on Saturday, Supatiz. What were some of the highlights from yesterday for you?
Cloud9 was broken. The god can bleed. And it was also killed. Not even just bleed, was also just murdered by Charlotte Phoenix. That was a pretty great debut for Jamile, Nick, and Korlik on that Rogue Mage Paladin. Finally a force to be reckoned with in North America, and potentially mixing up that top 4 a lot, and we can see that in the standings.
Yep, here is the NA standings after today's winnings. We're seeing Cloud9 there with 1 loss on the board now. That was from yesterday's series. Cloud9 now 4 wins and 1 losses. Mystery Org closely following them here. What are some NA teams we want to look out for today, Zico?
I think the teams, Space Station Gaming Series, I think Golden Guardians, I think Charlotte Phoenix, Mystery Org, all of these teams, they're not guaranteed yet, but I would say especially Golden Guardians are going to have a tough matchup today against C9. If they lose, they're probably not qualifying, so they have to win, and that's going to be a really tough game for them.
They had a well-fought series yesterday, now currently with 1 win and 3 losses on the side of Golden Guardians. Here's the European series, the European teams currently after the series that they played out yesterday. Xset, Wildcard Gaming tied there up at the top, both with 4 wins, 1 losses, and then Coffin Dance and Diabolus and ABC all tied for that 3rd spot, 2-2 right now. What about on the European side, Ven? What teams do we want to look out for today?
Well, I'm curious to see if, actually, I don't think we are seeing Xset play today, so I think it's their day off, but curious to see if Wildcard Gaming can pull ahead. They are going to be playing a series, so if they can go up 5-1, obviously things are going to be looking really, really good for them, but I don't think anyone expects Wildcard Gaming and Xset not to make it at this point, so my eyes are immediately going to be on Coffin Dance versus Diabolus. They're both right now in the top 4, but it is an extremely close call. I mean, ABC also is 2 wins, 2 losses, so I think Coffin Dance, Diabolus, that series will be really interesting, and then we'll see if ABC can also pull ahead and go 3-2, because what might end up happening is if ABC wins their series, the loser of Coffin Dance and Diabolus is already out of the top 4, and ABC is suddenly in if they win. So I think that's a really interesting dynamic that can happen today.
Yeah, for sure. That series that Ven mentioned, Diabolus versus Coffin Dance, that's where we're going to be starting off the morning. So we have a full day of games ahead of us for today. We saw some pretty big surprises yesterday here, Supatiz. Do you think we're going to see any upsets today?
I feel like it would be... am I incorrect in thinking that it would be an upset if Coffin Dance beats Diabolus? I feel like Coffin Dance...
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So that's that. I feel like that's going to be a potential upset. from Confidence, because they were one of the few teams, though, that found that just running down the Paladin strategies in these Wizard matchups. So I'm really wondering what Diabolus are going to bring to the table in game number 1, because they typically are running those Paladin Spellcaster Cleaves. But I would think that that has a potential to be an upset. nLite again have a Mage Lock matchup into ABC.
Well,
That's probably an upset too, if they're able to pull that off. And then Wildcard Gaming, what are they going to play into jungle? Because they don't have the Warlock Mage. They have the Ellie Mage. So F2K MyWay might have a shot here at Wildcard Gaming. It would definitely make things interesting if they manage to pull that off.
Yeah, Ben, did you have a point?
Well, I was just going to say the one interesting thing about ABC versus nLite is both of them have played the same matchup yesterday. So on the one hand, we have ABC, who got to practice against F2K MyWay, and they kind of realized, hey, you know what? Maybe we play Paladin and maybe we play Frostmage into jungle. That seems a lot better than Mistweaver Monk. And then on the flip side, you have nLite, who got to experience that happen to them when they played up against Raiku's team. So it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. I think we kind of know what to expect. I think it's going to be the Mage Lock Paladin up against the jungle, but we'll see if either one of the teams really made any adaptations. But we are going to be turning our focus onto this matchup, Diabolus versus Coffin Dance. And I do think that it would be an upset if Coffin Dance could win, just based off the compositions that both these two teams bring.
Yep, game number 1, Diabolus versus Coffin Dance on the Grand.
All right, Mage Warlock matchup with that Holy Paladin. Is Coffin Dance just going to run at the Paladin, try and burn Clyde down? Will they be able to get away with it? Look at this beautiful crowd control from Diabolus right off the bat, getting the Gladiator's Medallion from Tren. A major objective point, seconds in, and now Tren's going to need to be careful for the next attempt. Lontar and Rezus need to get ready for a save. Currently at the moment, they're just splitting their damage onto Gelu and Mercy, now both colliding on Gelu. Not opting for just running at the Paladin just yet, and I'm curious to see if this works out for them if they just play a more passive game on the Mage.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I'm actually not sure. I think Gelu is running the Versa corruption, so he should be pretty durable. Oh, a dressed miss right there. That's gonna be a little bit of a unfortunate situation there for the Coffin Dance. Now they're grading in here, looking for Polymorph, and Gelu finds it. Let's see who is the target right now. It looks to be Tren, caught up in a Hammer of Justice into the Mortal Coil. He might just die here. He drops the Darkness, Lontar trinkets out, and my goodness, Diabolos are just on fire right now, already forcing out the two most biggest defensive cooldowns there, Lontar's Trinket and Tren's Trinket in the next 30 seconds here. That could just be a kill. They're going for Lontar here, potentially. Chaos Bolt connects, but Gelu not going to be able to find any damage there in that stun. I assume Cloud had an ineffable, considering that he has Hammer of Justice again, and he just wanted to press it on someone. But yeah, it's really good so far for Diabolus.
What in the world? I'm just double checking something. I haven't seen this in such a long time. Gelu's actually using a minor in his Azurite, or in his neck, that I haven't seen in a long time, which is Ripple in Space. So definitely an interesting one from him. I haven't seen a single mage use this throughout, literally ever, I think, in these tournaments. So interesting adaptation coming in from Gelu as he goes in and gets the triple Dragon's Breath. Beautiful setup. Hammer of Justice on Tren with Polymorph on Lontar, and that is one of the funnest things you can do as a fire mage. Blink in on a pillar, get a triple Dragon's Breath, and get a nice setup out of it. Unfortunately, they weren't able to really net too much. Rezus was there to disrupt, slow down the damage, and unfortunately that was kind of a wasted attempt there by Diabolus. Coffin Dance is going to be looking to fight back, but at this point, it seems like they're more than happy to just run and hide at the pillar. I think they're going to be waiting for Lontar's Trinket to come back up, the Gladiator's Medallion, so he can break crowd control and not feel nearly as scared in the upcoming moments.
I'm just wondering, this is much more passive from Coffin Dance, and I feel like they had success with aggression in previous series in the round robin, so I'm a bit worried about this not working out for them ultimately, but at least they're synergized in the transmogs, both running the Blessed Blade of the Windseeker there. Any Blessed Blades in the chat. Lone targeting swap to 10 seconds before his Gladiator's Medallion. Diabolus trying to close this out with the Mortal Coil to follow up, but don't think they have enough damage here. Windshare on the Greater Pyro. They are calling in the Infernals. They're really pushing for Lontar. Huge pressure. Ascendance didn't actually top Lontar, which is a bit surprising, as it usually does almost immediately heal the Shaman to full. Regardless, Lontar survives the Infernal Assault, still holding on to the Gladiator's Medallion to trade for Dark Soul. Clyde is crowd controlled. Big push onto Mercy, dropping those Dress to Gas. Nice coordination between crowd control and burst damage. That nets Gladiator's Medallion from Clyde, but Clyde's moving in. Pre-karma on this attempt here by Rezus. Nice read on his part. Completely reading Diabolus like a book in terms of activating defensives on that push, but he is vulnerable now, only with Diffuse Magic. Meanwhile, Gelu and Mercy have massive cooldowns available in Combustion and Dark Soul, and they need to get ready. Still no Medallion for Rezus for a minute. He won't be able to escape any incoming stuns. Trend's getting blasted. He has to retreat back to the pillar. Rezus is trying to push out. Is he going to regret it?
Well, let's find out. Right now, he doesn't have any defensive cooldowns. He tanks one Chaos Bolt to the face. Gelu's going to activate the Temporal Shield, looking for some polys, but Lontar, he is just staying behind the pillar. Dragon's Breath, Blink, poly coming in from Gelu. Will they stop it? He double blinks for it. Lontar with a beautiful grounding totem, avoiding the fears here as well. He has to duck from the sheeps of Gelu, and then he has to dodge the pretty much instant cast fears from Mercy, but he does sneak in a wind shear into a Hex, but now Lontar might get sheeped right here. Didn't have his wind shear there for a couple of seconds. Mercy, though, getting that big blessing of protection right there. Now he's going to fear up. Lontar sheep. Rezus, good beat. Just dead Zeus right here. The darkness absorbs the Chaos Bolt. He uses his he uses Diffuse Magic, and I think he's going to hold on long enough to get his touch of karma back, but that was, honestly, that was just a 20% chance that they straight up would have lost there, because that darkness did absorb that Chaos Bolt that would have killed him.
Yeah, I mean, Rezus did have his Diffuse Magic, but definitely a scary situation there for Rezus, and now that the Diffuse is going to be feeling not so safe. That being said, still has the karma, so that's a good thing about the composition that Coffin Dance has available. I would say the main win condition for Diabolus is going to be finding someone with no trinkets. So if you find a situation where Lone Star doesn't have a trinket and Trend doesn't have a trinket, that's when the game becomes really, really scary, because they can just find these big 100-0 setups with a Polymorph on Lone Star, a Hammer of Justice into a coil on Trend, and that's the situation Coffin Dance does not want to find themselves in. So basically, rotating through your Gladiator's Medallion, always having a crowd control break so someone can slow down the aggression is going to be very important. But the Seduce going out onto Lone Star. Do they have any follow-up damage? Decent damage here onto Trend, but not too much as he makes it behind the pillar. But they get that first objective, the Trinket, the Gladiator's Medallion from Trend. Now, if they can get it from Lone Star, they find themselves in a situation where they can easily find a win condition. But for Coffin Dance, they know how they lose this match. They're going to play it safe, calm, cool, collected, not get too over-aggressive, and likely wait for Trend's Trinket to rotate back up or at least get close.
Gelu's just trying to poke the pillar with Flame Strike spam, at least tax some of the resources of Coffin Dance before they can make a push out here, and they are a bit reluctant to. They just want to bide their time, wait for dampening. I'm curious to see what types of explosive maneuvers they're going to utilize here this late into the game. Is it going to work out playing for this deep dampening territory against Mage Lock, which is just notorious for pulling victories out of this situation? Triple crowd control, big engagement here by Diabolus.
Ritter.
How are they going to respond? Huge pressure, Mortal Coil follow-up. The blur slipped in preemptively by Tren, reducing a huge amount of the damage there. Otherwise, Lone Star surely would have had to use Gladiator's Medallion, but nice read by Tren. Coffin Dance totally shut down that push. And it looks like Rezus wants to start heating things up on Gelu. Tren is going to charge out now. Still no Gladiator's Medallion, though. He's vulnerable to Dark Soul and Combustion, and there's also no darkness for Trend to trade defensively. He tries to pre-meta the hammer, drops down the triple Chaos Nova, triple leg sweep, maxing out that AoE damage here deep into dampening, but they're popping Combustion. They purge it off instantly. Nice purge. They're pressuring Mercy. They know Dark Soul is the threat. They need to keep the Warlock on the back foot right now.
Oh, Mercy actually using his Unending Resolve here. Too much pressure coming out, but Clyde has those wings active. I don't see Mercy dying here, and now Trend is in trouble. Sheep onto Lontar. Mortal Coil comes out. Where's the Hammer of Justice? Trend is there, interrupts the resheep, and the fear is actually onto Rezus, not onto Lontar there, so maybe he was on DR, I'm not sure. Could be a misplay there from Mercy, but they definitely wanted that CC onto Lontar. Clyde now bubbling out of a stun right there, and all of a sudden, Coffin Dance are actually just starting to force out all these big cooldowns. If you take a look at Diabolus right now, no bubble, no wings. Well, he's going to have them soon. Actually one blessing of protection, but no Unending Resolve here onto Mercy. So the two biggest objectives here are already out of the way. The only thing that could really save Mercy now is a blessing of protection potentially, which Lontar actually could purge. Gelu, Dragon's Breath, gets the sheep. Let's see, what are they going to do? Tran has no reverse magic for it. Actually, he just reversed it right there. They do get the stun here onto Clyde. Clyde Clyde, I believe, trinketed out of that one with his human racial. So his actual PvP trinket is not going to be available for about another minute and 20 more seconds. So more and more cooldowns here being forced out by Coffin Dance, and their cooldowns, they're all rotating back up. Trent is getting his blur back, he has his trinket back, Lontar just dropped the earthen wall, and he has his trinket spirit link. So right now, Coffin Dance is actually in a really commanding position here, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing quite well. And here's the thing, I mean, Tren, normally as a Demon Hunter, you play Reaping Flames as your major, you play a lot of Gushing Wounds, but he is anticipating the swaps to himself. He's playing Conflict and Strife, and he's playing Maximum Versatility. So this is one tanky Demon Hunter. Now, actually making a swap here onto Lontar. I really like this. Go after the Shaman if he's in the middle of the map. The Infernal Stun comes in. Trinket, Spirit Link, Ascendance, everything traded out. Lontar realizing he was going to be in a lot of trouble, but maybe that was a bit of a panic mode. Maybe not. They're actually going after Mercy as well. A little bit of damage on him, but it looks like Clyde should be able to hold on at this point of the game. Lontar actually getting interrupted. Gelu sneaks in a Greater Pyro Blast. How much damage is it going to do? Not that much. Lontar kind of shrugs that one off. Coffin Dance is going to be going back to the pillar, and one thing's for sure, Lontar is going to be playing a lot more afraid in the coming minutes. Unless Tren is willing to just trade out that darkness very early on, Lontar is a very good target for Diabolus.
They're going to use Blessing and Protection here. They're trying to strip it off. They get the bop off. Gelu goes for a Polymorph. Lontar grounds it. Gelu blinks into Dragon's Breath the damage. Nice peel there by Gelu while Clyde's in crowd control. Really trying to support here deep into dampening. And it looks like the peels bought time for Avenging Wrath. Big heal comes in. Demonic Gateway to escape. Gelu's trying to reposition. But in a moment, I would think to use the Gateway as well. Trent splitting his damage. Just trying to max out pressure here. Unlikely they're going to kill a target through the Avenging Wrath of Clyde. They're going to have to wait for that cooldown to subside. A Greater Pyro slips in with a Chaos Bolt onto Tren. That could be dangerous this deep into dampening. Tren immediately trinkets to reverse the crowd control. Good response by Tren, but trading the Gliders Medallion without something like Dark Soul or Combustion active leaves him wide open in the near future now. Mercy has Unending Resolve. They're pushing triple stun combo by Coffin Dance, really trying to put it to Diabolus here in game one. The Dressing Gas drop. Clyde doesn't have much. He goes for Holy Avenger, but that's not that great. 10 seconds away from Avenging Wrath. Can he live that long? 7 seconds to it. Managing to stabilize once again from peels of Gelu, that Ring of Frost on Rezus. Trends on the run. He knows he's in trouble. No Gliders Medallion on his healer. No Medallion for himself to escape a stun lock. They have to wait at least 15 seconds, but that means they've left Rezus behind. He karmas preemptively, trying to develop pressure as well onto Gelu, forcing the temporal. Oh no, Greater. Oh, is he going to get a poly with the Dragon's Breath? Doesn't manage to land the polymorph. He's still going for it. Blinks in, gets the poly. Hammer of Justice. 1 second away for Trinket. Lontar trinkets immediately to try and help out here. And he does buy time for Tren to get that blur up and rolling, but now Lontar could be vulnerable. The only real fortunate thing in that exchange is that Mercy activated Dark Soul. So Combustion and Dark Soul are now going to both be on cooldown for a substantial amount of time, which means Coffin Dance should be able to get pretty much free reign in the coming moments.
The only free reign that's happening on this map is the Rain of Fire from Mercy farming Coffin Dance behind this pillar. The problem is Clyde has all of his cooldowns back. Mercy has his Unending Resolve back. That window of opportunity that was there is gone, and they need to start forcing those cooldowns right now. They do it, maybe. They get the big Vitality Conduit there onto Mercy. Clyde spamming out the Holy Lights, Gelu with the Ring of Frost onto the images of Rezus and on top of Rezus as well. He's going for the sheep onto Lontar. Here we go.
Oh, no.
Polymorph comes out. Tren, how are you going to survive? One Chaos Bolt sneaks through.
No.
Rezus going for the Vivify, but I don't know if he's going to be able to survive one Greater Pyre in the sky. Gelu actually getting interrupted there. Rezus with excellent disruption right there. Saves Tren from the brink of death. And now he activates his Touch of Death, and he's looking to power through here. Mercy takes a fat hit to the face. Clyde has his wings. Might need to use his Sacrifice. He's going to immediately drop that. So much damage here at 44% dampening, and it's still anybody's game here, man.
Oh, it definitely is, but this game is going to be coming to a conclusion very soon. Clyde might have to use his Divine Shield, taking a lot of sacrifice damage. Lontar actually caught into a Shadow Fury. Seduce on Rezus. They're going for Lontar. Do they have the damage? Gelu just doesn't have any damage. He's trying, but unfortunately he just cannot find it. And now Lontar's going to be able to top himself off. He's got Trinket rotating up in 20 seconds with his Spiritling Totem. Gelu needs to try to find some of these Greater Power Blasts. He gets knocked away. Really good disruption here by Coffin Dance, trying to slow down that damage. And now it's actually Coffin Dance in the driver's seat of this match. They're going to be all over Mercy. Clyde really doesn't have too many defensive cooldowns left. They get the Unending Resolve. things are looking better and better here for Coffin Dance. As long as they can hold on, they just need to avoid those massive one-shots. You have Combustion rotated back up as well as the Dark Soul. So there's a very scary moment coming up for Coffin Dance, and they can manage to dance their way out of that one. I think they're going to pull this one out in a win.
I mean, they've got so many cooldowns. They just need to stay on target. Full stun on Clyde. They're doing it. They're pulling off the upset right now. It's basically a one-trick wonder with these melee cleaves. Can they defeat the Mage Lock overlords that have been defining the meta for so long? They're so close to victory at this point. They can taste it. They can't afford to throw. Tren trying desperately to stay on target, dropping the Dress to Gas. There's not a lot of throughput for Clyde. If they can purge off the bop, which they're trying so desperately to, they should be able to close it out. I-beam through the bop. They just can't get the bop off. Mercy lands the Mortar Coil. Sacrifice is now off cooldown. Lone Tar's in a Polymorph. Tren is trying to chase down Mercy, but he has to stop the Greater Pyros and try to stop the Polymorphs, but he's in a Dragon's Breath. He's so incredibly low on health. This is going to be the Spirit Link Totem. Dampening is so high, I feel like Lone Tar's going to regret being greedy on this. Now into the Hammer of Justice, trying to just desperately finish this. Dark Soul activates. They need to get ready for huge pressure from Mercy. Mercy trying to find a fear, gets stunned up. Gelo going for a Greater Pyro. There's no shutdown. Greater Pyro slips through. Huge hit, but Mercy is so far behind. He is ultimately going to fall. Tren trades the darkness, and the dampeners have become the dampen.
Coffin Dance taking that game 1 victory, and we're seeing another Mage Lock composition lose here. Have we figured it out? Have they cracked the code against Mage Lock, guys?
So many Shamans winning lately. Maybe Shamans are OP. Like,
maybe.
I don't know. That's insane. Yesterday we saw Mystery Warrior bust out the Shaman and beat a Paladin, and now we're seeing this Cleave. I'm just joking, but Coffin Dance, obviously, they're playing this composition at a different level. They did such a phenomenal job in that game with stopping what Mercy and Gelu were trying to do. They always had an answer, and it just, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like Gelu and Mercy, they stacked their offensive cooldowns a little too often, and let Coffin Dance create these kind of efficient trade windows, which made it difficult for Diabolus to actually pull up a win condition.
What would you suggest they do then instead on the side of Diabolus then?
Yeah, well, I think splitting up their Dark Soul and splitting up their Combustion, unless they have like a guaranteed window to win, is probably going to be a good idea. Because once those are down, I mean, Sid kind of mentioned it throughout the cast. Lone Tar, Rezus, and Tren are not going to be feeling nearly as afraid if they don't have to deal with those like kind of masked burst windows. So I think that's something they could do in the next game.
You know, we also saw on the side of Coffin Dance, they almost went down there, Zigo, and then they managed to turn it around. Diabolus going down in the end there. How were they able? Where was the moment? Where was the finding moment for Coffin Dance to secure that victory?
I think anytime when Tren didn't have his trinket and Lontar didn't have his trinket, they had to make a play to kind of extend the game to the point where they actually could win it. And sometimes that play was Tren maybe using a preemptive blur, or Lontar dropping a preemptive Earthen Wall, or Rezus trinketing, using all his cooldowns, just trying to disrupt and save the team. And that happened multiple times during the game. It allowed them to, extend it to a point where they had enough pressure to take down Mercy. And I'm just happy to see my boy Rezus finally, shining here on the Windwalker, getting the recognition he deserves. I've been talking him up for a while, and it's nice to see him destroy some of these Mage Lock teams.
Yeah, it's always great, the individual players that are always really legendary, they finally get on a team like with Rezus, where they can really shine in their roles, Zigo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a thing. Like he's not really been like a super serious competitor. He's always like he play a couple of cups and then he kind of dips out and you don't really see him. But he's always been super high rated on the ladder, and now it actually seems like he has a really good team. They look like they have fun together, and they're doing well.
Certainly are. Tolvaron Arena, that's going to be the map locked in on the side of Diabolus. Now, Coffin Dance to lock in their composition. Does it seem like, can we guess here that Diabolus is likely to play Mage Lock again here, Supatis?
I think so. The only thing I wonder if they're debating is whether or not Gelu should be Frost. If he goes Frost, then I think they just run it Clyde. So they want Fire as a greater Pyro threat. Fire's probably fine on Tolvaron. But on the smaller maps, I'm wondering if they're going to make a change to Frost and try and get more snares, more just cleave damage in that dampening phase of the game. This is a composition that I feel like it's not super prevalent, the Windwalker Demon Hunter. You see a lot of Demon Hunter Death Knight on the ladder, and you used to see a lot of Windwalker Death Knight. You probably still see at least a bit of it, but Windwalker and Demon Hunter, I feel like is still kind of kind of low key. It's definitely a strong one. There are lots of teams in the tournament scene that have picked it up, but in terms of like overall ladder participation, I feel like you don't see it very often. So Diabolus need to readjust to the type of damage output that it has, the defense capabilities, and the strategies of the Demon Hunter Death Knight, or of the Windwalker Death Knight, because they're a lot more self-sustainable behind the pillar, with the Windwalker off healing and the Demon Hunter resetting with Metamorphosis leech healing. So it's a little bit more difficult to poke this melee cleave composition when they're turtling.
Right.
Oh, he went Frost on Tolvaron. Okay.
Yeah. Do we like that?
Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you why I like Frost. So I think one of the main reasons a lot of mages enjoy playing Frost is because when you're playing heavy versatility GPI mage, it's actually really annoying. Like if you can get away with haste as a GPI mage, it's really, really fun because it's really likely you will be getting off those casts. But when you're playing against a team like Coffin Dance and how many disruptions they have, grounding totem, multiple ranged interrupts, imprisonment, paralyze, you have ring of peace. There's just way too many ways to disrupt the damage. So your damage is very all or nothing. You're either one-shotting with your massive combustion, or you're doing nothing, just trying to cast greater power blasts. So I think that's why a lot of mages like playing Frost, is because you can play that heavy versatility, you can be really, really durable, but your damage is a lot harder to shut down. So I think in this match, Diabolus will have a lot more consistent damage. Sure, they'll lose that massive one-shot potential with the Lucid Combust, but I feel like Coffin Dance is making the trades for those anyways. With a Reverse Magic, with a Darkness, with a Trinket from Lontar, they kind of lose that window, and then they don't really have a real threat throughout the game. So going Frost, I think, gives them a lot more windows of opportunity throughout the game if Gelu can't afford to play haste on that Fire Mage.
All right, well, game number 2 here on Tolvaron should be starting shortly. Diabolus looking to tie it up here. It's 0-1 versus Coffin Dance.
All right, let's see how the big map and the Frost Mage specialization works out here. I would just love to see Coffin Dance run down the Paladin with this specific matchup. At least feel it out, trade some cooldowns if it starts going haywire, but I feel like they definitely could experiment a bit in the Spellcaster matchup. They're just posting up towards center pillar at the moment. Gelu just wants to snipe as many Frostbolts as he can for Icicles in the free time, but it looks like Coffin Dance are willing to take this to dampening and just secure the kill on the Warlock with Darkness as a safety net and Spirit Link Totem as a safety net. It's definitely a reliable strategy. It can be difficult to stay alive and create that situation 12-15 minutes into the game, but Mercy pushes forward and they immediately pounce. He is fortunately on his gateway if he needs to use it to escape, but he does have Lontar dogpiling on top. Windshear into Hex. Nice punish there by Lontar. Unfortunately breaking, it looks like, so Gelu actually trinkets it, so they do get the Guardian's Medallion from Gelu pretty much for free. Lontar now into a Polymorph. Infernal Stun, they can't use reverse. They pre-Earthen Wall. They're hoping the Earthen Wall is going to be enough defense here. It definitely stops a lot of the Frost Mage damage, but a big Dark Soul Chaos Bolt. Earthen Wall does not help out too much. Mercy is not going for the Dark Soul, just ramping up. Trying to get to the peak performance here. That third Chaos Bolt definitely needs to be stopped. Good denial of it by Tren. Rezus actually took a bit of damage amidst all of that exchange as well. Lontar still recovering from that damage. The Healing Tide Totem well placed, healing the entire team back up to full. I love these hexes constantly onto Gelu, and Gelu tries to blink back to avoid it. Lontar pushes forward. He gets Hammer of Justice on it. Good teamwork by Clyde to stop the Hex there. That could have been devastating. I mean, look at the pressure on Mercy. And Tren's actually going to use Metamorphosis defensively to jump back to Lontar to dispel a Polymorph. Nice use of that utility, not just purely using that cooldown for damage on the Demon Hunter.
Yep, definitely. And now he is going to have a decent amount of pressure. Mercy has the freedom and running away from Lontar. I don't think Lontar can actually purge him right now. He gets bopped, but he gets purged up immediately there. Nicely done by Lontar. And here we go. Big damage coming in. They did remove the touch of depth there, though, but now they force out the sacrifice here from Clyde to get a nice hex there onto Mr. Gelu as well. And Gelu's getting in position here to Dragon's Breath, the DPS potentially. He's looking for it, maybe. Let's see what he can get done here. Actually, wait, he's a Frost Mage. You want to just Frost Mage? That's my bad. Lontar in a Hammer of Justice. They're actually going to swap to Lontar now. Gelu with that Frost Mage burst, going to be using that Ray of Frost. They're going to force out the Darkness here, so not a bad push, but that was the Veins here from Gelu. And of course, Gelu now is going to look to sheep Lontar, and Lontar, he wants to interrupt the sheep with his wind shear, and if he can, then he's going to try to land a hex. You can see they're trying to fake out each other. Gelu fakes out Lontar and gets the sheep, and now Tren is in massive trouble. He's going to leap over, reverse magic, and he should be fine. hit that cooldown right there. Nicely done there by Coffin, but also a nice setup there by Gelu.
Nicely done by Gelu. What I really want to see from Diabolus is if we see Lontar push in too much, I really want them to go after him. I know it makes him really susceptible to crowd control, but if Trent has reverse magic, I feel like, whoa, Mercy might just drop. Big damage. Okay, there it is. Mercy getting bursted down. The unending resolve is forced to be traded out. And now Diabolus can't be feeling too comfortable, but what I was saying is anytime Lontar is in the open, I really want them to just blast them. Put as much damage as you can on the Shaman, really try to punish them. They're trying to cleave down Rezus and Tren. Gelu even playing Splitting Ice, so it's gonna split off his Icicles, split off his Fingers of Frost Ice Lances as well, but it just, there's so much self-sustain on the side of Rezus and Tren that I feel like a kind of a split damage strategy like that doesn't really work out, and I think going after Lontar, just trying to drop him as fast as you can, could potentially work, and Lontar does get swapped to, and he's forced back at the pillar, and I think that's very important. I think on this team, Lontar is by far the most vulnerable target, and he's getting a little overconfident, pushing in for tremors and wind shears and groundings. You really have to punish that, and if you're not, that's when you're going to get run over really, really badly as Magelock Paladin.
Especially he's not playing Conflict and Strife or Vitality Conduit, so his ability to recover is heavily limited running the Crucible of Flame for more pressure. Tren getting isolated here in that Mortal Coil, but no follow-up crowd control, so he's going to leech heal back to full. The Frost Mage unable to penetrate through that self-sustain of the Demon Hunter. Lontar's pushing up, looking to get into the fight a bit here, maybe looking for a Hex in the near future, going for the Hex. Tries to fake out the interrupt. I believe he faked out the counter spell. Imprison on Clyde. This could be dangerous for Mercy if Rezus can connect. Rezus is a bit on the back foot, but these hexes have been so critical to Coffin Dance's ability to develop momentum, just constantly crowd controlling Gelu as Mercy gets blasted. Clyde's desperate, trying to recover, goes for the Divine Favor. I think he got dispelled on it. He did not get nearly as big of a heal as he needed to. Tren's in a Hammer of Justice. Lontar's line of sighting crowd control, unable to dispel, but the Earthen Wall Totem protects Tren, and the entire team of Diabolus at this point are being decimated. 13 seconds away from that Avenging Wrath. They're going to have to sacrifice here. There's no way. Sacrifice has to trade. Now damage redirects, but Clyde's Avenging Wrath is available. Massive healing for Clyde. Coffin Dance need to get ready for defense here. Gelu chooses to block out of a Hex. Curious to see if he does that again in the future, if he could be punished. Clyde gets swapped to, trying to punish the redirected sacrifice damage, but Avenging Wrath too strong. Big swap to Lontar. Beautiful Mortal Coil. Tren jumps over to reverse magic. Good teamwork by Tren. That easily could have been a 100-0 combo, taking Lontar out. But it did cost the Gladiator's Medallion of Tren. Dark Soul and Icy Veins are available, and now Tren needs to be a bit hesitant with his positioning.
Yeah, and it also costed Clyde his sack. Yeah, just kidding, he has it back. And he might need to use it right now. Mercy taking massive damage here. Big Vitality Conduit, though. He actually might be able to hold on to the sack, but he gets big Chaos Nova here by Tren and Rezus. They're actually going a little bit after Clyde now, realizing that maybe they can just leave them up when they're stacked like this. Divine Favor comes out. Fat heal, and that Divine Favor is back off cooldown again, so that's going to be very nice for Clyde, and he has his wings as well here. He's getting a lot of procs. Big damage here onto Tren. Gelu, can you find the sheep? Doesn't look like it. Just have the Hammer of Justice right there, but did you find the Seduce? The pet does get interrupted there by Tren, I do believe, so nicely disrupted there, but they do net themselves the darkness on the side of Diabolus, so a pretty good position for them to be in. They have all the Paladin cooldowns, they have all the Warlock cooldowns except that Trinket, so if you're on the side of Coffin, you need to try to force some cooldowns right now. Offensive Blessing of Protection here onto Mercy. I don't think he can get purged on it. Lontar is actually trying. He does get it there, but he tanks a sheep in the process, and now Tren needs to be careful. He jumps over. Reverse magic. Now that means Lontar is going to be on Sheep Yard. They just need to worry about the fears. And once again, Coffin is looking to set up a big burst here. There it is. Drastigath. They got the imprisonment onto Clyde, but defensive Mortal Coil onto Tren should break up the damage here. And now, once again, it is going to be Diabolus looking to pounce.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Polymorph. There's a Hammer of Justice. They might be able to pull out the Trinket from Lontar. He's caught into a full fear. Tren just takes no damage in those stuns. I really like that Tren changed up his gearing. I think him going Conflict and Strife and going full versatility was really, really important and key, as the Demon Hunter is normally the best target to go after. So that gear adaptation working wonders here for Coffin Dance. Dampening is getting higher and higher. And on Tolveron Arena, you would expect Diabolus to be in the driver's seat of this game, but Coffin Dance, they're looking good. Lontar has his Trinket, Tren has his Trinket as well. They're continuing the push onto Mercy. Mana isn't looking bad for Coffin Dance. And this is looking like, I mean, unless Diabolus can find a big setup here soon, it's looking like Coffin Dance is pulling further and further ahead in this match.
Tren ducks back, reverses the polymorph, and the one downside of Frost is no Dragon's Breath. Lontar has been making this game so difficult for Gelu to ever get crowd control. Currently, Seduce being casted, they disrupt it there with the Spearhand Strike. But as I was saying, Lontar's ability to disrupt Gelu and stop crowd control really reduces the synergy potential of this Mage Warlock composition. They can't lock down multiple team members, so unless they can swap to Lontar, I'm not sure if Frost is going to really work out for them here. They can pretty much just ignore Gelu's damage and heal and self-sustain and just tunnel the Warlock down. They do have Dark Soul right now. They've got Infernos. They've got a big opportunity to turn this game around in their favor. Can they pull it off here? They're trying to reposition to drag Lontar into center field. Lontar and his team going to reposition to center pillar. Get ready for the push. Another Hex on Gelu. Definitely they want to be attacking the Warlock while the Mage is Hex. He can't do anything. Gelu is pushing towards Lontar. Lontar's running out into midfield. Is he baiting them to go him? He gets Polymorph. No reverse for 3 seconds. But they paralyze Clyde. He can't use Hammer of Justice. They need to stop this Hammer of Justice as long as possible. Tren gets the reverse. Mercy takes a huge hit. Has to trade on any resolve. Now dropping in the Infernals. Possibly looking for a Dark Soul swap to Lontar. Big pressure. There's no darkness for 10. I don't know if Astral Shift's going to be enough here for Lontar. Ascendance trades now as well. Earthen Wall. Lontar is looking to try and get aggressive here by standing in this position and trading these cooldowns, but on Tolveron Arena out in midfield against Mage Lock with no Vitality Conduit, no conflict. I mean, this is a risky gamble Lontar is taking right now, but Mercy is making it so difficult by standing in corners where Lontar just has to run into an exposed position. He's trying to make his way back to his team here, but he has to go through a Frozen Orb. He gets put in the Hammer of Justice. They spell steal off the Ghost Wolf, but they use Imprison on Gelu to stop damage. Good teamwork there from Tren to save Lontar during that stun. Healing Tide Totems down, they're recovering. Paralyze on Clyde, he can't help out Mercy. Crucible of Flame, Drestagath being dropped in with Fist of Fury, good combo. Metamorphosis, big damage boost for Tren here if he can stay on target, possibly being able to close this. They can crowd control the Avenging Wrath. Is there anything available for Clyde here? He's pushing in for a stun, though, on the Lontar. Tren jumps back. He's got reverse for the Polymorph, waiting for it to land here. They don't land it. They just trade Blur. They hex Gelu. Gelu has to trinket. He tries to go for the Poly again. Tren jumps over. Instant reverse. Right back on target. And this is going to be so difficult for Clyde to recover unless that Ineffable Truth procs right now. It did! It literally just procced. It gave him sacrifice, so Mercy's not going to die. Tren has to drop Darkness to immune damage here and stabilize through the darkness of Mercy. Dark to counter Dark, and now he's trying to lead the charge, but Dark Soul's still up for a couple seconds. They have to be very scared of Chaos Bolt here. Lontar's trying to reposition, but he may get caught in midfield. He windcheers the Poly, but they get seduced. They kick the Seduce. Gelu looks for the Poly. Lontar grounds the Poly. Lontar tries to line of sight, but he's Kona Cold snared. Gelu, does he have a blink? He doesn't. Lontar lines the Poly. He just needs to avoid Polymorph here, keep his team on target, and they're looking good. I mean, this is 40 seconds before there's any substantial healing available for Diabolus.
Yeah, and if they don't get an Ineffable proc, it's going to be lights out here for Diabolus. He's got the Blessing of Protection. Oh, what a Ring of Peace! So he gets purged on it. They got the Imprisonment. No big healing cooldowns for Clyde. He's going to use the Vitality Conduit. If they can push through that, though, there's a 20-second window where Mercy is completely exposed. They're going after Rezus pre-Karma onto Mercy. He's going to take so much damage from that sack dot. That is a massive mistake here on the side of Mercy. Clyde spamming out the Holy Lights. And the next time Tren has an I-Beam, it could be go time. The Infernals are being called in. There it is. Paralyze coming out. Clyde's going to bobble through it. Drestagath connects. And Mercy's taking so much damage. Lontar going for the Hex here onto Gelu. Can they push Mercy over? They have their wings active right now. Clyde gets wind sheared on it, though. Is it going to be enough? Mercy gates. He tries to survive. Get the fear. He's spamming out the sheep. And I do think he's going to be able to survive. Maybe if Clyde can get a couple more Holy Lights, he gets stunned. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Mercy's so dangerously low. Clyde gets the Vitality Conduit. He gets wind sheared again. He's going for the heals, but I don't know if it's going to be able to find it. Mercy goes for the Drain Life. Is it going to be enough? Holy Light after Holy Light. He gets imprisoned on it. And that's going to be the game through Unending Resolve. Coffin Dance smacks Diabolus on the Mage Lock. Frost Mage on Tolveron Arena. Play the flute, Bastian. Do it.
What?
Do the thing.
You can't just put me on the
Do the
spot
thing.
like that.
Do the thing, fast.
You're a professional. You can do it.
Wait.
Right.
We
Give
can
you a
wait.
bit.
Then analyze the game while he sets it up. Go.
Ready? There's the
Lovely.
short rendition.
Well done by Coffin Dance 2-0. Currently, now they're on to match point here. They beat Diabolus on their map pick. Is Diabolus going to be turning around? What are they going to have to do here, Zico? What went wrong for them?
I don't know. At this point, I don't know if they did that many things wrong. I mean, they can do more swaps to Lontar, I suppose, but I feel like it was more Coffin as just playing really good. Anytime they were in checkmate, they actually didn't even get to checkmate position. I feel like they always rotated their cooldowns so well. They actually never even had a situation where they forced out both trinkets. And I mean, the Frost Mage is good at surviving, but like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like when you actually do push Coffin behind the pillar, Mercy shouldn't be the one who's like at the pillar. He should be as far away as possible, and the Mage should be the one who's like kind of front lining. You kind of have to soak damage as a Frost Mage. If they just get full uptime on the lock, I don't think they can win, but it seems pretty hard for Diabolus as well. Lontar is doing such a good job just running around the map, positioning properly and everything. So Lontar did a really good job just staying out of CC as much as possible too.
What do you think about that, Ben? You think Gelu should continue to play Frost and they just switch up their positioning a little bit, or do we see him go back to Fire? What do you think their next move is?
I think either one of two things needs to happen. I think Gelu either needs to go back to Fire and just risk it a little bit more. One thing that's interesting to me is the mages in the tournaments, it's always all or nothing. It's either all versatility or all haste. There's never an in-between, and I think you can play kind of an in-between where you're not just getting absolutely one shot from being zero versatility and you're not being completely shut down because you have zero haste. So I think you can have kind of a balance in your gear, and I think a balanced gear set against this composition, especially with how much pressure they're putting on Mercy, might be the option. If they are going to continue to play Frost, I don't really like the way they're playing it. I think they could focus a lot more on one-shotting. It seems like they were just going for overall scoreboard damage with the way they were throwing out either icicles and ice lances and stuff like that. And I think you really, if you're going to find a win condition against this composition, it needs to be with a one-shot. And the way you do that is by saving up all your damage, pooling all your damage. You can't just be throwing it all out all willy-nilly, because for Tren and Rezus, especially Rezus, if he's just taking minor poke damage the whole game, it ends up giving him increased damage with Expel Harm and stuff like that. So I think you can focus more on crowd control, try to just isolate one specific target instead of trying to cleave both down, because I don't think cleaving both down really works against this comp, especially against a team of this caliber. I think you have to kind of focus on crowd control. If they want to go after Tren, spam Fear on Rezus, spam Polymorph on Rezus. Don't just play Splitting Ice and try to cleave them both down, because that just doesn't work at all.
Okay. I mean, they chose Tolvaron. That's a map that historically does very well with the Mage Lock composition. They still weren't able to secure a victory for game number 2 here. Now going to Ashmane's Fall, Coffin Dance sticking with that same composition of Windwalker, Demon Hunter, now Diabolus to pick their comp. What about you, Sid? What do you think that we want to see here on the side of Diabolus? Is Gelu going to stick Frost, maybe adjust his build a little bit, or would you rather see him go back to Fire, or maybe something else, maybe pull Jamie off of the bench?
Am I crazy for thinking that they should just try playing more haste on both of them, like more haste on the Warlock and on the Mage? Is that a crazy thing to say? As Mage players?
What about playing some Fire Ellie?
I think you just run it.
Just kill Tren.
Yeah, Fire Ellie seems
Didn't Coffin
fine.
Dance beat? Wait. Didn't Coffin Dance beat Wildcard Gaming?
Yeah.
Did they beat them as Fire Ellie?
Yeah, I think so.
I have I'm trying to pull up.
Yeah, they did
the
beat them. Remember, they played the
circuit,
Moonkin.
yeah.
They played the Moonkin Ellie, and they ran at the Paladin, and then they tagged
Yeah.
in the Fire Mage, and still ran at the Paladin. I think. I
think you
think
need
that's
a
what
Destro
happened. I mean, they
and-
definitely beat them.
I want to see haste Fire Mage, haste Destro lock, like it's ladder Mage lock.
It doesn't need to be all haste. Like, you don't have to go 90% haste. You can have a mix. You don't need to play 20% haste, and you don't need to play 90.
Maybe his bags
you
are
can play
full?
40.
You think maybe his
If
bags
they-
are full and he can't get that many sets, like a full haste, full verse, a half haste, half verse? I mean, eventually you're gonna run out of bag slots, right?
You just
Maybe.
put on. You just
You can have
Oh,
banks
that's a
bank on
point. That's a point. That's going to be a point.
That's a
And the
point.
first point of the day gets awarded to the Black Wizard. Amazing.
1 point. Okay, I'll write it down. 1 point for
I'm gonna start playing for points.
Sure, we can do
It's
that.
fine,
I can keep
dude.
track
It's fine.
of it
He's
here.
gonna forget to unmute his mic and lose 10 points.
True. We should establish that right now. How many points does Zico lose if he?
It's a
has
point. If your
muted
mic is muted,
microphone?
it's a point reset. In fact, you're
Okay,
minus
a
points.
point
That's how we-
reset.
What? A point reset?
Point
I
reset?
think that's too much, man. Are you
Yeah,
just
we
saying
need
that
chat
because
way
I'm
out
so
of
far
this.
ahead in points that you can't catch up?
How many points?
What is this
does Zico
imaginary
lose with
point
this
system you've just
microphone,
come
guys?
up with
How
out
many
of
points
nowhere?
do you
Like,
actually have?
We've had this the whole season, guys. This is not new. Come on.
is there a spreadsheet or like a
Where's the
document I can
scoreboard?
look
Oh,
at
yeah.
to verify
Wait,
this?
Where's the
Wait,
ladder?
you guys don't have the Google
I
Doc?
have it like scribbled down in my notebook.
No, I don't,
Every
actually.
time you guys say you
Wait,
have
really?
a point, I don't really.
Well,
All right,
I
well,
have
let's
a
talk about the
PowerPoint.
composition. Let's talk about the composition that they just locked in on the side of Diabolus. Zico, since you are the point earner in this situation, I'll let you talk about it. What do you think about this comp?
Well, I think it reeks of desperation, but I think it's the right call. You know, similar to when Coffin Dance tagged in their good friend Joe yesterday against the Frost DK. I thought, you know, it's a bad choice, but it's the best bad choice you can make right now. You already lost twice with your main. Time to switch it up. Same thing for Diabolus. And I think they actually have good kill opportunities here. They could easily one-shot Lontar. They could easily one-shot, you know, Tren or Rezus as well. Bop the Karma. If they play a good game, they have a lot of burst. They have more lockdown. Well, not more lockdown, but they have good lockdown as well with the Ellie. So I think Diabolus they have a shot with this.
And we can take a look also on the side of Diabolus, the stats currently that Jamie has, his win-loss ratio. He only plays 28% of the time, but he's got a pretty high interrupt rate. You know, these stats aren't really a representation of how skilled he is as a player. He's a long-standing AWC competitor and has always been a really strong shaman here, Ven.
Yeah, I mean, there really is no question about it. We saw him last week kind of flexing on the Assassination Rogue, a few close calls in the match. But I think for Jamie, if he can play the Elemental Shaman really, really well, and he can kind of polish up the Assassination Rogue, also it would give their team a lot of different comp options, which would be great for them. But yeah, super solid Elemental Shaman for, I mean, a really long time. I feel like as long as I've been playing or known about the European side of things, Jamie's name on that Elemental Shaman has come up. So definitely a true veteran on that class, one of the best to ever do it. And I think Diabolus with this composition, they're really, really strong. Look for big one-shot setups. And Jamie just really, really disruptive on that Elemental Shaman, putting out good, consistent pressure. And we'll see if they're able to pull it off.
All right, here we go. Match point here. This is, in my mind, an upset if Coffin Dance can 3-0 Diabolus here. They tag in Jamie for the reverse sweep potential. Let's see what he can get done here on the Elemental Shaman. Immediate reverse magic here by Trend. They already get through the Gladiator's medallion. Definitely a major objective point in favor of Diabolus at this point. Stun on Gelu, imprison on Clyde. Nice crowd control, beautiful coordination, and Gelu immediately has to ice block. I'm not a big fan of that, but what other choices do they really have? I much prefer the Paladin using their cooldowns because Ineffable Truth can reset it, whereas Ice Block, you're going to be waiting the whole time for that to come up, and now they have to be playing scared on match point. They do get good crowd control, though. No way out with this Hammer of Justice. Lontar trinkets. He drops the Spearling Totem.
Ooh.
Perhaps an overreaction by Lontar?
I don't think so, actually.
I don't think so.
He had to trinket Spearling. Trying to no trinket. That was a checkmate situation. If he didn't, I mean, he had to trinket for sure, so he may as well drop the link, or he has to use the Ascendance. So I don't know. Lontar, I think he made an okay call there, but now Coffin Dance are in a completely checkmate situation. The only person who has a trinket and can do something about the next setup is going to be Rezus. Rezus has to paralyze Jamie, try to stop the lightning lasso, try to stop Gelu. But right now, Gelu actually taking a and here's the setup. Full sheep onto Rezus. They get the Hammer of Justice onto Trem, but it gets dispelled. No crowd control onto Lontar. Now, finally, they're going for it. They get a full Hex onto Lontar. Lightning Lasso coming out onto Trem. Greater Pyroblast going to connect. Big damage here, but Rezus is there with the Vivifies. And because that Hammer of Justice was DR'd, or DR'd the Lightning Lasso, their checkmate go just kind of...
Uh-oh.
Whoa! So much damage! That's going to be the card rise. That's going to be the... I don't know what that was. Lay on hands, bubble, a whole spellbook of Diablo just got forced.
Yeah, that was a big one. And here's the thing about Lontar and his Trinket Spear Link. I don't think it's a bad trade at all. I think with the build Gelu's playing, the Memory of Lucid Dreams Combustion, his Combustion is a 2-minute cooldown. As long as Lone Tar trades for that, they're going to be A-okay. That's the big burst moment in the game. But these one-shot setups, that last one was the Touch of Death of Rezus with an imprisonment on Clyde. They are so well coordinated with their goes. Coffin Dance is really impressing me with this Windwalker, Demon Hunter, Resto Shaman. Their team is doing extremely well. They're actually going after Lone Tar right now. Can they take him down? There's no way. Lone Tar manages to get behind the pillar. Looks like he will be okay. Rezus there to save the day once again with some beautiful interrupts. But here comes the scary moment in the game. You can see Gelu got a few seconds left on his Combustion, and that's going to be basically the biggest burst potential Diabolus has available. If Coffin Dance reacts accordingly, there's still minutes of opportunity for them to actually close out this game and take down Gelu.
Oh, beautiful crowd control on the Avenging Wrath. Do they have anything to chain out of the Imprison, though? Because Divine Favor's up. Clyde could drop in a big heal right now. Big Divine Favor, no Purge. Gelu goes back to full health for a moment, but they punish for the double Chaos Nova, trying to stay on target here. Gelu desperate, dropping the Ring of Frost defensively, blinking on top of Lone Tar to go for Polymorph and then turn it around. Nice play by Gelu, despite being so far behind, but not developing any pressure. Rez is just going to pre-karma and stay on target. They know they've got Diabolus on the ropes here. They're so far ahead. They just need to keep pushing for the win. What an upset if Coffin Dance can pull this off. They're as close as it comes at this point to being able to actually do it. Diabolus need to pray to N'Zoth for an ineffable truth at this point, which, I mean, I think they must have at least gotten one. That sacrifice now only 12 seconds away, but 12 seconds might be an eternity if they die. It just procs. Clyde uses sacrifice right at that moment where Gelu could have been going down. Diabolus, hold on just a little bit longer.
Yeah, that was a crazy timing on that ineffable proc, because now Gelu's going to have his ice block in 30 seconds, and that's probably the last goal they could get before that. But now Tren is taking massive damage, use the darkness. So they only trade out the darkness. They trade out the Ascendance as well here from Lone Tar. So Tren is going to recover nicely here. He's going to have his trinket. Oh my god! What? Look at Tren! That's the pump, baby. Let's go!
Honestly, Coffin Dance, a very impressive performance, and that's going to put them in a situation. I mean, we talked about this earlier in the day. Coffin Dance is now, they are feeling nice and snug in that top 4. And as for Diabolus, it is not feeling nearly as certain. If ABC wins their series today, then all of a sudden ABC is going to sneak into that top 4. Diabolus will be in the bottom 4. And that is not a spot that you want to be in. Coffin Dance really showing that they're here to play, and I feel like they've made a really great case for themselves as being one of the best teams in Europe, especially running a composition that it's not necessarily not meta, but it hasn't been the most popular composition. The Windwalker Demon Hunter with the Restoration Shaman, they are definitely making it work and showing that they're true experts at it.
Yeah, really well done to them on the side of Coffin Dance. 3-0 against a mage lock for the first 2 games at least. And yeah, not looking too good for Diabolus. Let's hope they can pick it up here, Super Tees, for their upcoming games next weekend.
I mean, they're going to have to. It's the last weekend, so yeah. if they want to get in there, I mean, this is actually unbelievable. Coffin Dance are kind of like upsetting the meta. I wonder what this is going to spell for North America now. Like, will Mystery Org finally beat Cloud9? Do they have a good comp now to go into it? I mean, who would have thought all they had to do was interchange the DK out for the Demon Hunter? Like, they had this comp all along, Mystery Org, but we never really saw them break it out, at least not like Coffin Dance have. So I'm curious to see how this plays out for North America, too.
Wait, I just watched the replay. Did Trent get up and do like a happy dance at the end of that last game?
Yeah, that's why I was playing.
He stood up and started flexing.
Man.
Like Johnny Bravo.
Oh, you love to see it. Well done to those guys. Certainly a fun team to watch on the side of Coffin Dance. Like you said, it's not necessarily an off-meta comp, but it's not something that we're seeing any other of these teams play to that level in the AWC. So well done to them. Good luck to Diabolus in the future as well. But now we're going to move on to our second series of the day. That's going to be nLite versus ABC, another jungle comp. We're going to see how that goes. Do we want to make any points before we go to a break here?
Yes, please. I would like to put in my... I want to be the first one to guess the compositions for points. So for nLite, I think they're going to be playing jungle. Zuniaki will either play Mistweaver or Discipline Priest.
No, either.
And for ABC, they're going to play Paladin, Frost Mage.
You have to pick.
Okay, he's going to play Priest. Okay. And then for ABC, they're going to play Mistweaver, Frost Mage, Warlock. And this is for 2 points. Thank you.
Okay, wait, I'm going to guess now. I think that nLite are going to play Mistweaver jungle.
and I think the AWC are going to play Holy Pally, Frost,
Yeah, I'm
Destro.
with Sid on this.
You know, when I said
Okay.
when I said make points, I didn't mean like I was handing out points. I made like, do you want to like say anything?
You know what I think you need? I think you need like the kindergarten thing where you have like a little thing up on the wall and you put stickers up every time.
I should get a whiteboard behind
Go
me.
get it.
Just
Wait,
keep track.
go get it on the.
No, I don't want a Google document. I want
It's
a
the
sticker
software
on
sheet,
the wall.
man.
You want a
Well, we
a
can
gold
just print it
star
out.
for guessing the composition, Ben? Is that?
What?
Yeah, I want.
like a tally with
I want
like
you to go to the dollar store. Go to the dollar store and get a
will.
little
I'll do
smiley
it.
face thing.
I'll do it. I'll have them for
Okay.
next weekend. You'll see.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyways, guys, we are going to go to a break. We will see if these guys get their gold stars for guessing the compositions for this upcoming series. So stick around. We'll be right back. Coming up, it's nLite versus AWC.
CMD's Ice Block. Can they push for it? Iron Spark, but he gets caught on a polymorph. The Iron Spark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Clouderide's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Garou, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. We're already going to go straight into the second series of the day. It's nLite versus ABC.
I don't get a point because he's not a monk. He's not a monk.
Oh, did I get 2 points? I think I did.
No,
That's
no,
nice.
you
I
don't,
remember
because
that one.
Askerath wasn't a monk either, so nobody gets any points.
I didn't say. I said he was a
You said
paladin.
Askerath
You
was a
said,
monk.
you said monk.
You said monk.
I did not.
That's
You
why I
did.
said
Paladin
paladin.
mage-
I was like, why did you
What?
say monk?
Okay, why would
Oh,
I
you said priest for
ever in a
Exactly.
million
That's
years
why I couldn't
say
believe you
Mistweaver
said
monk?
it, but you said it.
That's why I said
No
I'm
way.
gonna say
Does nobody get points? I'm trying to keep track of
Either
it.
Nobody gets
everyone
points.
gets 1 point or nobody gets a point.
I will give
I said paladin.
everybody 1 point. 1 point has been awarded.
This one is the most obvious one ever.
Ben said priest and Mistweaver. I said
He's 100%.
Mistweaver
I said priest and paladin.
And Sid said Mistweaver and paladin.
Yeah, I said Mistweaver for Zuni and Pally for Askerath. Ben
Go
said
check
And then
the vote.
Zico
Mistweaver
gets
for
a point
Askerath.
for this.
Check the
for
VOD.
You check the
earlier.
VOD.
I don't need to check the vote.
review.
I'm the top point earner.
Always
Not.
right.
Imaginary points.
Never wrong. So the main goal here for nLite, I mean, this is a matchup they have seen so many times this year, is to have a lot of mana deep into dampening. That's basically the major objective. If they can get into like some heavy damp where Zuniaki has mana, they might be able to overwhelm a target, but obviously ABC are not going to make that easy for them to get to that point in dampening, with Alec already having a frozen orb cleaving down Cassidy and Zuniaki. Walrix is 1v1ing Facile off to the side with that Shadow Fury, now pushing him back in line of sight of Alec. I love the positioning of Walrix and Alec right now. Basically one of them at least can cast onto Facile at any moment and get some guaranteed damage out.
I feel like they're doing the exact same strategy that we saw from MyWay. So we'll see if it works out. But it did for MyWay almost. They won 2 games and then they ended up losing. However, they were playing against the Mistweaver when the strategy worked that nLite is currently employing. Let's see what they can do. If I'm on ABC, I want to see them push in on top of Zuniaki. And this is a mistake I feel like a lot of people do. Don't go for sheeps here. I think, well, now you have to, obviously, but because you committed to this Shine. But I feel like if you are on ABC, your goal is to attack Zuni's mana, not to try to set up kills, because I think it's very unlikely that with how Cassidy and Facile are playing, just at the pillar, and they're just playing to interrupt, getting whoever comes back there and then running back. I don't think they're actually going to die. So I think your best bet is to just try to set up as big advantage as possible, moving forward to dampening. And the best way to do that is by targeting the priest and just setting up bursts there, because that's going to really tax his mana. He's going to recover most of his mana actually when he's in those polymorphs. So just a little adaptation I want to see from ABC. And for nLite's side, I mean, it's looking great. They've used 1 survival instinct, and they're 2 minutes away from dampening right now. Frozen Orb gets dropped by Alec. He's going to try to move in, get a Blizzard, try to snipe Facile with a little bit of flurry combos. And once again, Cassidy's just going to look for a restuff. Facile's just going to look to stack up that gushing wound, stack up his poison, and eventually go for the big mongoose bites, go for a little bit of pressure. But it's mainly to just try to tax Askerath's mana, to try to keep some pressure, some resemblance of pressure on the map here against this Mage Warlock.
I mean, we can't forget yesterday when ABC played against F2K MyWay. It was probably the closest we've seen Mage Lock Paladin against Jungle. So ABC, hopefully they made some adaptations from yesterday, because it was really dicey. I mean, there were some situations, I don't want to say they got lucky, but Askerath definitely had some super fortunate ineffable truth procs. And if that hadn't happened, then we might have seen Hydra's team F2K MyWay actually pull out a victory. So for ABC, I feel like they gotta kind of force the issue a little bit in the early stages when they're not so scared. If not, I kind of worry for them, because when you get deep in dampening, it becomes really, really dicey, especially if you aren't getting those resets on cooldowns. Netful of Truth can be one of the best things in the entire game, but if you get unlucky and it doesn't proc, it can be one of the most unfortunate things in the game. So I think it does get scary if the game goes on too long, and maybe AWC wants to consider that. Maybe not. We shall see. AWC, or Alex still going to be poking with Blizzard, Frozen Orb on Cassidy, Facile, and Zuniaki. Walrus is going to be taking the left pillar, but in my opinion, he's a little too close for comfort. It looks like they are going to be giving a go right now. Walrus taking a huge hit, and Unending Resolve is force. One Chaos Bolt is going to land on Facile. But that was a nice attempt, and that's one of the problems when you play so close to the pillar, is Facile and Cassidy can get a lot of damage rolling, basically at no real risk whatsoever. And I feel like if you're going to have that positioning, you might as well just push in and try to make something happen.
Oh, polymorph on Zuniaki. Are they going to set up on Zuniaki out of the polymorph? He got a Vitality Conduit on Cassidy. It totally negated that entire crowd control. Now, a bash over on Asgrath. Beautiful timing here. Nice call in on that remote guidance device, but the Singe Magic removes the trap. Asgrath drops in Divine Favor, and Walrix is back to full health. Cassidy's on the run. Facile is feared out in midfield and snared up by Alec, trying to disengage, get that post haste, get back to the pillar, feign death in a cast, trying to get back to the pillar. I love that they have this strategically planned out where Facile stays by himself on that left pillar so they don't stack in Frozen Orb and Blizzard. It's definitely planned out here for nLite, and they've managed to make it 5.5 minutes still with above 90% mana, so I would say that it's looking at least decent for them. They have been showing signs of life in terms of forcing cooldowns from Walrix, doing these persistent hit and runs like they are right now. They get a Trinket Sacrifice. I mean, this is actually going exactly the way nLite would want it to go, as long as they don't die here while they're retreating back to the pillar. Huge pressure there. Zuniaki has to use Rapture, but he gets sniped by a Shadow Fury around the corner, and Alec blinks in for a follow-up polymorph. Nice teamwork there between Walrix and Alec, tagging in for the polymorph, but Cassidy and Facile are just line of sighting. They do manage to fear Zuniaki. Cassidy's going to try and heal up, probably behind the pillar. They've got Hammer Justice. They could swap. Chaos Bolt already in the sky towards Zuniaki. He's going to recover Vitality Conduit. Now the double stun lock here into a double Psychic Scream. Divine Shield has to trade. This is excellent for nLite.
Wait, nLite has actual kill pressure, but they are going to back off. They're playing a very patient game here. You can see they're just going in for the hit and run. Cassidy has a big smile on his face, exactly where you want to be mentally here at the 10% dampening. And look at Warwick's positioning. Warwick has had enough. He's like, yep, that's it. I'm not playing. I'm never going to be near that pillar until my Unending Resolve comes back. I'm not doing it. And this is what we were kind of talking about in the previous match as well with Coffin Dance. We were just saying that, you know, you have to have the Warlock as far away as possible, and then the Mage kind of frontlining. And here we got a Blessing of Protection randomly used onto Warwick. So we're going to see a sheep onto Zuni, and everybody is going to just go back behind the pillar. Now they're going to go for Zuni. The drop comes out onto Warwick. This is the opportunity for Cassidy and Facile to get aggressive. The motorbike comes crashing in. They get the full trap, but it does get singed by that imp. Cassidy trying to maybe slow down Asgrath here, but he's not going to be able to reach him. Zuni gets locked on a mind control. Zuni is actually very exposed here. If they swapped him, it could be big trouble, but it looks like they're going to be going for Cassidy here. And Alec trying to juke out the mind control, trying to juke out the Prem there, but he does get mind control. There it is. Zuni Prem's the fear, which means he's going to take a full sheep now. Big damage on the Cassidy, but again, Vitality Conduit. They got CC up to Asgrath. Warwick taking massive damage here. Might need to use the Unending Resolve, but Asgrath instead is going to trade out the sacrifice, and Warwick is going to recover. Zuni now potentially getting swapped to here. Chaos Bolt comes lobbed in, but he gets kicked by Cassidy. Cassidy's doing such a good job immediately retreating, and then he's just waiting behind the pillar to see who are they going after. Then he goes back in and tries to disrupt it. Now they're setting up a big push here again. Warwick's immediate Unending Resolve, immediate Dark Soul trying to counter push here. Asgrath is going to come out of the freezing trap right there. Infernals are called in as well. Zuni needs to grip Cassidy as soon as he comes out of the sheep here. He gets reshipped here by Alec. Do they have the damage? Warwick can't find the Chaos Bolt. Unfortunately, he's going for it, but not going to be able to find it. Cassidy Shadow Mounts restabs. Very nice play here. And now, once again, it looks like nLite is setting up an offense.
Yeah, definitely Walrus could be in a little bit of trouble here. Full trap does land. Ooh, they lose to 50-50. They singe the entangling roots off, and now Walrus in a lot of trouble. Divine Shield is available. The big healing cooldown's coming from Asgrath, and that will top off Walrus. And nLite, I guess they're happy to get the Avenging Wrath, and now they are going to be retreating back to the pillar. And Cassidy taking absolutely no damage on the Hammer of Justice. The damage just, I don't know what it is, but jungle is so durable. It just seems like they're not really under pressure whatsoever. At this point of the game, a little bit of damage here on Cassidy with the Fear on Zuniaki. Good crowd control coming in. Finally, Cassidy getting hit with a little bit of damage. Triple Shadow Fury coming in. Big Chaos Bolt lands. Cassidy now going to be potentially on the run, but feeling healthy and safe enough with Zuniaki there. Still going to be going for crowd control. A bash onto Asgarath. Do they have a trap out of that? Are they going to be able to get any more crowd control? Cassidy has to be very scared right now. Alec blinks over, gets the Frost Nova and the Polymorph onto Zuniaki. Cassidy now in a Ray of Frost. They might be able to just close out the game right here and right now. They just need a little bit more damage. Any more crowd control in Zuniaki? The Blizzard Snares. Zuniaki finally gets there. Connects the Vitality Conduit and the Rapture. Heartbreaking. Alec just needed a little bit more damage. So what a close call, but that was a great push by AWC. Right as I said, the damage was a little bit lackluster. They finally find that setup and really force nLite into a scary position. But if we look at mana, Zuniaki's been so efficient in this game. 30% dampening already. Time is just breezing by at this point. I mean, Asgarath is mana 50%. So at some point, he might have to go and sit down for a drink. Otherwise, things could become a little bit dicey here for ABC.
Breezing by for us, but for nLite, I mean, this is probably very tense. They want to find an answer to the Mage Lock composition. If they can, maybe there's potential to make it into the top 4, qualify to the BFA finals for Europe. So far, so good in this match. Their mana is solid. They've got good offensive pressure in terms of cooldowns force. They just need to be able to pull it off maybe 3 or 4 minutes from now, and potentially they'll find victory. But Zuniaki's under pressure, looking for cheeky mind controls. That's the one thing we saw Hydra using a lot more than I would say Zuniaki has in this game in particular, but now they're just getting right on top of him. He has to use every man for himself to get out of Hammer of Justice. Line of sight stabilized with Shadow Men's. Polymorph in on Facile, trying to stall while the trap has been landed. Zuniaki tries to move in position. The Polymorph ends up breaking to the Infernal. He prems the second one, gets the Fear. Asgarath is still crowd controlled. Not responding just yet, trying to hold still through it, but the bop, it might be too late. Penance flies in off to the side. Is the Penance gonna snipe him? No! Oh, you can see Cassidy. He's just out his war stuff all over at that moment. Now Dark Soul's up, Facile's in trouble, trying to get back to the pillar with the Rapture. That cost Zuniaki a ton of mana for that push, and they didn't get the kill. Oh no, are they gonna be able to hold on now, that extra 2 or 3 minutes down the pipe?
I'm not sure. Asgarath might need to have to sit down for a drink here. Oh, Zuni is in massive trouble. He has no way out of this Hammer of Justice. That's just going to be a checkmate. No, they kick the Chaos Bolt. Cassidy's there with the regrowth spam. Can he counterspell him? Alec doesn't have it. And Cassidy is the sole reason to why Zuni is alive right now. Kicking the Chaos Bolt, throwing out the regrowths. And now they're actually doing a counter go, forcing out the bubble here. Cassidy really reading the charge here. Zuni cannot afford to massive spell that bubble. Unfortunately, double Shadow Fury, double Cataclysm. Fear comes out. Big damage here being charged up here for ABC, but it's Warwick's on the brunt end of this exchange. No sacrifice, no wings for a while here for Asgarath. 14 more seconds, 12 more seconds.
Whoa!
He's just going to trade the survival instinct, and they're just going to take him down with Facile's damage. What's that?
He got owned! Facile's like, I'm done with this.
His little
Did hit him or something?
Cassidy was literally just behind the pillar and just killed him. Like, what happened? We're gonna have to watch a with Battle Master's fall or something. Like, something had to have happened.
Is Walrick's wearing gear? I've never
just died off screen.
I think so.
I literally feel like we've never seen a jungle. I actually think it looked like jungle was favored for most of that, if not the entire game, the way that looked.
Look at Facile's damage. That's insane.
He's actually playing it like a real hunter, you know, like an old school hunter. He's just sitting at the pillars, shooting arrows, stacking poisons, and waiting for the gush.
Well,
is he playing gushing?
He is a bit.
Yeah, he usually does. I mean, I haven't checked his gear, but I would definitely assume he is.
I think
he's got a few gushers, yeah.
Yeah,
he's got 5 gushers. He's got 2 surging vitality, 1 expedient.
The good old-fashioned mix build.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not just all or nothing, but that was crazy.
Yeah. Well done. Game 1 victory by nLite here in this series. Do we really know? Like, is what just happened in Game 1? Was that like a sure thing? What happened there? Was that a setup, or what do we think? What do we think we saw in Game 1 here, Super Tees?
I mean, were they getting unlucky on the Singe Magic, or were they actually like cross crowd controlling the Imp? It felt like a lot more traps sat than we usually see. So I'm not sure if they were just outplaying it more by crowd controlling the Imp, or if they were just getting lucky on the Singe dispels there, but it was just consistent pressure. You see Asgarath stunned for 2 seconds, and Facile just
slaps
What?
Ulrichs, just literally just pushes him over.
Was Cassidy using Reaping? Is that what happened? Was it like, yeah, it's Breath of the Dying. I think it was double Breath of the Dying. Yeah, double Breath of the Dying.
yeah.
Rustagath?
Oh.
There was no dress, but it was definitely 2 breaths. They probably crit them too.
Okay, I made
foul
something. You
breath.
guys
These
wanna,
things happen.
You guys want to see what I made? Look,
Oh,
actual
look at that.
stickers.
Aw.
Yeah. Yeah, I've
Wait,
got some
where's
sea
your
turtles.
points?
Stickers, right?
Is Aya not going
Do-
for points? You need one.
These are me. I mean,
You don't want to go for
I don't
points?
know. I'm the host. I'm the keeper of the points. I'll keep track.
Yeah,
of
I
the
think that's
points.
fair.
So I have actual stickers. There's like some sea turtles and some whales and some starfish. So yeah.
Can I be honest? I'm a little impressed by how fast you were able to just pull out like a notebook and find stickers. Like, did you run to the dollar store?
No, I already had these for some reason
Oh, okay.
in my
Like, Copper really wants the
Cool.
points. Copper looks really
Yeah,
interested in it.
Wait,
well
what
done,
icon am
Mike.
I?
You have a
I wanna
sea
be the
turtle and a
starfish.
starfish.
Okay, I want to
Okay,
be
you
only
have a
starfish,
starfish.
please.
Yeah, Ven has a book. Supa has a sea turtle, but you can choose. I have a whole
Are
I'm
you
a
saying
what?
that
A
I'm
book?
slow?
A
Are you
s-
saying I'm
a
slow?
book. Do you want something
Oh,
else?
I'm happy with the book. No,
There's
books
like
are great.
some zebras.
You're
some-
saying that Zico's a star and saying that Ven's smart, and you're saying that I'm slow. I don't know. How to feel
Sure,
about
that's
this.
exactly.
Yeah, she's saying that
know
you're
how
a
to feel
guardian
about
druid,
this.
bro.
No, a turtle isn't just slow, okay? A turtle is a symbol of perseverance. Okay,
yeah, a
sis?
turtle
Okay,
is a
okay.
symbol of a long fought
This is why we have
victory when you
Benruki
finally
Yeah, a
optimism.
long
made it
fought
to the water.
journey and grind to eventually accomplish your goals. That's what you said, all right? So,
I
be very
like
proud of the
this.
turtle.
Yeah.
Benruki's
Did you ever do a
optimism
tortillin?
I'm not
World's
helping them
coolest.
draw the shapes anymore, okay? It's been 2 years. They better know how to draw a triangle. Like, I'm not, no.
True. Those ones are difficult indeed. But anyways, the draft process is done. We are going to Asha Mains Fall, same compositions on both sides here. What do we think? I mean, what do we want to see on the side of ABC? How are they going to be able to turn this around? Do you think, Supertees?
I like the pushes on Zuniaki. That felt like it was really good. They were maybe 1 or 2 setups away from possibly netting a kill. So maybe going after Zuniaki a bit more. If not, if this goes to game 5, I wonder if they bring out the Rogue Mage Paladin. Because they were looking pretty on fire with that when they played it earlier on in the circuit. Obviously Mage Lock I think should win, but if for whatever reason like it's not coming together, I think they still do have that as an option.
Okay. Well, Ben, what do you think? Do you agree with that?
I'm not sure. It seems like even when ABC won yesterday against Hydra, I actually spoke with Hydra a little bit. That was a really close series. It's not like they brought in the Paladin and it was a complete stomp. Like I said, they had a few moments in the game where if it wasn't back ineffable truth procs, then it would be kind of a struggle. So I think ABC, either way in this matchup, playing against a team as good as nLite, it's going to be difficult. They're not going to get a free win based off their composition. They really have to try to find these moments of opportunity. And to be fair, there was moments. I mean, Cassidy at one point in the game survived on like 5% health. Just a little bit more damage had come out, it would have been a completely different result, and ABC would be up 1-0 right now. So it's just one of those matchups. It feels like either side can win. I get the feeling that ABC probably, if they played it 100 times, ABC would come out ahead. But nLite, a really strong team, and it's really scary. When you play against a jungle that's this good, and they're playing Dressed, Reaping Flames, the burst damage is sometimes, you can't believe how hard you get hit. We saw WizK yesterday get interrupted and die 90-0 in the 3-second interrupt. See Zuniaki right now styling right now. He's got his sunglasses on.
Oh man, what are those? Those are sick. Wait, where did he get those? I want those.
I need to
Wait,
go
that
get
looks
my
so
glasses.
cool. He's got the anti-dampening glasses. He's
It's
The
like
ready.
latest fashion in Paris.
It's like the submarine glasses.
Oh, he took them off.
He took 'em
off.
He was just
What?
memeing. It wasn't a
Oh,
strategy.
he will put them on in dampening again, I'm sure.
It's too blurry. We're not in deep enough dampening. Take these off. Oh man, these Breath of Dying hits with the Dressagath and with the remote guidance device, that is definitely like the highest burst in the game when you combine those trinkets and that essence. So with this strategy, I mean, the hits from nLite are going to be massive, and maybe ABC are going to be a bit hesitant to get aggressive because of it.
Yeah.
Just as like kind of a side note, I'm sorry, Zico. You know, speaking of like reaping and Dressigath, one thing I heard that Turtle does is, this could just be a rumor, by the way. I don't know if this is completely fabricated, but they use like a weak aura to count it down, like a raid warning 3, 2, 1 to
Like a
press all the damage at
timer?
the same time. Yeah, they do a pull timer for their dress and reaping to get the burst as coordinated as possible. I don't know. Someone told me that. I don't know if it's true, but it would be awesome if that was true. And I think it's actually good.
That is what you should do.
I wouldn't be surprised. Ooh, Facil's gonna get taken kills, but no, he feigned Fs before he hits. Facil's gonna be okay here. Yeah, no, they're just gonna keep trying to stay, trying to stay ahead, trying to keep their mana here on the side of nLite. And now they're making a push, fear onto Warwick's just so he won't get feared. I think he was just trying to interrupt him there. Ooh, motorbike comes crashing in. Warwick's using the unending resolve. Askerath already used his trinket and his sacrifice, so the next push could already be a bubble. Now they're finally going for Zuni here. This is what you like. Oh, no, they're going to go and sheep him. Never mind. And let's see, they're going for Cassidy. Cassidy has every cooldown in the game. Chaos Bolt's going to connect. Cassidy's going to trinket survival instincts there. And that is going to actually no trade for any of the offense here. Okay, there we go. Infernal's being called in. Actually, no, just an Infernal's proc there from Warwick's Vision of Perfection. You're going to see Askerath gets feared on the Divine Favor. Zuni dispels it as well. This is a big push. That's going to be the bubble here from Askerath. Nicely done, dude. nLite already in a pretty much checkmate position here. Is Askerath not playing Ineffable or what? Like, his sack actually had a normal cooldown so far.
Maybe he's unlucky with procs.
Never
I
lucky.
guarantee he's playing. Yeah, he's got the max. Go look at
he's got
it. He's got as many of those little eye things as you can have.
Oh, huge damage to the Walrix. Askerath barely getting the sacrifice in between the cracks there. nLite's offense looks so good in this series. Cassidy looks a bit frustrated, though, that Walrix didn't die. Obviously, fighting this Holy Paladin, he's now worried that all those cooldowns they worked so hard to get are just going to become available again while they're pinned at the pillar. So they need to be ready to push, but not over eager. It's going to be tough. Dark Soul is available. Zunyaki's mana, it's good, but not nearly as good as Game 1. I feel like he's been purging a lot more, so he may want to choose to hold back. Walrix is actually on his mount. He's trying to run away from the fight. I'm surprised that he wants to take us into dampening. I feel like if Zuni has mana and dampening, it's not going to be good for them. Premonition, but didn't hit the poly. Double Infernal, double Mortical. Big hit here for ABC. Is he just going to flop Chaos Bolt number 2? Facile Turtles, but after the hit connects, he's critically low. Walrix in position to try and find fears, but Vitality Conduit activates. Facile will stabilize. It costs the aspect of the turtle, though. We won't have that to rely on for 3 minutes. He's pushing in with the coordinated assaults. Can they secure crowd control in Askerath? They go for the intimidation. Zunyaki's moving in. Is he going to fear the imp, potentially, or fear the imp dispel? He's trying to get in position, but he gets feared away. If he can get there for the fear, it could be game-winning, but he's too far away at this point. Blessing of Protection of Walrix. It should stabilize. They're going after Facile and Cassidy once again, but no crowd control follow-up on Zunyaki. They're at the pillar. Both teams stabilize, but I feel like this is the best we've seen from nLite in this matchup, especially with the Priest variant.
Yeah, that was the checkmate position. If Zuni feared the imp there, or if he got the fear onto the pally, it could have been. Well, the paladin still had trinket, so he might have died still. Honestly, though, because Warwick's they don't have any outs. You know, they don't have a sacrifice. They don't have anything. Warwick's had no ending result. Askerath, you are bleeding it hard here, my friend. This is going to be a super greedy choice, but he has the wings here. Ineffable is proccing. He's got big eels. Motorbikes come crashing in. That Ineffable right there just saved the game. He wouldn't have had sack if he didn't proc right there. I'm positive the bike would have killed him, but now they're going to go back behind the pillar here. Zuni's still doing good on mana, still has a lead, and he is positioning one pillar away here from his teammates. So if Alec wants to cleave him with the frozen orb like that, he's not going to be hitting the Feral Druid, he's not going to be hitting the Hunter. And now Warwick's going to feel a little bit more safe because he does have his unending resolve. Askerath has his bubble coming back up as well now. And here we go. Here's the push. Entangling Roots gets casted out. They get the singe onto the roots there. Actually, Askerath, I think, dispelled himself because Facile couldn't get the trap in time. But it's still pretty okay push here from nLite. Nice deflection by ABC, and now ABC once again trying to push in. I want to see Askerath just go in and hoard Zuni as soon as he gets it up in 2-3 seconds here, and try to set up, maybe a frozen orb, like AOE, cleave, try to burn some of Zuni's mana.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, things aren't looking too bad here for nLite. Zuniaki still with a mana lead, 7% dampening at this point of the game. And I mean, Walrex, there's been multiple moments in the game where he's been absolutely really close to just getting taken out. Asgrath once again into a trap. The Singe gets the trap, and a Blessing of Protection comes in immediately. So unfortunately, losing that 50-50 on the Singe Dispel. Grip on Cassidy will bring him out of line of sight, but a Hammer of Justice on Facile. Zuniaki with lightning fast reflexes gets the Dispel and allows Facile to get out of line of sight. And once again, we're going to have nLite kind of hiding behind the pillar, trying to weather the storm of this Infernal. And if they can do that, then they're not too afraid to make a push. At this point in the game, I feel like it's really important that Asgrath actually goes for drinks, but he just wants to keep Walrus topped off, and they're actually just going to continue this push. Asgrath, out of the stun, should have the healing to take him down. Infernals are... actually gets another Infernal proc. Damage from Walrus should be ramping up here. Zuniaki in a prime position, not crowd control. And ABC playing very defensive. They just want to make sure that Asgrath isn't going any crowd control. One bike lands onto Walrus. A full polymorph is snuck in. Nicely done there by Alec, and this is the burst damage we want to see. Cassidy really not taking too much pressure, though. A nice survival instincts, gets back to the pillar with his frenzied regen, and should be able to top himself. I mean, he got topped off there while Zuniaki was in crowd control. Quite remarkable at this point in dampening, but still managed to do it. And now with a little bit of a reset, nLite once again going to be going back to the pillar, and this is kind of how it works. These hit and runs on ABC, if they get the Singe on the entangling roots, that's when they can really push in and get a lot of damage rolling. You need to see Asgrath try to freedom those roots, because if that happens, all of a sudden it's not a 50-50. You can always remove the freezing trap, and then it's obviously a big deal.
I think I was saying this yesterday, but I feel like with the Paladin matchup, that Diamond Ice trap would be better. I feel like even a 5-second trap is more than enough. The Paladin doesn't heal when he's crowd controlled, so like this freezing trap right here, if they get unlucky, which they did, Asgrath just heals Walrus to full in the next couple seconds with Divine Favor. Oh, no, maybe not completely full. Double Drestigath, they drop it there, but imagine if that was a Diamond Dice. He wouldn't have got Singed. That would have been a trinket. Garrett, it would have had to have been a trinket. There's no way. I feel like you can win with that, just that little amount of crowd control, as opposed to running this 50-50. With the Monk, you definitely can't. The Jade Statue heals too much, but I would love to see nLite try the Diamond Ice trap in future games if this doesn't end up working out for them on Ashamay. It's not to say that it's not going to, but Zuniaki's mana is a lot lower than it was at this time last time around. They're going to need to try and get something going quick, and Infernal's just called in. Asgrath has to trinket sacrifice, but at least they got that objective. Now they need to run for the hills, trying to get back to Zuniaki. Zuniaki prems the poly, fears Alec away. They're going to hit Alec a bit. He's very overextended. He uses Temporal Shield, soaks those hits. Triple Shadow Fury, Chaos Bolt off to the side. Walrix on the left, Alec on the right. They've got them pincered. They mind control Walrix, trying to pull him into a bad spot maybe here. They stun Asgarath. He can't use the Imp Dispel, I believe, maybe while mind controlled, so trying to coordinate that together. Unable to net really any pressure, unfortunately, here, and Zuniaki's mana is just getting thinner and thinner.
Yeah, and it's not looking too great in terms of cooldowns either. Asgarath has his bubble, Warwick has his unending resolve. They need to make a push, try to force one of them, and let's see if they can get it. Zuni, nice premonition there on the sheep. He's gonna just sit back here, do as much damage as possible to just heal with that damage. Alec looking for some polys here onto Facile. They force out the bubble. Warwick's taking so much damage. Blessing of Protection comes out here in that push. This is exactly the push they needed. Yeah, it's not looking good and cool. Oh, Zuni's getting swapped to though here. Gonna have to hold the analysis for a little second here. Big damage coming in. Zuni has his pain suppression, choosing to hold on to it for a second here. I guess doesn't think he might need it. Zuni actually locked on Shadow right now, so he can't go for the fear for a couple more seconds. And they just delete Warwicks without even needing the fear. What is going on? And lives are just powering up right now, man.
They
This is
certainly
insane.
are. Yeah, currently 2-0. Now they're putting themselves on match point here, Ben.
I did not expect this at all. I don't know where this damage is coming from. I mean, even when the trap is getting singed really quickly, I feel like I have to agree with you, Seth. I feel like unless he's giving up like a really important honor talent or something like that for the is it even an honor talent, Diamond Ice?
It is an honor talent, yeah. So he needs Feign Death. He needs Reverse Sacrifice. Is there any conflict? No, is there any conflict?
Spider Sting. This, I think he needs all those.
Maybe not. Spider Sting just gets dispelled by the Paladin.
The Paladin's in crowd control and he's Spider
Why
Sting.
doesn't he Spider
like
Sting the Imp? And then the Imp silences. Does it silence itself on its fire? It does Firebolt to cast their spells. I would think Spider Sting would silence the Imp, and then you could trap. But
I don't know, but yeah, this is insane. We can take a look at the last few moments of the game. They had a nice little swap on Zuniaki here, but Facile and Cassidy are always ready to pounce. It is just, look at this. It's just a stun. Just a short little stun.
Yeah, play Diamond Dice. Look at that.
One shot.
What is happening?
Look at this. We're caught in the Matrix right now.
The replay can't even believe that Zuniaki's winning.
A Destro Warlock dying that fast literally broke the replay system. It's like something you're not supposed to see. Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, nLite playing super well in this series now. ABC down 2 games here. They're really going to have to win this next game if they want to turn this series around. What is it that's going on the side of ABC, Zico, or is it just nLite playing out of their minds?
I think, to be honest, nLite's playing out of their minds, obviously, but I think they kind of copied the strat that MyWay used against ABC that almost beat them, and maybe they practice it a little bit more, fine-tuned it a little bit here and there, and now they're bringing it to ABC, and I got to be honest, like, ABC so far, their mage lock is not looking great. I think it needs more practice.
Mm-hmm. Do you think then that they should maybe switch up their composition a little bit on the side of ABC Super Ts, or should they continue with this mage lock?
They should play something different. I'm trying to think if maybe that one point where they got Aspect of the Turtle, but other than that, I liked their Rogue Mage when they played Rogue Mage. Whereas, I think Mage Lock should win, but I don't like what the Mage Lock is. What's happening to the Mage Lock in these matchups. So I would rather see Nixie come in and they go back to the Rogue Mage Paladin.
Nixie.
Do you want to play for sticker points to see if
Nixie comes in? Are we doing this for a point, Zico? Nixie comes in.
I think we should. Why not?
All of us are going in on the point. Do we lose a point if we're wrong?
No,
we just not get a point. We're all going to go in.
We're only winners here.
Okay,
well, then why
so
wouldn't you just always go in on a point?
We don't lose points if we're wrong?
If we don't lose points, then there's no risk. Yeah, we just go in.
Well, that's true. I don't know. We'll have to... I just thought the stickers would be fun. I don't know if we need a whole rule book, but...
Okay,
I want to take it to see the map.
No, Nixie. We're taking it back, all of us.
What are they gonna do though? I guess the map is gonna be super nice, but nLite, they look like they just don't die. They don't die and they just one-shot you. I don't know what is happening right now. What the big difference is. Didn't we see nLite play against Raikou yesterday?
I don't think they were playing.
We did, right? Except
I feel like they weren't playing double reap or double dress and
double
bike.
Yeah.
I still think they should diamond dice into Mage Lock.
I think we're gonna see a Fire Mage, and I don't know what did they lose?
Fire
Mage! That's gotta be a point. That's gotta be a point.
That's not a point. We were not playing it for a point.
What? I said I think they're gonna bring in the fire. What? I didn't hear you say it.
We did.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, we weren't playing for a point. You said.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I have my private Google document, the software sheet, anyway, and I'm updating it, so it's fine. Anyway, this is. I think
no sticker.
No sticker. All right, I'll put the stickers away.
I think
go ahead.
I think Alec wants to kind of play maybe a little Versa Haste mix here. Maybe play G-Pie and have Warwick stay really far back and try to maybe counter pressure them when they're doing these pushes. But I don't know. It looks like nLite are just, I don't know what they had this morning in their coffee. If Zuni, he's running his laundry machine in the background or what's going on. But these guys are on fire right now.
It's the sunglasses and the plants. Just gives them that extra bit of oomph, I think.
I think so. Yeah, the sunglasses, and the plants as well. Maybe the plants needed a few days, to kick in and fix the environment there. It's looking great for them.
Let's talk about that haste first build, though. Somewhere right in the middle for Alec. We talked about it a little bit, Ben, when you were discussing Gelu and what he should run. What would be the benefits of that if we saw Alec build his fire mage around that?
Well, I just think in general, so far from the mages, we've seen two different ways you can approach it. They either go maximum haste, which means you're probably going to drop your versatility to around 15 to 20%, something like that. Or they go maximum versatility, and then they drop their haste down to 25, maybe a little more, to between 25 and 30, I think is a safe estimate. And I think you can play more of a mix. So you can play, instead of playing 60% versatility or 50%, you can play down at like 35. So you don't just absolutely get destroyed. But at the same time, it's more reasonable to get those casts off. But it's something we don't often see from the mages in tournaments. I think there's like a mentality that they want to get full advantage of their corruption. So just stacking one specific stat is going to give you that maximum benefit. But I do like the balanced build, especially when you're playing Mage Lock Paladin. I think the Paladin gives you enough defense, and if they do go after your Warlock, having a little bit of extra haste to kind of mix things up, I think is really, really strong. So we'll see what he decides to go with. I don't mind the Fire Mage. I actually really like it, to be honest with you. It's what we saw Gelu run into jungles, and they ended up finding great success. So I think it's a good adaptation, and you might as well try something, because what you're doing isn't working.
All right, let's see if it works out. He has multiple glasses. What? I mean, he's really prepared here. I mean, the only thing is he doesn't have the jungle
Zuniaki,
shirt.
I don't know if you know this about Zuniaki, but he's an extremely stylish guy. Like,
Oh yeah.
when he goes to
yes.
conventions and stuff like that, he is probably one of like the best dressed. Like he's living in Paris. This guy definitely, his fashion sense is A1. So having multiple pairs of transmog for his glasses, I think it's definitely important, Sid.
Oh, maybe when things start getting back to normal, we'll have to go shopping with Zuniaki. Then we can look fresh.
That would be fun. Maybe we can bring Chanimal in as well, if he lives in France.
Yeah, Chanimal.
Chanimal is super well dressed as well. I really.
Chanimal. You know who else is well dressed? Gelu. Gelu has a great style.
Chanimal.
Oh yeah, his jacket was amazing. Do you guys remember his jacket? He had that
Chanimal,
like the white
Gelu,
tiger
and
jacket.
Zuni on the same team.
He's just a walking billboard. All right. Well, I mean, so this is basically what we're seeing is classic Tolveron Mage Warlock Paladin versus Jungle. The Jungle doesn't want to push in because they have to overextend, whereas the Mage Lock is happy to take this position where they're just flame striking down. And I like this build. I think the Flame Strike, I think it's World in Flames, and the Flame Patch is really, really good poke damage for a Fire Mage. So I love that Alec. Yeah, he's actually not playing the World in Flames, but he is playing a ton. Alec is actually playing maximum haste. So he's got maximum haste, which means if they do go after Alec, I think they can kill him literally instantly. So got to be really, really careful as that Fire Mage. But he's also going to be able to punish the team of nLite quite a bit with these really, really fast G-Pies. 2 going out onto Cassidy. Walrick's actually putting out a little bit of damage onto Zuniaki. Facile might just outright die, and this is what they need. They need a little bit more oomph in their damage, and that was definitely one of the most impressive hits we've seen, but that was a Combustion and the Dark Soul. So nLite, after they kind of recover from this, they're probably going to be feeling safe to make a push.
And they immediately jumping onto Alec here out in center field, trying to chase him down and secure some more crowd control in Asgrath. Cassidy's going after him. There's the bash. They pre-bop the bash. Zuni gets put into a poly, prems it into another poly, but that bop is being super effective here. Greater Pyro casted over onto Cassidy, going to be a big hit. Likely Shadow melded there. Has Frenzied Regen available. He's just running back to the pillar. Zuniaki pre-barriers the Hammer of Justice. Nice play by Zuniaki, reducing a ton of damage on his team here, but another Hammer of Justice from that Ineffable Truth in onto Cassidy. Does he have it again? There's another Hammer of Justice? Where's he going to put that one? Asgrath trinkets out of the stun here. Big guidance device onto Alec. The Seal jumping in as well, trying to get fish for more cooldowns, but there's not catching anything with the bait. Trying to power through Avenging Wrath. That's a difficult task. Cassidy on the run again. Alec blinks over, gets one Greater Pyro, looks for the second. Isn't able to find the second one, but even one was decimating Zuniaki. Chaos Bolt, big hit by Walrix. Oh, beautiful counterspell, but Zuniaki. Oh my, what is this consistent pressure on the Zuniaki? He's having to spend so much mana on Shadow Mends right there. That's not good news for the late game for nLite.
Yeah, another thing that's not good news for the end game is the fact that AWC is down 0-2. So we've ran out of big maps to play on anyway. So if nLite does lose this, they're not completely out of the series. They're still going to be in a pretty good situation. But right now, Fire Mage is definitely doing some work here for ABC. Alex with those Greater Pyroblasts able to do so much damage. Spamming out, you see that little black thing on the ground with the flames in. That is the flame patch Ruki was talking about earlier, which is a little dot after you flame strike basically. Alec actually trying to polymorph Warwick's there on the mind control to remove all of his bleeds, and Zuni realizing it cancels his mind control. So there's a lot of high level plays like that between the mage and the priest, between the priest and the warlock as well, that have a decent amount of impact. Oh my god, what is this damage? Asgarath's gonna bubble sacrifice on one. He gets mind control! If they can stop this mind control, they do stop it there. Warren's going for Shadow Fury. He gets another mind control. Nice counter spell by Alec. He's going to stop that. That would have been massive. That mind control would have kept Warwick on low HP and potentially bought them enough time to push him over. Warwick is going to stabilize there from that Avenging Wrath. The wings was active. If they don't get any ineffables though, Warwick only has one cooldown, but Cassidy's the one taking fat damage here. Combustion is rolling, Alec gets kicked on fire. Another Hammer of Justice comes in. Cassidy's gonna trinket that one. Shadow Meld the Chaos Walk, and then he's gonna reopen onto Warwick. He gets Blessing of Protection. Cassidy running back. He gets a fat hit there. Big damage coming in from Alec. He's gonna get leaped back there to Zuni. And Zuni has his pain suppression, but his mana is down to 50%. And this is the most we've seen nLite tested so far in this series.
It's their hardest.
I really like this. Yeah, it's their hardest map, but I also think just the Fire Mage. I really think that nLite needs to realize how squishy Alec is and potentially go after him, because he has really low versatility in this match. He's playing Max Haste, he's playing Flames of Alacrity, and I just think he would take a lot more damage than Walrus. They have been finding success on Walrus, but I think a slight adaptation needs to be made. That being said, Alec with the Shimmers can really overextend nLite, so it's not as easy as just going after him really, really quickly, but I think he is susceptible to burst. Zuniaki's mana being pressured quite a bit in the match. Cassidy's going to be opening up. Big damage on Walrus once again. Immediate Blessing of Protection, just a Hail Mary trap coming in from Facile, sliding across the whole map. Unfortunately missing. But yeah, definitely a good try there. Askrath now, I mean, look, he's got no Trinket, he's got no Divine Shield. Walrix with no wall. I feel like nLite just needs one more push and they can win this game.
I bet Asgrath runs into that trap like a minute later and it wins the game. That trap is just sitting in the middle of nowhere. Oh, he's behind a pillar from the mind control on match point. Asgrath
sacrifice again.
Time.
What? Ineffable, dude.
Nazoth shines upon you, Asgrath, here on match point. Otherwise, Walrus would have been erased here. I'd like to see Zuni Cassidy reposition. Get away from this pillar where they're just getting dogpiled. Another Blessing of Protection. No, Zuni's out in midfield. Oh, every man for himself here. Rapture activates. He's just bouncing around trying to go for a Psychic Scream. Stun into Psychic Scream on the Imp Dispel. Potentially, if they get lucky here, they could just close the game out. Askrath, is he going to respond? Bring your Frostman Cassidy. Falling on Zuni. There's the Imp Dispel. It gets unlucky. He has a Divine Shield. Is it going to be enough, though? There's no throughput. Healing cooldowns available. Only Flash of Light. They call in the Infernals. They go for the Dark Soul. Larix is trying to blast him away here before they can run, but they are immediately back to the pillar. I mean, this is a checkmate position right now for nLite. If they can close this out here before that Ineffable procs again, there's no Dark Soul threat. They should have free reign to push onto Larix pretty soon here.
Checkmate position for nLite, but maybe not if Enzoff has something to say about it. Chaos Bolt coming in onto Zuni, Greater Pyroblast, another Chaos Bolt, and now here we go, here's the setup. This is it. If they can land the freezing trap with the root, it's going to be game. Askrath realizing it, dropping the freedom on himself there. It's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. Zuni cannot go for any fears right now. He's going to get clothesline. Askrath is just too far away from him, so they're going to have to sit back and look at that sack cooldown. Look at that Trinket cooldown rotating back up here for Asgrath. They are on the clock. They have 10% mana. They have a 20-second window to kill Warwick's here. If they don't take it, I don't think they're going to win this game. They're going for the mind control. Here's the push. There it is. The Hyena is there. Facile goes for the trap. Can they get the 50-50? They do get the 50-50, but they have no immediate JK. They have the sacrifice coming back up again. Nazoth coming in with the one, and now Cassidy is getting blasted, going back to the pillar. He's gonna get this spell on Hammer of Justice. Zuni's in a full sheep. Cassidy is going to recover.
Sacrifice! Look at sacrifice!
What? He has it
What?
again.
It was just uses 10 seconds.
Oh, huge hit on the Zuni!
Go after Zuni! Zuni's in some trouble. He's getting lower. He's almost completely tapped on mana. Asgrath has sacrifice! It's just off cooldown! What is happening right now? This is why Paladin is so strong in the jungle. nLite, they must be crying. They're nLite right now, they don't know. They don't know sacrifice is off cooldown. They're getting ready to try to make a push. Once again, you can but they're just pinned at the pillar. And if they push in again, there's just another sacrifice. Watch this. Cassidy, Zuniaki, and Facile are going to be in complete disbelief. When this sacrifice lands on Walrix, they are going to weep into their pillow. They don't even use sacrifice. They get the blessing of protection. Sacrifice going to be available again. Divine Shield. Asgrath is, yeah, he's definitely blessed in this game. I mean, nLite, there's just no openings at this point. Almost completely tapped on mana. Alec has him pinned at the pillar. And ABC with this composition, with this map pick, they're looking extremely good.
I mean, they've got them pincered here at the pillar. They've got more than enough answers to trade. They just need to overwhelm and decimate at this point. Asgrath's pulling away. He gets into the stun. They just don't need to not throw a Divine Shield sacrifice. Now what are they going to do? Run back to the pillar? I mean, nice leap there by Cassidy. Facile needs to catch up. Getting a resummon on that imp. Feign death from Facile. Trying to interrupt some cast there. Get back to the pillar. He literally has
Blessing of Protection's off cooldown too.
He has. They got the sacrifice, right? Unless he gets lucky. I'm watching that sac. Oh no, he's drinking. They have to do something about the drink if they ever wanted to have a hope of winning this. The bike! The bike got the cauterize! Is it gonna get the block? He's just burning down from cauterize. They got Avenging Wrath at least there on that push, so they can go back on the Walrix, but I'm just watching sacrifice a minute and 20 right now. If it procs, I mean, it's 100% going to save the day. Zuni got a bit of mana. Zuni actually got a bit of mana amidst all that chaos, so...
That's big. That's massive.
A couple extra seconds.
I'm telling you right now, they literally just looked at Alec and he exploded and cauterized. So I think they realized, hey, maybe this mage can just get one shot. So I think they have 2 pressure points now.
I think Alec dies pre-block. I think he's going to get 1 dress dead. Here we go.
Here it is. Here it is.
Oh, the spell's coming in. There it is. Full trap. Gets singed. They have a DR stun. Can he get it? They so want to go for the double dress. They already got the weak aura ticking. The pull timer is rolling. Dilly is watching. Can they get it? Big damage here. Alec knows it. He's popping the combust. Trying to deflect the situation. Goes for the polymorph. And here he goes. Death range. There it is. There it is. If that crit, it would have been game over. But he does get the ice block. He gets the sacrifice.
They overlapped.
They overlapped everything. They go for Asgard.
Asgard is gonna die.
He might just die. He's mind controlled. If Facile can connect, he can actually take him down. Alec!
No way! He's on 1%!
3-0 for nLite. There's no way. That is an absolute insane game coming from nLite. What a crazy series. They managed to best ABC, and now, I mean, if we take a look at the standings, Europe is completely wide open at this point. There is a ton of teams that are either 2-3 or 3-2, and it's still anyone's game to make it into that top 4. This is actually incredible.
Yeah, super well done by nLite, 3-0ing ABC. Absolutely insane victory for them. Well fought by ABC as well. Here are the match results, Supatees.
Oh my, how did they do it? How did they do it? Oh my god, how did they do it? They 3-0'd Mage Lock. It's not that they just beat Mage Lock, they 3-0'd Mage Lock. I feel like Mage Lock like pushed jungle on the ground, had their foot on jungle the entire year, just like, nope, stay down. And they 3-0'd them out of nowhere with the double Reaping Flame, double Guidance, double Dressed. That's actually insane.
I mean, the last 3 series, if you count Cloud9 series at the end of yesterday, have been not so good for Mage Lock teams to go.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I feel like I don't know. People are starting to exploit it a little bit. I'm not sure.
We're in the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, I had to take on my glasses after that performance by Zuni. That was, I don't know what's going on here. Even Hydra's team yesterday, they came so close to beating the Mage Lock as well.
Yeah. Ben?
I was going to say, I mean, just looking at, didn't it feel like that was ABC's game to lose? Like, they had everything going for them. Man, I can't believe nLite managed to come back. They were completely ABC had so many cooldowns they could rotate through, but the amount of burst damage that they're able to put out on that jungle cleave and how coordinated their burst is, ABC got caught off guard a few times, and this is a really unexpected result for me.
And if we saw this series play out again, nLite versus ABC, is there something we would want to see ABC do differently next time, Supatees?
Probably play Rogue Mage. I feel like
if they can't win the matchup like that, where they're getting ineffable truth like over and over and over and over in that matchup, I feel like on their best maps, like they should have just gone back to Rogue Mage and tried that instead.
Okay, well, unfortunate series for ABC. Well done by nLite, being able to 3-0 ABC. Now we're going to go to our final European series of the day. That's going to be Wildcard Gaming versus F2K MyWay. F2K MyWay, we mentioned actually during this series, they had a pretty close one yesterday. Wildcard Gaming, of course, super strong team right now in the circuit, as well as the AWC Cups. Zico, what do we want to see from these two teams for after this break here?
It's really hard to call. I mean, from MyWay, we're gonna see Discipline Priest jungle.
Wait, are we doing points?
Are we guessing?
We can put some points on it if you guys want.
I think so, yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. F2K MyWay, Discipline Priest jungle. Wildcard Gaming. One sec, let me see if I have any visions.
I'm second.
Windwalker Mage, Pally.
Okay.
Dang it.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to say.
Wait. Okay, I'm gonna do your guess, Ben, and then I'm gonna do mine. I'm gonna get 3 points out of my guess.
Okay, Wildcard Gaming, they're going to be playing Windwalker Mage Paladin, F2K MyWay, Discipline Priest Jungle. And I know it seems like I'm copying off Zico, but that was going to be my guess.
Ready? I'm going to one-up both of you, okay? It's going to be Windwalker Mage Pally for Wildcard Gaming playing Spite Trinket. And it's going to be F2K MyWay playing Discipline Priest Jungle.
You don't get an extra point for saying that.
I get an extra point for that.
Yeah, you don't. You do not.
You absolutely do not.
You get a brownie,
literally
but
calling
no
it
stickers will be
specific
counted out
trinket.
for that one.
Well, in that case, I'm gonna say, Hydra is gonna be running Versa amps, and I should get a point for that as well. Bro, it's obvious. Like, let's go. You get it for the comps only.
Okay. All right. Well, that's 2-3-0 series of the day. Now we're going to move on to our third series, our final European series. That's going to be Wildcard Gaming versus F2K MyWay. Stick around. We'll be right back.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament was probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
Is the Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% out. What is going on? They actually hit it. Good range. Temporal shield. Wildcard Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft. Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop his roots. Nothing. That's just gonna fall. Bomb drops. Candy shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. A big takedown. Wildcard Gaming and Hard Jordan 2019 BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge. 2-star surge.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Lost and Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it! Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadow
No
Stone.
way.
The kidney shot. Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back, everyone. Is game number 1, Wildcard Gaming versus F2K MyWay.
More like
We all get
points
points.
gaming. Let's go. We all get
Wait, do
2
we
points.
all
Oh
get
yeah,
points?
who gets points?
Yeah, but
Is
right
that the
now,
same as us getting no points though? Ooh, big opener here on Maru. That's going to be a trap on Looney very early on. Temporal Shield deflects just a little bit, but a very aggressive opening here by F2K. And we have seen them use the Spite Trinkets, and here we go. Hydra is going to get spited up, a paralyze into a Blinding Sheet, into a leg sweep. Hydra immediately using his pain suppression. Let's see how he handles this situation. There's going to be big burst damage here available. The corruption is just overloading Hydra. And I'm curious to see if he kind of read this situation, because it doesn't seem like these Spite Trinkets are super effective. Hydra weathers the storm, and now they're turning it around tomorrow. Can they get a big cooldown? They get the sacrifice from Looney, and things aren't looking too bad here for F2K.
Tony's also playing Cyclone, so during those Spite attempts, he might be able to stop some of the crowd control chain by using crowd control himself. He's also going to soak some interrupts. I do wonder if Tony playing Cyclone could turn the tables of this matchup.
Hydra's playing 3 corruption too.
Yeah, so I
knew it.
Corruption here, and very smartly so, because this is how Wildcard Gaming beat, I believe it was nLite, and now we're gonna see big push here coming in. Maro gonna disrupt the Dragon's Breath, the clone into a sheep with the Dragon's Breath sheep there, and we're gonna see Hydra now paralyzed. Here's the spies being lobbed out. Blizzo roots him inside of it. There's the leg sweep. They have the damage. Hammer of Justice comes out as well, but I don't see the third spite here. Maro wasn't able to get it, and unfortunately for him, that means Hydra probably gonna be able to recover here without actually having to use much cooldowns at all. He's just spamming out the Rapture. Shadowman's coming out, and Hydra is just deflecting the situation beautifully so far, but still, Blizzard's all over him. He's taking a decent amount of damage. He goes for the Shadowman, and he is playing Masochism, which means when he Shadowmans himself, he's going to be taking less damage from physical attacks. Maro gets Cyclone. Now Tony's trying to swap it to Blizzo. Can he swap it to Looney and go for Maro? It doesn't look like it. Maybe Looney was on DR there. Now they're going to stun up Looney into the trap here, potentially. Hydra is ready to fear as well outside of it. Nasty spell being precasted by Hydra. He gets it, but he's gonna have to fake here. He gets he is sheeped here. Blizzo in a full stun though, and Tony going for the Cyclone. Both Tony and Kazu need to be running right now while Hydra is in the CC chain here, Van.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kasu, though, not really taking too much damage. In the meantime, Hydra's going to get out of the crowd control. Mana could be a win condition here for Wildcard Gaming if these spite attempts aren't going to be working out. Maybe they want to try spiting someone else in the match. I'm not sure. Hydra is at least burning through a lot of his mana when they go after him, so definitely something to consider. But good crowd control coming in from F2K MyWay. I really like this Cyclone pick. Maro now going for a polymorph. Unfortunately, can't find it. The Blinding Light comes in to actually break it. They completely botched their attempt. They're going to go for a leg sweep on Kasu. Maybe they're actually just going after the DPS now. Full polymorph on Hydra. This is actually setting up quite nicely here for Wildcard Gaming. Casso, if he has to use that aspect of the turtle, it's going to be danger time for F2K, but looks like Hydra should be able to stabilize with a nice Shadow Mend. Casso holds on to fight another day, and now it's going to be up to F2K MyWay to try to get a nice first attempt going on either Morrow or Blizzo.
I feel like because Hydra has like no stats from dropping his corruption so much, that Wildcard Gaming just have to stay alive and do maximum damage. They should be able to run Hydra out of mana and win that way. But right now they're all in crowd control. Morrow pre-temporal shields the hit. Oh, but doesn't heal for too much though. And Looney's in a Cyclone. Beautiful setup right now. Is there a Master Spell for the Ice Block? There is. Can they close it out here in one crowd control chain? Looney denies the kill with Divine Favor into Avenging Wrath. Big heals out from Looney, but it did cost quite a lot on that assault. Hydra's mana's running pretty close to empty at this point, so they're definitely going to need to keep up the pressure here. Tony looking for Cyclones. Cyclones Morrow at low health. I really like these Cyclones from Tony, both defensively and offensively. Another Freezing Trap lands here. They're pushing on to Morrow. Hydra's on top of him as well. All three members of F2K MyWay trying to drill down Morrow, but they don't find any damage there. Really surprising lack of damage. They're doing the Spite strat on the Hunter, but Life Grip from Hydra counters it. Tony's spamming out Cyclones. They're not going to find any momentum from that Spite. All three members of F2K once again connect on Morrow, waiting eagerly for that Freezing Trap cooldown to utilize onto Looney in the near future. And Casso is sitting right next to him, waiting, but Tony's being pressured. He needs to land the trap. Freezing Trap has been landed. Casso moves in. Hydra's in position for a Psychic Scream. A lot of trouble for Morrow here. The Maledict is stacking up. Full Psychic Scream. No way to escape. F2K MyWay are seconds away to close it out in Game 1 against Wildcard Gaming.
That's another victory for a jungle team here. Game 1 victory against Wildcard Gaming, and that just looked like a super clean game there, Zico.
That was an insane game, actually. F2K MyWay read the strategy perfectly from Wildcard Gaming. Hydra was wearing low corruption. Hydra was prepared in terms of what race he was playing with that human priest and everything. And they knew, as long as we don't get spited and killed, we're going to have a good time in this matchup. We can do setups. There's no Warlock that's going to dispel every trap. We can just focus on trying to kill Morrow. And they were able to get those big setups. And at the end there, Hydra able to secure it with the fear. Just a clean game here from F2K. They played it to the game plan. They read what the enemy team wanted to do, and they executed on it. And now my question is for Wildcard here. Is it turbo time?
Yeah, Hydra actually only running 3 corruption here. Was Spite just not quite as powerful as they were expecting on the side of Wildcard then?
Well, I mean, that's basically the way it works, right? If Hydra's going to be playing above 30 corruption, around that mark, then those Spite attempts become really, really scary as you get really overloaded by the corruption. That being said, if you run really low corruption, it's kind of a gamble, because if you run really low corruption and they don't Spite, then you're playing at a disadvantage being so low in corruption. But if they do use Spite, they commit a lot to that trinket, then you're pulling out way ahead. So I think Hydra just read the situation really, really well, kind of realizing what they wanted to do after seeing how they played it against nLite. And it was just a good guess by them, a good read, and because of that, they didn't get punished by that Spite whatsoever, and they were able to eventually pull out a win.
And then Zico touched on it a bit. What do you want to see Wildcard do, Super T's? Do they play a different comp here, maybe readjust their gear? What's their next move?
For some reason, I want to see Turbo again. What happened?
It's turbo time.
Yeah, like mid-season in the cups, like Turbo just owned jungle for a week. Like everyone is playing Turbo and just destroying jungle. So what? Why is someone playing it again? I feel like it's still good. Paladin with Ineffable, enhanced full Versa, Blizzo's on Warrior. I mean, I would just play Turbo at least one game to feel it out, and then maybe if it just does fall apart, then no, okay, figure out something else. But I don't know, I would play Turbo if I was them. Get Blizzo on Warrior, Looney on that Paladin with Ineffable Truth, like Z-Pie on Enhance, full Verso. Like I would do that 100%, I think.
Okay, well, that is going to be Wildcard Gaming's map choice. If they are going Turbo here, Zico, or if we want to see them go Turbo, what map do you want to see them lock in for that?
Ruins of Lordaeron.
Not yet.
Run at Hydra. Too soon it is. I think generally speaking, smaller maps, but Ruins is the perfect map for running down a priest as a turbo. So if we see that locked in, probably what's going to happen. But I don't know also, because Wildcard has a lot of different competitions that they can play. So I think the map is going to be somewhat telling. And also, maybe they saved the turbo for game number 3, because I feel like they would have, if it's as dominant as we saw it, we would have seen all the teams that were running it, like XZ, Wildcard, etc. They would just keep running it, right? But no one is running it anymore. So there's got to be some war game result that maybe, you know, there's a strat or something that the jungle is doing that they can't do anything against. I'm not sure, but I feel like Wildcard is not going to lock in the turbo here. They're going to lock it in if they lose this game. I don't know what they're going to lock in here, though. They could lock it in here, but I don't think they will.
30 seconds left here with Tiger's Peak on the board. If they do run the same comp then from game number 1 here, how do you think, what's their win condition here on Tiger's Peak for game number 2, 60s?
I mean, Wildcard Gaming should just play Spite. FTK MyWay has to wear no corruption. If they wear corruption, Hydra dies to Spite. So they have to wear no corruption, and Wildcard Gaming should just assume Hydra's wearing no corruption. Maybe do a couple Spite goes just to make sure. And then after that point, just maximum damage with Windwalker, Mage Paladin, and put out pressure wherever you can, run the preset of mana. This can be really hard for Hydra, who has no corruption to heal through maximum corruption Windwalker Mage damage. I feel like they could just even play a more passive game and win just with attrition if they needed to.
And Zico, no point for you, sorry.
There was no point on the line there. I feel like I would have already had a point for the Fire Mage call earlier. But it's okay. Speaking of it, I have 4 points right now, right?
Do you?
Yeah. Didn't we all get 2 points for predicting this matchup?
Oh, right. I wanted to know what I was saving it. What do we want for stickers? What do you guys want?
I want my
Turtle.
stars.
Star, okay.
Stars all the
Star
way.
for Zico.
2 stars, please.
What do you want, Sid?
Give me the turtles. Vinruki sold me on the turtles.
Okay, Ben, what do you want, Ben?
Yeah, I forget. It was sunflowers or something like that. Do you have dogs?
You forget?
I don't. I
forget.
have a tiger.
I have put
Anything
so
is
much
fine.
work into this and you forgot?
I did,
I
yeah.
didn't say so much work. I like scribbled your guys' names in. I'm gonna give you a lion. There you go.
What, there was lions?
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
So they're
man.
tigers and bears?
Well, earn another point and I'll give you a lion. There no. There's just like there's a giraffe, a zebra.
Actually,
What game-
I really...
Zebra.
What I want to see from Wildcard Gaming in this match is, I hope they're actually not playing Spite. I feel like it's unnecessary. They don't need it. It can work, but it's kind of like one trick, right? Like, I feel like if Hydra is prepared for it and they play it right, and even Tony going Cyclone kind of really mixes things up. They're actually going after Blizzo, might just immediately kill him. They push through the Touch of Karma. Blizzo's getting lower. He's really greeting it right now. Doesn't have Diffuse Magic as well, so keep that in mind. The Maledict play coming in from F2K MyWay, kind of reading that talent choice. Blizzo almost going down in the opener. Really, really scary moment, but they're actually going to be going after Hydra once again. Are they going to go for the Spite? They are. They're going for the Spites. I really don't know if I like this. The only thing that could be going on right now is Hydra says, yeah, they're not going to Spite me again, and he put all his corruption back on. If that happened, then Hydra's in a lot of trouble. If that didn't happen, then I feel like F2K MyWay, they're looking good for this one.
If that didn't happen, then they just play a standard game. I think you even maybe just sheep Hydra, go DPS, double leg sweep, which they immediately swap to when Spite's on cooldown. I like that mid-game adaptation here by Wildcard Gaming. So far deflecting the assault, but for how much longer? Blizzo's alone, turbo fisting away here to try and parry attacks, but 1 second left on it. Sacrifice connects in the nick of time. There's a massive amount of pressure on Blizzo. F2K MyWay mixing up their targeting choices here in game 2, and it's definitely putting Wildcard Gaming behind. Now they're even swapping to Looney, really trying to keep them on their toes, playing aggressively during that downtime of the Spite. Cyclone! Nice, they get the trinket. Will it be enough? Blessing of protection in the back pocket of Looney, but he's caught in a freezing trap. Blizzo, are you going to run away here? He's going to try to, but he's already at half health. Portal's very far away from the fight, trying to stabilize. Oh my, that was a big proc of damage through the pillar onto Blizzo. Bash on Looney. Castu chasing him down to try and finish this, but that Cyclone actually might be enough. He gets clotheslined. Divine Shield has been forced. Blessing of Protection, Karma, everything here for Blizzo. Insane offense from F2K, and unless one of these Spite attempts works pretty soon, I'm worried for Wildcard in game 2.
Well, they're not going to have one anytime. They're not gonna have one anytime soon because Hydra just uses human ratio right there, and well, they didn't use the spite, so the next time Hydra comes off stun, they're gonna have that leg sweep from Blizzo to potentially set up with. But right now, Looney's in a full freezing trap. This is a checkmate situation. If they stun Blizzo, if he gets feared, anything like that, it is GG. Hydra's moving in. The Maledict is ticking. Blizzo, what are you gonna do? He's trying to kite, he's trying to move. He kites Tony, mind control comes out. If Tony can reach, Castle's on one side, Ring of Peace, Blessing of Protection. Excellent kiting here by Blizzo. And I gotta say, as great Hydra has been playing, this was the first time I really saw him do a big mistake there. Should have just went for Blizzo and feared him when he was passing by. That way they would have had a clean setup where Blizzo couldn't have for them. That wasn't the case. Hydra prems the sheep right here. He gets the Vitality Conduit on the DR sheep. Nice defense here from F2K MyWay, and they are still in a great position. No trinket for Looney for a little bit. If they get some crowd control before that sacrifice, that could be big. Here we go. They get the full freezing trap. Where's the damage? Morrow is not going to be the target here. It's still going to be Blizzo. He has Fort Brood. Maledict is sticking. Looney's going to trinket immediately into the sacrifice, and he does get it off before the point in time. Blizzo and Morrow both gonna be.
Tony, he's got no trinket. He might just get absolutely blown away right now. Dragon's Breath onto Hydra. Hydra, he needs to grip him. The Hammer of Justice comes in. Tony's getting overwhelmed by corruption right now. He needs to fall off. You can see just by the visual effects on his character, he's got a lot of corruption stacks, but once that falls, big burst on Tony once again. He uses the cloak to cleanse his corruption for the time being. Going for a Cyclone on Morrow, denying some of the damage incoming, but once that corruption fades, Tony's going to be A-okay, and that's when they can once again make a push here onto Blizzo. Looney really doesn't have too many throughput cooldowns, and I feel like Blizzo, there's an opportunity, he just dies through Touch of Karma, so he needs to be very careful, going to be trading it out early on, and if they do push through it, that's going to be a chance for him to run away, but definitely scary time here for Blizzo in the near future.
Oh, Morrow snipes in a polymorph. Tony in bear form bashes Blizzo. Looking for a Cyclone, gets Counterspell, but now Counterspell won't be available for Hydra, so he should be able to heal here in the near future. He's getting this Purge the Wicked back on every target, trying to max out that Atonement healing. Prepare for the Assault, potentially a Spite. Oh, but the stun onto Looney's Avenging Wrath. Beautiful. Hydra's in position to Psychic Scream a Trinket here. Looney needs to be careful. What he uses, Trinket into a Fear. They Cyclone Blizzo at low health on Divine Favor, and that Cyclone Shield's gonna end. Can he swap the Cyclone to Looney? You got Counterspelled, no fear. Hydra's out of position. Hydra pre-barriers. He's expecting damage here onto Blizzo. Hydra in the leg sweep, that barrier fading, decides to break out of the stun with every man for a problem, but Tony is trying to get over there. Casu is unfortunately in a polymorph, but mind control, fear by Hydra. He's controlling the whole team, trying to buy time for his team to get damage out onto Blizzo. 10 seconds away from that Karma. Charging in onto Hydra. Sacrifice available. Hydra in a full stun. Huge damage dropped here onto Hydra. Only one Spite, but I actually think they should just use this Spites almost defensively in a sense. Just drop them down to scare the other team because you're never going to get real value with how little corruption Hydra is running here. Looney into a full Cyclone. Trying to connect over to Blizzo. I feel like they should just give up on Blizzo and go on Morrow at this point. I mean, he's going to have Fort Brew, Karma coming up. He's cauterized block still. It's the same. Oh, they're going to try and kill him in the stun, but Looney Trinket sacks. More than enough. Hydra could be in trouble as they're pushing for him once again. Limited options here. Rapture, that's about it. With the Desperate Prayer caught in a full Hammer of Justice. Touch of Death available. Bit surprised to not see him pull the Touch of Death while Pain Suppression's on cooldown at that point. And they've got Combustion as well with very limited mana. It could definitely take apart Hydra here in the near future. Double leg sweep, it's on diminishing return. I feel like it wasn't a great time to go for the leg sweep onto Hydra. Hydra repositioning back to the pillar. They're waiting for the freezing trap to go onto Looney. He doesn't have any way to escape it. He has to pre-sacrifice this incoming crowd control. Does he get the pre is going to be the question here. They mind control Morrow. Blizzo rolls in. There's the grappling hook. He can't sacrifice. Blizzo's out of line of sight. This could be dire straits for Blizzo. Before it brews, he's got a big damage reduction cooldown up. Trades out Karma to spell out from Looney. The Karma and the Fort Brew should be enough here with the Turbo Fist for Blizzo to survive, but still Looney has limited options to get out of crowd control at the moment. Pressure onto Tony. Wildcard Gaming try and turn it around. Tony deflects with the Survival Instincts, looking for Cyclones, but on diminishing return, likely switching the Cyclone. Soaks a counterspell. Spite's coming in onto Hydra here. And he's trying to get out before the Hammer of Justice. I don't think there's every man for himself. This is the Touch of Death. I think Hydra's going to get overwhelmed. He can drop the barrier, but is there a Ring of Peace? Touch of Death explodes. He doesn't actually take too much damage. Blizzo has to run. Looney is very far away from Blizzo. He's using Ring of Peace to line of sight Kasu. And Blizzo, I don't think the ring is long enough. Sacrifice is available. Just press Sacrifice. This is so greedy. What? It's so greedy. Sacrifice of 1%. Wildcard Gaming stay alive.
Unbelievable greed, but now Hydra's in massive trouble. Combustion gets popped by Maru, and they are shredding through. How is he going to survive? Vitality Conduit comes out. Tony's in a sheep, gets resheeped. He does get dispelled out of it. Hydra's looking for the fear. He has the Rapture right now to stabilize her, but his mana's not looking good. Kasu going for the freezing trap. He gets it. Do they have the damage? This is the one-hit wonder onto Blizzo. Looney bubbles. Do they have the mana for the massive spell? Hydra doesn't. He would have gone for it there otherwise. And now Tony is in massive trouble. Hydra's in a full sheep. Tony running for his life around the corner. Looney is chasing him here with the big damn judge, but he's not going to be able to connect it. Tony's spamming out the regrowths onto himself, and now Hydra potentially going to get swapped to. Blizzo's all over him. Tony leaps in. He gets the rakes down. He goes for the Cyclone onto Looney. He gets it. He shifts the Polymorph. It's on Kasu. Touch of Karma comes out. They have to try to go through it. I don't know if it's going to be enough. They might try to Cyclone it here. He gets Dragon's Breath on it. Tony trying to do what he can to save his priest, but he gets ring into the ring, and there it is. Vitality Conduit. Counterspell gets soaked by Tony. Hydra is going to survive for a little bit longer. He has a pain suppression, but that is it. This is Blizzo's final cooldown as well. Looney has no cooldown to save him with as well, so either Blizzo or Hydra could go down. Who's going to die first? It could be Blizzo. Big damage. Maledict is on him. He's taking fat damage here behind the pillar. Castle's all over him. Do they have the damage? Mind Control comes out. Maru Novas Looney. He gets Cyclone. If they have a stun for Looney's heal here, there it is. Big heal. He gets stunned, but he gets paralyzed. And that means Blizzo is going to probably survive here with Looney's Avenging Wrath. Hydra's in a full poly. No! Blizzo still, though, getting... But Looney fakes the Skull Bash of Tony. I can't believe it. This game is so close. Hydra's somehow got a little bit of mana. He's going for the fear. And I don't know who's going to win this game here, man.
I don't either. The Touch of Death is rolling, though. They are just going for Hydra. He's trying to get the Power Word Shield. Pain Suppression comes in, and Hydra's looking like he might be able to survive, and still, Wildcard Gaming, not too many cooldowns, but the Sacrifice rotates back up. Full Cyclone does land. He needs to break out of this crowd control to land the Sacrifice. Blizzo just preemptively running away, doing a great job with that Windwalker mobility in order to survive. Going after Hydra once again. Hydra gets interrupted, but they have the Power Word Barrier. Can they drop the barrier? Here comes the Corruption, and Hydra's going to be in a lot of trouble. He trinkets! He gets out of the Corruption. I think Hydra's going to be able to hold on, and Looney's actually getting a little bit low. They might make a swap on Looney. I mean, Looney, there's no Trinket, there's no Divine Shield, there's no nothing. If they make a hard swap on Looney, I feel like they could just close out the game, but they're just going for Blizzo, trying to shred through Karma once again. Are they going to be able to do it? Really is the question, but things are unraveling here for Wildcard Gaming.
Hydra's got no mana. He's in a full Hammer of Justice at this point. Explosive hit from Wildcard Gaming to try and pull this victory off. Nice barrier drop by Hydra. He has to use Shadow Man. That's very expensive. Freezing Trap lands. No way to escape the crowd control. Blizzo immediately evacuates, but Maledict is stacking up, absorbing a lot of his heals. Castro connects. Blizzo tries to roll away. Tony comes in from the back line. Big remote guidance device. 2 seconds left on the Psychic Scream. 1 second left. Connects the Bop. He doesn't have mana to purge. He's caught in a poly. Bop's gonna sit. They swap back to Looney. Can they land the kick on a heal here? They have to land the interrupt on Looney if they're gonna kill him. He cannot live with instant cast spells, I don't believe. Double leg sweep, he needs to cast.
The leg sweep!
Cast with the leg sweep, no, he lands the kick! Looney's gonna go down in game 2. F2K MyWay taking the match point.
Wow, I love it. Yes! It was such a good match. What a good match. F2K doing a fantastic job. I mean, that was so evenly matched. Blizzo did a really good job to survive. It is not easy to do against a really good jungle cleave. He had great cutting, great positioning, but I think Hydra, Kasu, Tony, they did such a good job maneuvering through all those one-shot setups. They managed to find great pressure, and they pulled out a victory in game number 2. And now, I have to see if Zico's prediction is correct, if they are going to be switching it up a bit in game number 3, or once again going with the same Moonwalker Mage Paladin.
Yeah, F2K MyWay now up 2-0 here against Wildcard Gaming, and this is just really looking 2 series in a row where jungle is just looking super solid, Super Tees.
Yeah, I don't. The jungles have definitely come to play today, and maybe it's not too little, too late for F2K MyWay and for nLite. They could definitely mix things up in Europe, especially if they're taking down titans like Wildcard Gaming. I can't believe Wildcard Gaming are potentially getting 3-0'd. I mean, this has been a European titan for basically the entire year, really only being rivaled by XSET historically. So competition is definitely mounting. Now they're on match point. Do they change their comp? I mean, that was a sweaty game. That by no means did that look easy at all for Wildcard Gaming. So would you rather switch your comp and hope that you don't get drenched? I mean, they got a lot to think about.
Supatis, do you know any Guns N' Roses flute?
On my flute?
Welcome to the jungle. Or your recorder. I don't know. What is it?
I'm
sure he
looking
can do
it up.
It's gonna look
He can
like-
freestyle.
You can't do it?
He could do it.
Freestyle
He's gonna freestyle
I'll-
this. Super T is great.
Yeah, you got this, man. You can do it.
I mean, I'm looking
Or I
it
can
up.
sing it, but that would be cringy.
Prep it for the
I'm
next
so
game because
happy.
they win.
Yeah. We'll let
Can I be honest,
we'll
like-
let you practice that. If they 3-0, you can play it. Go ahead, Ben.
I was gonna say, this makes me really happy. I love the fact that there's not just one team kind of just blowing everyone out. I guess except
Yeah.
XSET right now, they're still sitting kind of pretty, but like, I love that it's so wide open and these teams really are. I think this is really the beauty of that round robin is you see teams, maybe they have a bad couple of series, but they battle it back and, they go toe to toe with the big dogs. And I really enjoy watching F2K MyWay play. This is awesome.
Overall, for the round robin, since this every team has to play every team, we've kind of talked about it. There's not like a bracket structure where you can kind of avoid certain teams. There's teams that you could win a tournament, potentially never face another team. How do you feel about the format, Zico, for round robin? I think it creates really interesting series like this where we may not have seen these two teams previously play against each other.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's the beauty of it, right? Everyone has to play against each other. You have to be consistent. You have to know what you're doing. And if you have a lot of comps, obviously you're going to have a bigger advantage. But it hasn't only been the teams with a lot of comps. Teams like F2K MyWay, nLite, Coffin Dance, mainly playing, one comp and doing it, beating most of the competition with it. Not really something that you would expect, but these guys are definitely coming here to play. And I love the round robin format because there is you get to see every single scenario, like even yesterday with C9 versus Charlotte Phoenix. I don't think that's a match that we saw very often during the Cups, but here we got to see it and it was a super exciting game or series.
Yeah, super exciting. Definitely interesting to see how these teams are also sort of developing. I mean, maybe we wouldn't have seen some of the strats either that we're sort of seeing coming out of these jungle teams or any of the sort of counters that we've seen against any of the mage lock teams as well. So it's cool to see what comes out of these teams in a round robin format. But looks like we're going to be going to Black Root Cold, F2K MyWay once again, locking in jungle, Hydra on the Disc Priest, Wildcard Gaming. Now about a minute left here to switch up their composition. Do you think here, Ven, that they're going to stick with what they did in Game 1 and Game 2, or do you want to see something else coming out of these guys?
I think they could. I mean, game number 1 looked yeah. Game number 2 definitely looked a little bit better for Wildcard Gaming. There was a lot of close calls, but Hydra he always had an answer. They tried to all in. He always had Rapture, Vitality Conduit. He had the Power Word Barrier, something to survive the all in. And it's just kind of the nature of the Discipline Priest. Even when they're out of mana, if they have those cooldowns, they are not going to go down. So I think they could try to play the Windwalker the Windwalker Mage Paladin a little bit better. I think they also have a lot of different options they could run. I would personally love to see the Turbo. I think that would be awesome. If we look at their stat card, I mean, maybe we're not going to bring it up, but on their stat card, they're currently 6-0 as Turbo Cleave, Paladin Turbo Cleave, and that is against Jungle. So they literally came up with that composition to beat Jungle, but they aren't going to be going with that. They're going with the Mage, Windwalker, Paladin once again. And I'm curious to see what Wildcard Gaming is going to do to spice it up. I think honestly, what I would like to see them do is just get rid of the spites. You don't need the spites to win. Play some more offensive trinkets. Play the Obsidian Claw. Play Maledict if you want. Maybe Blizzo could play an additional trinket to survive, like Badge, something. But there's definitely a cost for using that spite trinket. And I think if Wildcard Gaming wasn't kind of relying on that, they probably would find other win conditions in the game.
How do you feel about the current corruption that they're running on the side of Wildcard? Is there anything that you would think that they should change for Wildcard?
I don't think so. I mean, let's take a quick little look. I mean, I anticipate, yeah, it's going to be full versatility for Blizzo, full versatility for Maro, and that's kind of just the standard builds you're going to be playing against the jungle, as you're all such good targets to hit. So it is about surviving those one-shots. That's the scariest moment versus the jungle, when they get crowd control on your healer and try to just kill you instantly with trinkets and reaping and stuff like that. So you do need versatility, and I think if they do play it again, just going the versatility is very, very standard for them.
Mm-hmm. And, this is match point here for F2K. This is a super solid series for them so far. Wildcard Gaming winning both of their previous series against F2K MyWay. So they're just super, super clean right now. And I just feel like this is a different team on the side of F2K MyWay. They just really cleaned up their gameplay. They're really coming out strong here in this series, Zico.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think... What I want to know is, why aren't they looking at Turbo? Everyone did it for like one weekend, farmed all the jungles. Like, if you look at Wildcard right now, they're 6-0 as Turbo, and that's only against jungle. But something has clearly happened, because nobody locks it in. Xset, they locked it in and they stopped, and now they opt for Mage Warlock instead. And same thing for Wildcard, they're opting for Mage Windwalker. That's why we predicted the Mage Windwalker as well, because we saw them in the most recent showing against nLite that this is what they ran. So there's got to be something that makes it so that they don't want to run Turbo, even though it looked so dominant the last time we saw it. And that means you can see the stat card here. Look at the production. We get a little heart in the chat for production here, coming in clutch. You can see there 100% win rate, HPAL, Enhance, and Warrior, and that's their Turbo. Those were the games against the jungles. I think they beat both jungles in the regular cups to get here with that comp. So it's very weird that we're not seeing it. There's got to be like a tunnel.
It's also Looney. It's literally Turbo time Looney. Like, he tweets about it. Like, they must think it's not good. They must think it's not good to not play it. Like, I could see Xset maybe thinking like, maybe we don't do it. But I feel like this Wildcard Gaming should play it. Like, there must be something wrong with it.
I know I saw Dilly in chat saying that Turbo or like jungle farms Turbo now or something like that.
Okay.
But
we need a little insight. If Dilly's here, please stand up and please let us know why it doesn't work anymore.
See if we can get any insight into that. But have there been any changes with Enhance? Because I feel like it's been a while since we've even seen that class period. That's
just versatility is lower on the corruption, which I mean could be the difference in the Enhance with Shaman being able to live long enough. Other than that,
what do you mean by that? What do you mean it's a lower?
Versatility corruption amps. So Shaman might be more likely to die during crowd control windows. I think that's the only change I think that would have been substantial to that comp. Maybe also, it was Pally Turbo, and I was thinking maybe they played Mistweaver, and that could also be they played Paladin. So I think that was even before the people started figuring out the Ineffable Truth, though. So have they tried it with Ineffable Truth? I mean, on the ladder, sure, maybe jungle smashes Turbo when they don't have the exact build that they would need for the matchup, but if you have the exact build, do you still get smashed? I mean, is it any less close than this matchup? I feel like Windwalker Mage is not looking.
But the Windwalker Mage, there's one thing that they have, like, I think abandon the spites, get rid of them. Yep. Equip a little bit more standard trinkets, maybe a dress on Blizzo, maybe a little claw on Maro, maybe a little something on Looney. And then they just go for the feral kills. I think that's what they gotta do. If they're dead set on playing the Windwalker Mage, I think you gotta kill, and you gotta do it fast. So you kill the feral druid, and then zit. I knew you were waiting for it, man.
Oh man. Well, it sounds like the game is ready. The players are ready to go now. It is game number 3, F2K MyWay on match point versus Wildcard Gaming.
I think I just want one thing. I think one thing that's really good against Jungle Cleave is Maledict. Like, you get crowd control on Hydra, you Maledict Tony, and you go after him, like, you're going to be able to put out a lot of damage, but they're going aggressive on Amaro very early on. The trap onto Looney, getting bursted down, but they're making a swap over onto Hydra. They're just going for the Priest without the Maledict trinket, without the Spite trinket. I don't think it's too bad. I mean, a lot of their Spite setups weren't even that great either way in that last game, so still pressuring down the Priest is something the Windwalker mage is really strong at, and we'll see if they can make it work in this game.
Dragon's Breath. Did it get premmed there? Maybe they're just attacking Hydra. They're just trying to do maximum damage. Blizzo seems like he's trying to go after Hydra a lot more. Maro, the target here, as the Freezing Trap lands, big hit. Looney's going to respect it, trade out Trinket and Sacrifice. More than a respectable trade, but they are on match points, so blowing through that cooldown early on is definitely giving a lead for F2K. They're going after Hydra and the Hammer of Justice. He drops the barrier, goes for a penance. He's positioned against the wall, so... Well, Ring of Peace has already been used, but so the Ring of Peace would have not knocked Hydra out of the barrier, so good positioning. Maro getting cycloned up. Tony is being really annoying with these cyclones. They have to allocate crowd control to him just because he's being so annoying. Hydra's trying to go towards Looney. They stun Looney. Hydra's in position with the Master's Call for Psychic Scream. If they don't get the Freezing Trap, they go for the Scream. Maro going to drop the Temporal. They purge off the Temporal. They snipe the Freezing Trap after the Psychic Scream. This is beautiful. If they get a Master Spell here, it could be Divine Shield on top of Ice Block. Just a tiny bit more damage here on 1%. Not enough damage.
What?
They do get at least a bop, but they would have loved to have got the Cauterize in that push. Now Hydra in a stun, but Blizzo gets Cycloned, and Blizzo actually has to Trinket it. They're really hammering down Hydra here. He pops the Desperate Prayer, bombing in Shadow Men's and Penance, and I'm waiting for the gear add-on to update here. I don't think they're playing Spite anymore. Maro is playing the Emblem, so no Spite this game. Did Hydra put Corruption back on? So I feel like if I was Hydra, I actually would have put Corruption back on because the other team was looking so desperate, but I think he's playing with no Corruption, so fighting against that triple offensive Trinket option likely from Wildcard is going to be really difficult for Hydra. I mean, he's basically playing at half value on his gear.
Maro taking a decent amount of damage in that setup, but Looney's going to come out of the Freezing Trap. He's looking for the Hammer of Justice, gets it onto Hydra. His mana bar is looking kind of bad right now. Tony looking for the Cyclones. Can he find it? He gets Spear and Strike by Blizzo, and that was the stun onto Maro. So now Maro actually can counterspell as well. Actually, he did there in that exchange too. So Tony should be able to find some Cyclones, but now they're swapping to Tony. Full shield onto Hydra. Combustion gets ripped, and Tony is ripped.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, that's what can happen. Wildcard Gaming definitely looking solid with this comp. I think just don't even go for the spites. And this is the problem when Hydra runs no corruption. His healing is just going to be worse. Survivability is just going to be worse. And that's kind of the mind game, an unfortunate situation you find yourself in when someone is spiting you and they have an effective spite strategy. But I think this game looked a lot more convincing from Wildcard Gaming.
Did Hydra still have really low corruption in that game?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that what you were?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, Wildcard Gaming taking game number 3 here. Are they going to be able to tie it up here 2-2 going into game 4? Here are the match results. Do you go any takeaways from this one?
Well, the only thing I can really say is I feel like there was a couple of moments where, like, for example, they burst Maro and when they almost forced a Cauterize in the block. After that, Tony throws a Cyclone onto Blizzo. I think Blizzo just trinketed and kept going offensive. I think in a situation like that, you just clone Maro. You're going to have a target that's low. You're going to clone it so he doesn't get heals, and you're going to stop their offense. So I don't know, like small things like that. I think Tony could have cycloned a little bit better in that game. But other than that, I think it was just Wildcard playing it better than they did in the previous matches. And maybe MyWay actually wants the big maps against Wildcard here. Maybe I actually need them to be able to, kind of stay back and try to dampen and go for the in and outs and everything. Better for Hydra to survive as well.
All right, I was also talking to Dilly from Turtle during that break. They're the North American jungle team, for those of you that don't know. And it sounds like they've actually, as a jungle team, never lost against jungle or against Turbo. And when they were wargaming Wildcard, he sounds like they just don't think that they're confident with that composition. So thank you, Dilly, for that insider information. So my question now is, do we think that we're going to see Hydra maybe like bump up that corruption a little bit, or would that be a risky considering the Wildcard could just go back to playing Spite Trinket then?
Well, I guess it's kind of hard to say. If I was Hydra, I would just put on a little bit more corruption, I think, just based off how bad. If Wildcard Gaming goes back to spiting after winning that game so easily, I would be blown away. So that's where my headspace would be if I was Hydra, but it is risky. They could do it, but I just think, yeah, I would put a little bit more on, because personally I don't think it's that big of a deal. Even if they just put on like another 10 or 15, it's not a guaranteed loss against Spite, but I really doubt that Wildcard Gaming is going to go back to running the spites, especially just based off the results of the last 3 games.
Right. Looks like we're going to be locking in Tolvaron here, considering F2K MyWay likely to play that same composition. Zico, do you think this is a good map choice for them?
Well, it depends on what. Well, I mean, Wildcard can play Wizard Cleaves, so I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess I do. If we see the same matchup, I would say MyWay are a little bit favored on the bigger maps, just because Hydra is going to be able to drag Blizzo behind the pillar. He's going to have to overextend. Looney's not just going to be at at a pillar and in healing range at the same time. All that good stuff. So the map makes sense, but it's definitely a risky pick against Wildcard, because Wildcard is the type of team that they see a small map, they just blind lock a melee cleave. They say, well, you want to play Wizards against us? You're going to have to do it on Dalaran, Or if a big map gets locked in, they're like, well, maybe we don't want to play Windwalker Mage. Maybe we want to play Ellie Mage. And you really don't know with Wildcard. They're so good at the picking phase of a matchup. So it could backfire, but if we see the same matchup, then I think it's a good map.
Yep, looks like they are going to be locking in Fire Mage Windwalker once again. Now that we know what Wildcard's going to play, what do we think about this matchup here, Ben? Who do we think this might be favored towards?
Well, I feel like Wildcard Gaming, they have a lot of different win conditions, especially, I don't know. Personally, I think Wildcard Gaming put a little bit too much of their eggs in one basket with the Spite Trinket. I think they were too focused on it. And even what Supatiz is saying, I mean, you can play the Spite and then go after different targets just to mix it up. I think for F2K MyWay, this is definitely a difficult matchup for them. It's one of those matchups that can go either way. But I would say Wildcard Gaming, if they're not trying to cheese it and just play kind of standard builds, that they have maybe a slight edge in this matchup against F2K MyWay. But not much of an edge. It would be pretty even.
Back on that subject as well as what Wildcard was saying, like, this is a team I feel like mentally does very well together. They've been playing together for a long time. In previous interviews that I've had with them, they say even when they get frustrated as a team, maybe they get a little bit frustrated on stage, they always come together after these long series and reconvene as a team, and they make strategies for their next move, for any situation that comes across them. So Wildcard Gaming, super strong team synergy-wise.
Who said that to you?
At
I
least
feel
from
like
the interviews that I've had with them. Do you disagree, Supatiz?
I mean, I feel like when I used to watch Looney and Zpie stream, they were pretty on edge with each other most of the time. I mean, it's kind of done in a bantery way, like it's just the way they talk to each other. But if you didn't know who they were and you were just listening to it, you would be like, oh, this is how they talk to each other. Okay. I mean, I suppose, yeah. But I could definitely see how in the past, at least, how their personalities could be perceived differently. But I don't know, lately, I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen a Looney stream. Zpie every once in a while.
I'm just going off of what they've told me in interviews of their strategy of how they sort of reconvene through these difficult moments as a team together. But you're right, I have seen them in their streams sort of have these fun bantering sessions here. But yeah, F2K MyWay, pretty good series so far. Definitely hoping that they, on that side, that Wildcard Gaming doesn't tie it up here. Do we feel like this is going to be a difficult next game for them, Zico, or do we want to see Wildcard Gaming potentially tied up to 2-2?
I think it's going to be a hard game for both of these teams. I think whoever plays better is going to end up winning it. I don't know. The gates are about to start, so I guess we're about to find out here. I think Hydra and F2K, they want to have, this pillar here on the left, and they want to just kind of stay close to the pillar, do a bunch of damage tomorrow. They get a full freezing trap, big opener here onto Hydra. He doesn't have Prem, he gets double blink sheep. Here we go, Tony. He's getting destroyed. Maledict's on him. He doesn't trinket the stun. He gets Hammer of Justice. Trinket's too late. And Tony is on 1%. Hydra trinkets. He gets out of the sheep, dispels him on that Maledict, gets the Vitality Conduit, and Tony almost win trading there in the opening stages. Not trinketing the leg sweep.
Really, really big all in. That Maledict is super scary as a Feral Druid. It's going to soak up a lot. They get the bubble out of the way as well. Very explosive start for both these teams. I really like that push. They just need a little more crowd control on Hydra. If Looney could have gotten there for anything onto Hydra, I think they could have just closed out the game and won in the first 30 seconds. So a bit unfortunate there for Wildcard Gaming. I really like that explosive start. really close to just earning them a win, but we're going to be going back to more of a standard game, and we do see Hammer of Justice onto Tony. Full polymorph on Hydra. Once again, Combustion gets ripped out. Tony's going to have to play a little bit scared. Malik's going to be soaking up some healing. Hydra gets out of the crowd control. Good disruption there by Casu, giving Hydra a moment to breathe, and now they're actually just going after Hydra, so pressure points all over the place here for Wildcard Gaming.
Freezing Trap lands. Triple leg sweep by Blizzo. Big hit there on the Rapture. Dragon's Breath just to annoy Hydra even further. Try and put him behind. He hasn't panicked just yet. Not overcommitting cooldowns here. Tony looking like he wants to jump after Looney again, but Casu's polyed. They grip Casu, but not too far. They stun up Looney. They are just going for the Paladin. Prem on the poly. Beautiful timing. Can they purge off the bop? No, Hydra's polyed again. Looney's protected. I don't even think it's worth Hydra's time at this point. In the Hammer of Justice, are they going to bait out a pain suppression here? It's no cooldowns. They drop Barrier. Ring of Peace knocks Hydra out of the barrier. He's trying to get on the edge of it, sneaking into some of its damage reduction right now. He gets counterspelled on Shadow Man. He's so low on health. Wildcard Gaming trying to take this to game 5. Somehow stabilizing here. Wonder if Tony dropped the Cyclone. I feel like we haven't seen him go for any Cyclones here. We see Casu jump for another swap onto Looney. No Divine Shield. Is he on forbearance? Blizzo's trying to help out with some Vivifies. He gets interrupted. Looney's stunned again, but if Avenging Wrath is up, he should be going back to full health. Now Tony falls behind. Hydra's polyed. He needs to trigger this. There's no way, right? Maledict is stacking up. Hydra barely dispels it in time. Hydra holds on, or Tony holds on with that frenzied regen. Blizzo rolls over for a kick on Hydra. Looney's into the freezing trap. Morrow tempts shields, totally negating this assault. Now Tony is playing the Cyclone, trying to look for a Cyclone out of the freezing trap. What is he trying to fake? The counter spell, I suppose, but Hydra's now in a polymorph. Tony's on the run. Blizzo's in pursuit. Survival Instinct's on 30% health. They stop the follow-up poly. They go for Dragon's Breath into leg sweep. Tony slips through with Survival Instincts there, reducing a ton of damage. Actually just cleaving down Hydra a bit as well. Maxing out their damage here. Divine Shield comes up in 10 seconds for Looney. He's got multiple ways to escape. I'm not sure going after the Paladin is working out too well here. They freezing trap Looney. They're going after the Mage instead, but Hydra's polymorph. He can't add too much damage to the mix at this time. They stun the repolymorph though, breaking up the chain. Morrow doesn't care. He blinks in for the half one. Hydra prems into a quarter. Looney rolls up for a Hammer of Justice. Combustion swap to Hydra, immediately using every man for himself, trying to get in position maybe for a Psychic Scream, but intercepted by Dragon's Breath and Frost Nova. Hydra not going to be moving anytime soon here, trying to make his way to Looney. Looney repositions. Caster wants to find a trap. He gets polyed. F2K MyWay, things are not looking too good for them. Their cooldowns are running pretty empty. Their mana is almost drained. And Wildcard Gaming are battling back for a reverse sweep.
Ooh, Hydra gets paralyzed at the split second, so he can't get the fear before Looney gets the Hodge. That paralyze was a game changer by Blizzo, and now Hydra's in a Ring of Frost, Cass is in a Sheep. Tony is getting destroyed, but they're going after Looney here with the Berserk, but he gets a fatty Divine Favor off there. Big heal for Looney, and now he's going to reposition himself to a safer corner. Cass is still chasing him though, and they're still going to commit to him. Hydra fears up Blizzo. He goes for the Shadow Man, he gets kicked. Morrow's got a Blessing of Protection. Tony could go for a Cyclone here, but he's just spamming out regrowth and then gets sheeped on it. Big mistake by Tony, and Hydra is going to get erased in that Hammer of Justice.
All right,
Okay.
Wildcard Gaming tying up this best of 5 series now, currently 2-2. Is F2K MyWay just kind of gonna lose this series now? I mean, Wildcard Gaming, they could potentially reverse sweep it here, Super T's.
Hydra needs to put Corruption back on. I feel like he should have put it on at least in one of these 2 games because he could run the risk that they play Spite. But now if I'm Looney's team, I'm thinking like, do we throw on a cheeky Spite and Hydra's gonna put on Corruption to try and keep this going? Oh no. It's coming down to that 50-50 draw. This is very similar to when we saw nLite and Wildcard Gaming with Zuniaki having to make that choice. Or Hydra just has to try and play with significantly less versatility than he normally would have.
It's actually a really nice setup here. So Hydra gets Spear Hand Strike on his Penance. He gets immediately counterspelled on the Shadow Mend. So the double interrupt coming in from Blizzo and Morrow, and if you're double interrupted as a priest, there's really nothing you can do. And out of that double interrupt, there's a full Hammer of Justice, and it was just too little too late for Hydra. And Wildcard Gaming, that was a very nice kill. I like this. As this composition, they're able to bounce around to basically anyone. All 3 members of the team of F2K MyWay are a really good target for them. So between goes, they're kind of going after Hydra, and once Hydra's kind of panicked a bit and he's under pressure, they can just free sheep him and go after someone else with the Maledict trinket. And for F2K MyWay, the way Wildcard Gaming is playing this, it's really difficult to deal with. So I think this is not looking good for F2K.
If we do see Hydra just put a little bit more corruption on, like you guys have been suggesting, though, would that prevent that type of setup that we just saw from Wildcard then?
I don't really think so. I mean, it's going to help a little bit, but not that much. I mean, I feel like he could have still gone down there, even if he had, an extra 5% versatility. So it does matter, but I feel like at this point, even if Hydra puts on corruption, it's just going to be like a minor benefit to him. And I don't know if it's going to be enough to actually get them to win.
What do they need to do then on the side of F2K MyWay, Zico? What do we want to see coming from the side of F2K? What can they do to prevent those setups from Wildcard?
Kill Blizzo again with Maledict. I like that. Maybe pick I don't know. Actually, hook point's probably too small. Do we have any? Maybe Blade's Edge. Could be okay. I don't know. I think they need to go to a little bit smaller though. I feel like on Tolvir, the biggest problem is if they're trying to kill Looney and they're trying to kill Blizzo, it's a bad map for that. I think if you go for the mage, it's like okay-ish map for them. If they just like sit back and poke, kind of like how they play against Mage Lock. But if they're trying to take down Looney, you kind of have to rush him down, and for that you want a small map. So I think go small, tunnel the healer or tunnel the Windwalker.
Why not just ruins?
Yeah, they could go ruins and just tunnel Looney, for example.
I get a point?
Wow. I'll give you a point.
You don't get a point.
I think he deserves a point.
What? Why didn't I get a
There's
point
no
for the
point.
Fire Mage then?
I'll
Yeah,
give both of you guys.
We have to
Aya is the point keeper. Aya is the
flesh this
point
out.
keeper.
We need to flesh
Aya's
this out a
rule is
little
law.
bit better. As soon as I brought the
This is
stickers
silly.
in, it got real serious.
I don't want to play
I want
anymore.
my lion. I want my lion, man.
I
Good,
can
I
give you
win.
guys
Okay,
all
well,
points. How about that?
I get a point if Marl's wearing a Battlemaster. So if he has a Corrupted Gladiator's emblem on, I get a point. Okay? Okay.
Okay,
I'm glad we
all
can all
right.
agree on that.
Okay.
My way is gonna
Okay.
play Disc Priest Jungle. Let's go.
Okay.
That's
You
for
guys are
points.
gonna have to keep track
That
of
should be
these-
3
these
points
stuff.
because I'm predicting a Feral,
I'm
a
done.
Survival Hunter, and a Disc Priest.
Ben's just over it.
Oh, this is ridiculous at this point. You guys are just making
These
up
are really
rules
nice.
to try to get.
These are really nice. We need the admins to write us a rule book for this sticker game.
This is yeah. This is difficult. I mean, F2K MyWay was looking so good for them. I was really excited. I was like, oh my
Yeah.
goodness, F2K MyWay, they're owning. But it really just came down to, I feel like Wildcard Gaming, they just were like, they kind of lost focus trying to go for spites, and I don't think they played it as well as they could have. And now, I mean, game 3 and number 4, now it's looking like a super one-sided series in the opposite direction. I mean, I feel like Wildcard Gaming could easily reverse sweep this, and I don't know, for F2K MyWay, that's kind of a nightmare, because if they lose, all of a sudden they're in a really difficult spot. Like, I don't even know if they're going to be able to make it into top 4. It might just be the end for them. I mean, that's not for sure, but it's getting to that point. I mean, if F2K loses this, maybe they still have a shot. I'm not sure, depending on what happens. But if they lose again, then it's completely over for them, I believe. So definitely a rough spot to be in. And for them, you really got to feel for them because they were up so comfortably 2-0 in the series, and now backs against the wall, going to Ruins of Lordaeron, which would be a great place for game number 5.
Oh, I thought you were gonna steal Supa's line for a second there.
I don't know what you're talking
Like-
about.
Wait, what are you talking about, Aya?
There's no line of sight on this map, guys.
Exactly. I was just gonna say there is no line of sight.
Yep.
All right. Well.
That tomb prevents it.
Oh God. Okay. What do you guys want to see then?
Is this a new fly through?
Oh my god.
They're not doing that again.
Man,
Honestly, real good job production on the new fly-throughs.
Yeah, really good job. You're looking real clean, super fresh. But yeah, Ruins of Lordaeron, that is going to be our next map here. That's all we'll say about that. F2K MyWay definitely need to clean this up here if they want to stay in this series here. Sounds like the game is ready. It is game number 5, match point, Wildcard Gaming versus F2K MyWay.
Game 5, Ruins of Lordaeron, not a map suited for any line of sight, but it is suitable as a fitting final resting place because it is a cemetery. And Tony and Casso are already fighting at the tombstones, pushing forward to midfield. They're getting very aggressive here on match point. Psychic Scream on Blizzo, remote guidance device from downtown. Looney barely gets through that crowd control, slipping through with 1 second on that sacrifice, stabilizing Morrow for a counter engagement. Morrow blinks on top of Hydra, gets the polymorph. Tony ducking for cover in bear form, line of sighting. Even though I just said you can't line of sight on this map, Tony has found the secret spot.
That was a pretty nice opener, but Tony's in big trouble here. Maledict's rolling on him. Hydra, the Dragon's Breath breaks. He actually might have just gone down. Tony didn't even use survival instincts here, man. What is this green from these teams? They always seem to get away with it. I don't know how they do it, but now Hydra's in massive trouble. Full trap onto Looney. They're going after Morrow. They got the Maledict on him. Hydra's going for the Shadow Man. Can he get there for the fear? Lizzo's slowing him down. He's rooting him. Morrow's sheeping him, trying to stop him from reaching Looney because they know it would be devastating if they can get to him. But now again, Hammer of Justice. Here's the meteor. Here comes the damage. Lizzo with the Fist of Fury. Hydra's just going to respect it with the pain suppression, but that Morrow didn't use his combustion there. He's going to have that for the next attack, but they might still have the Roar of Sacrifice. Guys are getting sheeped up here now. Big damage onto Hydra, about 40%. Here we go, trap being launched. Caster gets stunned on it. He trinkets to get the trap. Morrow's in a stun. Looney bubbles out of the trap, trying to hold Morrow's cooldowns for him. Second Blessing of Protection comes out, and so far, Looney has nothing. I actually want them to just tunnel Looney now for the rest of the game on MyWay.
I would like that too. I mean, Looney, with Ineffable Truth, it is really nice to just trade out your cooldowns early on, but this is something that they can punish. I mean, he's got nothing. He's got no trinket. Avenging Wrath is, I guess, coming up relatively soon, but a Cyclone over onto Looney. Looks like they're still going to be continuing their pursuit onto Morrow. Full polymorph on Hydra. Who's in trouble? Triple Dragon's Breath coming in from Morrow, but he gets stunned up. And it looks like Hydra is free from the crowd control as they turn their attention a little bit over onto Blizzo as well. So F2K MyWay kind of struggling here with their targeting. Morrow doing a good job staying alive. Looney in the back line now pushing in as they make a swap on Hydra with this Hammer of Justice. Great crowd control here by Wildcard Gaming, but the damage is extremely lackluster. And as a result, Hydra's going to be able to look for some reverse pressure here. Trap on Looney, a little bit of damage on Morrow, but a beautiful Temporal Shield shuts that down. And both these teams are playing defensively extremely well.
Oh, double leg sweep, full polymorph. This is devastating for F2K MyWay. Wildcard Gaming with the comeback train, choo-choo, potentially to victory. Tony getting knocked into the barrier, gets pulled back into it, but then gets balanced away from its defense, trying desperately to get into the shield of Hydra to reduce pressure. Stun into Cyclone, gets disrupted by Morrow with the triple Dragon's Breath. Casu jumps in at that harpoon looking for the freezing trap, but there's just no damage. Morrow is so durable with that full versatility. Hydra's moving up for a fear, but they get a clone remote guidance device from downtown. Looney is trading that trinket sacrifice every time for that situation. He's going to respect that guidance device pressure, and now Hydra's trying to get away from the polymorph with Morrow.
Didn't go for it. I wanted Tony to go for the kick there onto Looney's castle. He kicks Morrow instead, and now they're in cross CC. Hydra touch of death. Big damage coming in here with the Vitality Conduit to deflect a little bit though, but the whole team is about to lose a chunk of HP when that goes off. There it is. And now we're going to see Tony getting swapped to Morrow with a Blessing of Protection. Hydra prems the sheep. The only reason potentially why Tony is still alive here. He goes for the Cyclone. He gets stunned out of form. Hydra going for the Shadow Man's here. He's going to be able to keep Tony alive, but it's going to cost him a lot of mana. Looney now hodging Hydra, and Tony uses his survival instinct. I think he's going to be alive actually. So close here, stunning up Morrow, going for the Cyclones here, trying to reverse the pressure, and they need to get something happening fast because now they are on the clock. They have no more cooldowns on the side of F2K MyWay, and Looney has his bubble rotating up in a couple of seconds. Here we go, freezing trap, but Tony is actually the one taking damage. You got to push him on the Hydra, Ring of Peace, separate Tony from Morrow, and once again, Tony's on the run here, man.
Oh, yes, and as soon as he runs away, they go after Hydra with a Paralyze on Tony. Now Hydra is forced to trade out the barrier, so it's trading out these cooldowns, maybe even Vitality Conduit, in order to stay alive, and the entire team is rotting down. Hydra gets interrupted, potentially Spear Hand Strike as well. He fakes out the Spear Hand Strike. Good job there by Hydra, and should be able to actually throw out some heals onto his team, which would be a blessing. Now Morrow is taking some damage, but he temporal shields all the damage. The double leg sweep sets up once again. Morrow gets a full polymorph with a maledict on Tony. Tony's in so much trouble. Do they have any more crowd control for Hydra? Potentially a hammer of justice coming in from Looney. They find it. Tony's still just rotting down. Pain suppression trades from Hydra. He needs to dispel the maledict, and he does. It looks like Tony will be able to hold on. That pain suppression doing work for Tony. And now FTK MyWay, they have to try to reverse. But look, I mean, Looney, he's got Trinket, he's got Divine Shield, he's got Sacrifice, he's got everything he needs to keep his team alive. They haven't gotten an Ice Block, they haven't gotten a Cauterize. I feel like going after Morrow seems like it's not working out. Maybe make some changes, go after Blizzo in the match. He switched over to being a Dwarf, which is good against the jungle, but I feel like the targeting from F2K has definitely not been working out for them.
Oh, Hydra on the back foot here. Very low on health. Triple Dragon's Breath. Is he going to be able to hold on? Counterspelled on Shadow Mend. Goes for a big penance. Remote Guidance Device. Swap over to Blizzo. They need to drop him here and now. Bash out for follow-up. Psychic Scream. Beautiful positioning. They have to cut through Karma. I don't think they have the time or the damage to do so. Big swap to Tony. Catching him out of form with the leg sweep. And that's it. Wildcard Gaming with the comeback train.
Choo-choo.
Wow. F2K MyWay looks like they were going to win that series with a 3-0. Wildcard Gaming, though, reverse sweeping them, telling the world why they belong at that top spot on the side of Wildcard Gaming. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. I'm like losing my words here, Zico.
This is gonna suck for F2K. They got reverse swept yesterday. They were up 2-0 against AWC. Today they're up 2-0 against Wildcard Gaming. And once again, they trip on the finish line. I mean, they played a great series. Wildcard Gaming, they haven't lost to any jungles yet, as far as I know. So, I mean, this is about as good as a result you could hope for. But obviously, if you are on F2K, you had so many opportunities to potentially just win the game outright. And obviously, you're going to be a little bit sad about that. But still, nice comeback from Wildcard Gaming. They dropped the spites. They adapted their strategy, going after Tony more and CCing Hydra, and then going on Hydra, CCing Tony, just swapping back and forth. And it was a well-played series from their end as well.
On the side of F2K MyWay, do you feel like if they were to play against another jungle, that they would be able to maybe repeat the success that we saw in the first 2 games for them? Or what do you think, Supatiz?
If F2K MyWay could repeat into Wildcard Gaming, get
the
third win?
The first 2 games.
Probably not. I actually think if Wildcard Gaming, if Hydra doesn't put on Corruption, I feel like they're not going to win. Like a normal build without Spite. I feel like in any of these 3 losses that Hydra should have tried Corruption again. All these times where they got Morrow like that 1 centimeter away from caught block, if Hydra had more versatility, even his Purge the Wicked damage would have been high enough that was caught block. So I think they should have tried 1 game with Hydra wearing more Corruption in these last 3, but I don't blame him because Wildcard Gaming is playing Spite, then they just automatically lose. So I mean, it's a tough choice there, and it's more or less a coin flip, but it was well played nonetheless. And hopefully, I don't think it's impossible for them to qualify. Maybe it's pretty close. Right now, nLite winning against Diabolus might maybe open up the table, but I feel like some really good teams would have to lose situations that they normally wouldn't.
Okay, well done by Wildcard Gaming here in that 3-2 series. Really thought that was going to be a loss for them on that side, but now we're going to be moving on to our North American games. That's our last European game of the day for Sunday. Now, next up, Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians. We saw Cloud9 get 3-0'd yesterday, something we've never seen before for Cloud9, and it's Golden Guardians. This is a team, they won their series yesterday, and now they have to win every series for the rest of the circuit here if they want to be in the running for that top 4 spot to get into the North American finals. What do we think is going to happen here, Zico? How do you think Golden Guardians will be able to pull this off?
So you remember yesterday when we were talking about going to the beach and kind of you walk in and the water gets to your knees and, it's a little too chilly, so you decide to get back home. Here, that's not going to happen. We're literally jumping out of a parachute airplane in the middle of the ocean, and we are going to the bottom of it. We are going to the deepest parts of dampening here, and I can't wait for it.
Man, your guys' analogies just get more and more creative every time every time we make references to dampening here. But we will see coming up next how Golden Guardians does against Cloud9. Let's see some hype in the chat for these two teams. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians.
chance. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game.
Battlemaster's gonna fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall.
Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blitzo. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuds is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows down. The kidney shot, and Snuds is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuds on the bench again!
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are all done with our European series for the day. Now we're moving on to the North American games for the rest of the day, starting off with Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians. Cloud9 has been the powerhouse of a team for this whole circuit, but we did see them lose a match yesterday. What is it going to take, Supatees, for Golden Guardians to do the same thing, do you think?
Well, they're the only team to beat Cloud9 in the Cup stage, so I feel like, do they just stick to the Shadow Priest Rogue? I feel like you do, but I actually think Snuts might be very useful in this series if the Mage Lock doesn't work out, because I feel like the Windwalker Lock comp has always been really hard for Shadow Priest Rogue. So if that's ever a problem that could break Snuts out, it's the damned if you do, damned if you don't moment, though, for the move. Do they try Rogue Mage Paladin because that's what beat Cloud9 yesterday? Or do they just play Shadow Priest Rogue because it's what they're the best at?
And before we get into talking about the series too much, we also can take a look at the current standings for the North American side of things. We see now Cloud9 has 1 loss on the board. They've got 4 wins. And then Mystery Org, Charlotte Phoenix closely following them with 3 wins and 1 loss. Now that we're seeing North America play for the rest of the day here, Ven, how do we feel like this region is shaping up right now? Is it as close or closer than the European realm? Oh, Ben, are you muted?
Apparently I'm muted. I lose all my stickers. I was going to say, for Space Station Gaming, for Space Station Gaming, M2KC, Turtle, I mean, this is about as close as it can get.
Wait, have I been muted yet?
They literally... hey, listen, okay, don't get ahead of yourself. I had a bulletproof
I'm going
record
for that
as well,
100% record now. I'm going to take it away. I'm taking away your title.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. I already lost my title, so I'm not too worried about that. But I was saying there's still a lot of really close teams in North America, so I would say it's open. It's seeming to me that the front runners are going to be Mystery Org right now, Charlotte Phoenix and Cloud9. Those teams are looking like they are really solid. They have lots of different answers. Their compositions just seem really, really strong. But this is such a scary moment for the Golden Guardians, and I know they have a lot of fans, a lot of members of the move, but this is going to be probably their hardest opponent yet, and if they lose this, they're completely out. So they really got to make it happen. And Cloud9, you can bet they want to win. They're probably not happy with what happened yesterday, not used to losing, and they definitely want to continue their winning streak. So I think this is going to be a really, really focused Cloud9, but the Golden Guardians are going to have to kind of rise up and see if they can overcome this massive obstacle.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough series, Ven, on both sides. Cloud9 not wanting to continue their losing streak from yesterday. Golden Guardians need to win this one if they want to stay or get into the top 4. It's Cloud9, Game 1 versus Golden Guardians.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in here in game number 1. Frozen Orb gets immediately pressed here by Wealthy Man, and we are going to see the classic, the move. Golden Guardians playing that Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman. Let's see what they can get done here. Whiskey going for some dots. Whiskey is playing the Panda, so let's go. We got the OG move here. Backs against the wall. They're against the toughest team in the entire region, and they have to win.
Look at
to have
Cubsy.
a chance of qualifying. Let's see what they can do.
Look at Cubs, he's literally just mailing Peekaboo, just BMing him, just auto-attacking him. Like, doesn't care what he's doing whatsoever. And here's the thing. Oh, Peekaboo! That's going to do it. I mean, Cloak of Shadows is traded out. Big burst damage there by Cloud9, and now the Golden Guardians are going to have to play scared. And here's the thing, okay? When we've seen a team like Golden Guardians bring it to as deep and dampening as you can go and try to go take down Cloud9, it's always against like the Mistweaver Monk. I think the Paladin kind of makes that a little bit more difficult with the Blessing of Protection, the Sacrifice, the Divine Shield. You just have these cooldowns, these immunities that making all in, like if your only win condition is just a massive all in, it becomes a lot more difficult. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. We'll definitely have to wait and see, but definitely not a bad start here for the side of Cloud9.
Let's see if they can keep it up here. Sacrifice trades for Cubsy a bit preemptively. Golden Guardians retreat away, having taken a small victory there, getting a major cooldown from Cubsy. And they're still just lobbing in Frostbolts with Ultiman on the right and Chanimal on the left. Chaos Bolt and Frostbolt timed together here on WizK, who's in Void form, just trying to max out his damage as much as possible. One major downside here for the Golden Guardians is that Shadow Resistance aura for the Paladin counteracts the gushing of the Rogue and it counters the dots of the Shadow Priest. It's a super effective build into the composition that the Golden Guardians have been running, but they're going with their guns here, their main setup, even the Shaman for Avsturge in this particular matchup. So relying on all of their years of experience together with this, even though they're at a disadvantage compositionally. WizK is just laying in here, constantly in Void form, trying to max out his damage and potentially have a win condition with Cubsy out of mana. Shaman's definitely strong with mana regeneration, so it could be an option. Peekaboo steps into the fight here, stunning up Wealthy Man. Cubsy gets stunned for a moment into a silence. Wealthy Man trying to stabilize with Polymorphs on WizK. Avsturge dispels. Cubsy's charging in. Hammer of Justice to punish the dispel. Peekaboo pre-faints the Hammer of Justice on the dispel. Avsturge stabilizing with Vitality. They blind Cubsy. Cubsy trickets. He goes for another hammer. Is it into another one? Maybe he's going to get a third Hammer of Justice, but Peekaboo pulling back to the pillar. Gets feared, caught in a blizzard, trying to make his way out of line of sight. They interrupt WizK. WizK gets blasted. He's going to line of sight as well as the Golden Guardians continue to bunker down. Actually, just charging back into midfield again. Psyfiend sniped by Chanimal. Wealthy Man gets stressed agath. Again, that Trinket is definitely a win condition. A big crit on that could definitely close out the game and kill Wealthy Man, but Peekaboo's in trouble, trying to run away from Cloud9. Frozen Orb in his way. He's moving so slowly through it. Hammer of Justice down here. They grip Peekaboo. Wealthy Man blinks in aggressively to cast on him around the corner. Chanimal is trying to fish for a Shadow Fury. WizK gets counterspelled. Avsturge is just hugging the pillar for dear life. Polymorph lands their Mass Dispel. Are they even going to go for a Mass Dispel? Peekaboo's in trouble. Oh, feared here. No Tremor available. Peekaboo faints. WizK gets hit. 2 targets low. Avsturge and a Poly. Danger count here for Golden Guardians. They're going to use that clicking palm on Wealthy Man into a fear. Everything is oriented at defense here for the Golden Guardians. They're trying to make it deep in the dampening.
Yeah, everybody put on your scuba mask. We are going very, very deep here. You're going to see Chanimal getting kicked up. Potential for a kidney shot here. Avsturge caught up in the fear, and ooh, they got the Psyfiend right there onto Chanimal, but it does get killed off. Nicely done by Wealthy Man. Full sheep here onto Avsturge, and now Pika needs to run. He knows he's going to get Hammer of Justice, so beautiful heads up play there by Pika, using his Vanish just to avoid getting stunned. And honestly, I think Cubsy should have actually ran in there on top of Avsturge now and Hammer of Justice Avsturge instead, but they're going to go for the cheap shot onto Cubsy, Garo onto Wealthy Man, into Silence onto Cubsy. Cubsy's going to get dispelled on the Silence. And now Chanimal's going to summon a fell after. Smoke Bomb gets popped. Wealthy Man's going to use his Every Man for himself. The Poro Shield, just waddle out of that one. And Peekaboo once again has to try to make it back to the pillar. And Avsturge, we saw him on the Paladin for majority of their game so far, but today he's going to be on that Shaman. And maybe he saw over in Europe Lontar and some of the other Shamans dominating these Lock Mage teams. So maybe he wanted to give it a go. Avsturge definitely one of the absolute best to ever do it on that Shaman. And he has good mana, he's got all of his cooldowns, so not the worst situation here for Golden Guardians after a rocky start here, man.
I noticed Peekaboo's room looks very tidy today, so definitely pay attention to that. Looks like, you know, they are down to business today, taking it extremely serious. It is do or die for them. Double Shadow Fury coming in. Nicely done there by Chanimal, setting up Wealthy Man for a full Polymorph. WizK going to be taking a little bit of damage here in this Hammer of Justice. Peekaboo just going to be line of sighting for the time being. Avsturge is going to have to play catch up. Mana still looking good, but things are kind of unraveling here for the Golden Guardians. They're taking big damage. Full blind out onto Cubsy, immediately trinketing it. Does not want to fall further behind in the match, but I would say as this game goes on, I mean, Cloud9, they're looking good. Wealthy Man going to be soaking up a lot of damage on that Frost Mage, but whenever he wants to, he can just shimmer away, and they can just basically punish Peekaboo. You okay?
Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I just sprained my ankle. Don't mind me. It's all good. Cubsy running in. Stunning Peekaboo. WizK getting hit. Chaos Bolt in the sky. Abster's trying to time a chain heal. Wealthy Man gets stunned up. Peekaboo stabilizing the team by peeling Wealthy Man away with his kidney shot. Kind of like this aerial view. I feel like we don't do this very often. WizK counterspelled at the pillar. Line of sighting. Abster got spell locked at the same time. The synergy between Chanimal and Wealthy Man is definitely there. Dark Soul available. Chanimal's a big threat. Peekaboo just staying at the pillar, waiting for that deep dampening where anything could happen. This is going to be a real grind for Golden Guardians if they want to pull this off. They're going to have to go into the deepest, darkest corners of dampening against Cloud9 and then pull off a victory with their backs against the wall with the threat like Chanimal and a threat like Wealthy Man. So this is going to be a very tough situation. They can't afford to lose. They're not going to be able to qualify to the BFA finals at this point. So they have to beat their toughest opponent. Wealthy Man is BM blinking right on top of them. Kona cold. Peekaboo tries to prevent the BM by stunning out Wealthy Man, but they don't have enough damage. Only 12% into dampening here against the Holy Paladin as Mage Lock, so they retreat back to the pillar. WizK is going to have to pump. I would love to see his damage at the end of this game because he's basically solo DPSing while Peekaboo tries his best to hit anything against all these snares, polys, and fears.
I kind of want to go back to that Demon Hunter view. Just seeing everyone. I guess it's nice that we get to see Cubsy this way, but I was kind of liking it there. It felt like I was playing like GTA 2 or something. We're going to see Wealthy Man here. Trinket out of the smoke bomb. Blink out once again. Peekaboo getting double Shadow Fury on his way out. Gets destroyed there by Chaos Bolt from Chanimal. Frozen Orb. I would have liked to see Wealthy Man wait with it because it was pretty obvious they were going to go back to the pillar there, but it's all good. They're going to be getting decent damage here with the Blizzard on one side, Frozen Orb on one side, and once again, Peekaboo just spamming out the throw knives, trying to proc some Gush, trying to keep his poisons up, trying to get some combo points for that kidney. Now he's going to go in. There it is, full kidney, full blind. Cubs is going to Trinket. Cubs is going to hodge Peekaboo now, and this could be trouble here if they get something onto Absters. That's what Cubs is waiting for, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to find. Actually, did Absters ground the hodge right there? Yeah, he did. What a legend.
Legendary plays. Wealthy Man going for a Blizzard out of the Infernal Stun, and once again, they're all going to be rotting down. And this is the difficult matchup for Peekaboo to be in. You can see now he goes for a Shadow Step Kidney Shot, and look what's going to happen. Wealthy Man is likely just going to shimmer away, and it might be difficult for Peekaboo to get back. Back to the pillar he goes because he doesn't have Sprint, he doesn't have Shadow Step, which means every time he goes for a Shadow Step Kidney, if he doesn't immediately kill Wealthy Man, he's just going to be able to shimmer away, and Peekaboo's not going to be able to reconnect. So difficult matchup for Peekaboo to be in. Full Fear now out onto Absterge to actually get his Astral Shift as well. So big defensive cooldowns being forced out by both teams. Shadow Step Kidney Shot once again onto Wealthy Man. Big Chaos Bolt's going to be landing by Chanimal. Let's see if Wealthy Man's going to be able to escape. Repositioning pillars. Golden Guardians across the map, and they'll be taking a new location. Absterge was stuck in the open just a little bit, but with the life grip coming in from WizK, he's able to drag him to safety. Well, now Cloud9 going to be taking a new wizard position with the Rain of Fire, with the Blizzard, and this matchup is definitely difficult here for the Golden Guardians. If they can pull this off, it would be incredible.
Nothing short of a miracle, really, for the Golden Guardians, but this is the Golden Guardians we know and love when they're just they look like they're totally out of it. They turn it around. I wouldn't even be surprised to see them win every series from this point just to make it into that spot because they love making their fans sit on the edge of their seat here. But this is a position that Cloud9 is more than comfortable with. Not even 10 minutes in, they're still chilling here against the Golden Guardians. Peekaboo steps in, stuns Chanimal, but he's very low health. Wealthy Man might get a cloak here if he's going after him. Drestigat drops on the Chanimal. Not enough damage to really pull too much. I'm going to pull away from the pillar, let Wealthy Man get on point here and do a bunch of damage with that Blizzard. And Caps out him out in the middle of the map. Bit peculiar, not going to hit anybody. Double Shadow Fury Poly. Beautiful crowd control around the pillar here by Cloud9. Another Polymorph, Mortal Coil, Chaos Bolt in the sky. 2 targets rotting down. Well-timed Vampiric Embrace from WizK. That's going to provide a lot of sustainability here into dampening. And Absterge can hold on to mana as a result. Cubsy has been trinketing these blinds pretty much on cooldown. Really just wants to make sure it lines up, as that is going to be a major crowd control effect later on in the game. WizK, he's moving in. He fears the Warlock. Goes for a stun on the Cubsy. Maybe a fear on Wealthy Man and a stun on Cubsy right there would have been good, but now their crowd control's over, and Peekaboo's in the middle of the map. They grip Peekaboo back. Absterge saw it coming. He got Vitality Conduit up before the Polymorph. And now Peekaboo immediately retreating back to the pillar, dampening not high enough, still too scary to try to go toe-to-toe with Cloud9 in midfield. And Golden Guardians, they hold their defense, but they're on shaky ground.
Yeah, I don't know. Definitely the move looking a little stationary in that blizzard right now behind the pillar. Nice Shadow Fury here by Chanimal. Looking to, once again, you see the wizard formation. Blizzard on one side, Shadow Fury and Cataclysms on the other side. Cubsy drinking far behind them. And this is the classical C9 checkmate position. You have to go out and stop the drink. If you don't, then you're gonna just rely on winning with pressure and one single all-in and deep dampening onto the Warlock. But Cubsy, Whiskey gets caught by the Mortal Coil there behind the pillar. Has to trinket out of that one. Actually using his trinket there instead of the dispersion. Now, finally, you see some pressure from the Golden Guardians. They go for the disarm into the silence right there, but now Cubs is going to be out of crowd control. Avenging Wrath active, quaking Panda Palm onto Wealthy Man, but I don't think they're going to be able to net any real pressure from that. Ice totem there by Absturge, deflecting some of that damage with that Earthen Wall, but still has to use his Ascendance right there. And I think Wealthy Man actually tried to blink in there for a sheep, but he wasn't able to find it. So Wealthy Man getting interrupted there on the Blizzard, and now he could actually go for a sheep, but no, he's going to go for the Frozen Orb. Keep taxing the mana of Absturge. That is the name of the game. And now, once again, Golden Guardians, they have to push out, go for the Kidney Shot. Chan actually going to be... how did he break out of that? I'm not sure. I think he got maybe bopped right there, and they instantly purged it. And now, once again, here, you're going to see full blind on the Cubsy. He's going to trinket out into a cheap shot. Do they have any follow-up? Crowd control, silence, anything? No, they do have the silence. Wealthman is in a hex. This is a 3-on-1 situation for the Golden Guardians. They get the kidney shot. Where's the smoke bomb? Still on cooldown. Not going to be able to find it. And once again, now Cubsy in Shanimal in massive trouble. Cubsy's going to have to use something here. He gates to safety. And it looks like just the Divine Favor is going to be enough here. As we see the Golden Guardians, they know they can't chase with that gate. They're just going to go back. And this is the point of the game where they're starting to actually get pressure.
Yeah, I mean, 50% dampening. Like you said, we're getting dropped off in the middle of the ocean with how damp this one's going to be. And we shall see. I mean, Golden Guardians, they did have good pressure on Chanimal, but Cubsy, he didn't use Sacrifice. He didn't really use too much. And Chanimal didn't use his Unending Resolve. So they're holding onto those cooldowns unless they absolutely have to use them. And that's the thing. I mean, the thing Cloud9 is doing expertly in this game is Peekaboo, if he wants to connect to a target, he uses Shadow Step. And as soon as that's gone, Wealthy Man's going to be able to reposition with Shimmer, and Peekaboo has no choice but to run away. He can't just waddle in the middle of the map. The same thing goes for Chanimal. He plays in a position where Peekaboo has to Shadow Step kidney him, and he can just use Gateway, and then all of a sudden Peekaboo has to run away. So these are the things we need to be looking out for in the match. If Peekaboo can have extended uptime on a target, or doesn't have to Shadow Step to get the kidney shot, I think that's when Golden Guardians is really going to be able to make a play. But at this point, I mean, Absurge holding on with Riptide and Earthshield is going to start being a real problem. Almost 55% dampening. Look at Absurge's mana, look at Cubsy's mana. Cooldown's fully rotated back up. Cloud9 has everything in their defensive arsenal to work with, and Absurge is just struggling, falling further and further behind.
I mean, they can't even get close to Cloud9. If they even try to scrape off this, that's a Spirit Link totem. I mean, I guess for the Dark Soul, but Peekaboo wasn't in it. Things are completely falling apart here. If Absturge gets interrupted, it's game over. Astral Shift trades for Absturge. He's critically low. They stun up Wealthy Man. They're desperate to make something happen here. Chain heals come in hot from Absturge. He needs a ton of heals right now to restabilize. No AoE healing for 24 seconds. If he can just hold strong to that Ascendance in 20 seconds, he should be able to pull his team back from the brink, but 17 seconds could be an eternity at 60% dampening here. They've got the cooldowns for the push still, but I don't know if they've got the mana. They're just clinging to the pillar. They step over, but Peekaboo gets blasted. They drop the bomb, but Wealthy Man blinks out of it with a pre-bop, I believe, or pre-sacrifice, immediately escaping that smoke bomb. Going to be no power play there for the side of the Golden Guardians. Ascendance available, thankfully, at least for Absturge, but Blizzard is ticking around the corner here. Frozen Orb, but they have to make a move. Oh, but they just walk into another Blizzard. They can't get to their target. Wealthy Man has managed to be rotted down. He blinks back, and is this going to be it? Is this going to be the move for the move? I feel like if they leave the pillar now, it's going to be the last time they do it. They're pushing in on Wealthy Man. Whiskey fades in aggressively, goes for the stun. It's do or die here. Peekaboo getting blasted. He's trying to pull away from the fight, but dampening's too high. I don't think there is any pulling away at this point in the game. They're going after Chanimal. Chanimal gates. Cubsy triggers blind to swap back to Wealthy Man in midfield. Whiskey pushes for silence, and they are going to try and retreat. there's no Ascendants to recover. Ultimate actually blocks there. Maybe Whiskey was a threat, but one Ice Block out of the way. Wealthman's still not recovered, but Infernals just got called in on top of a frozen orb. Peekaboo re-stealths. Peekaboo's sneaking in, and he's a man on a mission. He's the man of the year. Is he going to be able to get a win here for Golden Guardians in game one? They are against the wall. Double cap totem by Absterge. Whiskey moves in. Double psychic scream. It's do or die to take out Wealthy Man. Cubsy bubbles immediately, realizing this is really the only opportunity. Breaks the crowd control. Stuns up Peekaboo. Absterge trinket dispels. Peekaboo desperately trying to make it to his target, but Earthen Wall, he's leaving the defense. He has to cloak. They're pushing for the block. They need a mass dispel on this ice block. And it doesn't look like they have it. They silence Cubsy. Maybe they could kill Cubsy. He's got nothing, but they're trying to run. They're all just dead at the pillar. Oh, and Peekaboo gets sniped out before they could make the final push. And in their darkest hour, Golden Guardians are unable to find victory. Cloud9 take game one.
Ooh, already proving to be a difficult series for Golden Guardians. Cloud9 up 1-0 currently in this best of 5 series, and that just looked rough on the side of Golden Guardians.
A little bit. I mean, most of it was just running away. It's a matter of like when you're going for that push, like how do you do that last little dance? Wealthy Man just had an ice block. Peekaboo's cloak ran out. There's no that's Spirit Link earlier in the game though. If they had been able to get away without using Spirit Link and had it, I think they might have won right at the end of the game. So it's that close. I feel like the Golden Guardians can do it, but it's going to be a slog.
So is the strategy then on the side of Golden Guardians, do they need to get the early kill on Cloud9 if they want to have a chance in this series here, Ven?
Well, I feel like, so this is like it was just looking at the last few moments of this game. Peekaboo, he's able to get in when he connects to Wealthy Man. It's an immediate ice block. I actually think there was one mistake. I talked about it a lot in the game, where Peekaboo's Shadow Step, I feel like, is one of the most important things in the game. Like his mobility gets limited a lot by the Frost Mage, and it's one of the main strengths of the Frost Mage. You can actually kite. I think one mistake we saw Peekaboo do is when they made that final push and Peekaboo was in stealth. He actually opened on Wealthy Man, and then he used his Shadow Step to go get like an off garrote on Chanimal. It was right before that moment where he was just getting kited. And if he hadn't have done that, I feel like if he had just stuck to his target and then had Shadow Step to get to him after the Shimmer, I think it could have been a different game. I think they could have gotten Ice Block a lot sooner because Peekaboo actually, after he Shadow Stepped to Chanimal to garrote him, he didn't get back to Wealthy Man until he used his cloak like 20 seconds later. So I just think if they had sort of pooled that mobility and made that push, this definitely looks like they have enough pressure to win the game. But at 70% dampening, is just every mistake just starts adding up so much, and it becomes really, really risky. So I definitely don't think the Golden Guardians are out of it yet, but this strategy is just really risky for them.
So do you want to continue them with playing the comp from game one, do you think?
I think they should run this comp every game, bring it to 70% dampening, and let the chips fall where they may. Like I think that's really their best option, to be honest.
And with their composition on the side of Golden Guardians with Shadow Priest, Rogue, Zico, what begins to happen with them in that 70% dampening range?
Their Shadow Priest finally starts doing damage. No, but like it's the dot pressure. It doesn't actually do anything until you start getting to, that 40-50% dampening. All of a sudden, up until that point, you got Cloud9. They're having the most amount of fun. Golden Guardians, they just have to sit behind the pillar and just try to avoid AoEs. But at that point, Cloud9 actually gets a little scared as well. And the scary thing about Assassination Rogue specifically in dampening is that dampening stacks with the wound poison effect from the Assassination Rogue. So you have even more healing reduction if you have one of those on your team. And obviously Cloud9, they don't. That's their one, if you want to call it a weakness of the Mage Lock, that they don't have that Mortal Strike effect. So in dampening, in really deep dampening, Golden Guardians can basically avoid most of C9's damage and just kill them with, like they can just tunnel Chan, for example, and all of a sudden Wealthy Man is on 20% from maybe, some poisons and some dots from Whiskey. And that's when we see like the original move get kind of, enabled where they start swapping around and killing everything.
What about Abster switching to the Holy Paladin? Do we like him on the Shaman? Do we think they should continue with him on that healer, or could they maybe switch it up here, CBTs?
I'm trying to think why Paladin wouldn't be better, other than Absterge is just really good at Shaman. I feel like that's literally the only reason. I feel like Paladin should be better. Maybe, he's way more susceptible to crowd control. Cloud9 might just be able to do kind of like 3-2-1 triple crowd control setups way more easily. So, yeah, I think comfort and disruption. I don't think Abster should switch. Just assessing how they've done so far, I feel like this matchup, Abster should stay on Shaman, but to wait and see here. On the small map, are they still going to play for the dampening strat? They probably have to, but they're taking their time to lock in.
I just saw someone in the chat say, this map is too small, Ven, and I actually do think it is too small. I swear. You actually, against a Frost Mage, I really believe against a Frost Mage, you need a bigger pillar than what Hook Point provides, and only time will tell. The first time I said that, I was right, so we'll see if it happens again. I think the main problem with this map is you are constantly being poked. Like, you don't have a big pillar. The pillars are so small that it's easy for Wealthy Man and Chanimal to get an angle. If you drop a Blizzard, you drop a Frozen Orb, there's no avoiding it. It's going to hit you 100%. Then it makes resetting really, really difficult. So I think Golden Guardians, they're not going to... I don't think they're going to make it to 70% dampening in this game. I think if the game's going to end, it's going to be a lot earlier on. And on the smaller map, that is possible, but I just don't think you can dampen as hard on Hook Point as any other map against Mage Lock, especially with how small the pillars are.
So you'd rather see them go on a neutral map, or just not as small of a map as Hook Point then?
It's just, yeah, we use the Goldilocks analogy quite a bit. Can't be too big, can't be too small, it's got to be just perfect. And I think there might have been a better map for them. I don't know. I just think this is a hard match. I don't really like Dalaran. What do I like? What map do I like?
Tigers. You like Tigers. You like...
Tigers could be okay, yeah.
Maybe Black Rock Cold.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe I like Black Rock Cold.
Why not Mugambala? No? Just play in the room? Like, wait for Dampening in the room?
I like Mugambala a lot, actually. The best place to play on Mugambala is the stairs. You just play up top and... Yeah, just play up top and you're chilling. If they want to move in, they walk into Triple Fears. It's easy to line of sight. I think more teams need to use Mugambala and how kind of unpredictable the map can be. But we're going to see how Hook Point does work out for the Golden Guardians. Right now, backs against the wall. They are down the first game 0-1, and they need to win this series in this round robin. If they do not win against Cloud9, they are going to be eliminated.
Chanimal looked like he was switching over to an imp there, trying to make sure he can remove crowd control. Singes off the psychic scream, so Chanimal making a little bit of an adaptation there. Peekaboo pressuring Wealthy Man. Cubsy's melee attacking WizK. Cubsy he's chilling right now in this series. He's having a great time. Just Judgment, Crusader Strike, Peekaboo, really just min-maxing, even though I feel like it's not going to be of too much consequence at this point in the game. They stun up Peekaboo, WizK's Fear, double Shadow Fury, beautiful combo right here. Another stun for follow-up. Oh, almost going down. Peekaboo trades out the Trinket and the Cloak. It's still not Dark Soul, it's still not Icy Veins, and this is going to get pretty scary for Peekaboo now.
WizK actually trinketed there as well. I'm not sure if he was getting ready to trinket swap there or what's up, but they won't have that. Oh, big hit here onto Wealthy Man with the dress. They got to get sacrificed. Chanimal lobbing out 2 Chaos Balls with the Dark Soul, and it did get grounded. Did it get faint? I'm not sure. Peekaboo didn't take any damage from that. And now he's going to reopen here onto Chanimal. Full kidney shot comes out. Let's see, do they have the damage? Wealthy Man's in a fear. He can't peel the situation. He gets a cross kick there. And Chan is actually playing the port now. So Chan is going to be a little bit more mobile there on that Warlock, but he won't have that Mortal Coil lockdown. And they get a full fear here onto Absterge, but he does have to trinket out of it. And now, checkmate situation coming through. No trinket on WizK, no trinket on Peekaboo, and no cloak. No trinket on Absterge. She's a full ship. If they can get a triple crowd control, they straight up win the game here. He bops the smoke bomb, get the resheep, but I do think WizK would be able to get a void shift here unless they sheep WizK and Fear Absterge, and that's exactly what they're doing. But Cubsy not able to find a Hammer of Justice. He gets stopped in his track there by WizK, and you can see what C9 are trying to set up here. They just want to sheep one guy, fear the other, and then stun Peekaboo. You have about 30 more seconds to do it, and then they're going to win the game. You see, Cubsy probably got an ineffable proc here, so he's just using his yep, there it is. Hammer of Justice is going to be back off cooldown any second here, and they're going to have that ready for that next assault here, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. Peekaboo gonna stay on target on Chanimal right now. Let's see if he can stay on target. Peekaboo with a big Dressagath and a kidney shot on Chanimal. Hammer of Justice going out onto Peekaboo. Do they have any crowd control on Absurge? Unfortunately not. Chanimal and Wealthy Man is going to be doing some damage here. Whiskey caught in some crowd control. Polymorph into Polymorph, potentially into a Fear, and doesn't look like he will be Feared just yet. Chanimal creating some space, and keep in mind, he's playing that Demonic Circle, so if Peekaboo is getting a little bit too much pressure, Chanimal can always use that Demonic Circle and try to get away. A good attempt here by the Golden Guardians. They do force out the Trinket Sacrifice, so a little bit of a minor win there by Golden Guardians. Infernals drop down, and now Cloud9 is looking to strike back. The Demonic Circle coming in from Channel. It has his Gateway available as well. One Chaos Bolt lands on Peekaboo. Potentially a second, the Shadow Fury. This could be the Cloak of Shadows, but with Absurge in a great position, he does get Polymorph, but I don't think they have enough damage on Peekaboo just yet. The Golden Guardians are going to continue this pain train on Channel.
It's an interesting talent for Channel running the Demonic Circle, realizing it's just a game of keep away from Peekaboo. So if he can manage to utilize it, but right now he's falling behind. Cubsy in a cheap shot, dispels the Divine Favor. Nice snipe by WizK. Stun into Fear. They really need a Fear here, but WizK just can't connect. He silences instead. Peekaboo's in a poly, trying to reconnect. It's not in position. WizK can't get there for the Fear. Avenging Wrath is up. Cubsy should be able to stabilize here. There's no Smoke Bomb to interrupt his cast. He gets hexed for a moment, but that can be dispelled by Wealthy Man and is immediately. Big heals bombing in off the side by Cubsy. 1 minute away from dampening here on Hook Point. WizK with no Gliders Medallion can't save the team, so definitely a weak link there at the moment. Cubsy gets interrupted, trying to put him behind on the Avenging Wrath, but it's unlikely here as he's going to be praying to Nazoth for a reset on that sacrifice. Chanimal stunned up. WizK's marching, but it's a slow Shadow Priest march with Frost Mage Frostbolting him, and yeah, I don't think he's getting there anytime soon. He's moving forward, but it looks like he's just standing still. Stuns Cubsy. He's there. He's getting there. Look at WizK. Oh, it's silenced. No, there's no way you're getting a Fear off that. It's impossible. And now Cubsy can freely heal, although he doesn't have much cooldowns. Oh, but Chanimal ports. Port's pretty far away from Cubsy. He gets stunned up by Absurge behind the pillar. Peekaboo goes for the sprint to reconnect. We're going to use the Quaking Palm on Cubsy for crowd control. X Wealthy Man, 3 versus 1. Not enough damage though. Chanimal should recover. It's Peekaboo who's in trouble.
Yeah, and we got to see Peekaboo full Hammer of Justice here. He drops the Smoke Bomb. Big kidney shot here on the Chanimal, trying to turn the tides of this fight, but Cubsy is waiting in the wings with his wings up, and he is going to top Chanimal immediately with one swift Holy Light there with the Divine Favor. And now once again Cubsy in a blind, gonna trinket out of that immediately here. And Peekaboo is kind of in no man's land here. He does have the Earthen Wall Totem's defense, but Chan already ported away from him, and now another Hammer of Justice. If they get any kind of CC out of that counterspell, they can just take Peekaboo down. He uses the Cloak of Shadow. Absurge is getting ready to drop the Spirit Link Totem. If they could just have any more crowd control there, that could have been a massive attempt there, but still a very nice counterspell there, secured by Wealthy Man. Now to get a Fear on the Peekaboo, they swap it over to WizK. Shadow Fury coming in. Can they get a Sheep at the back end of that Shadow Fury? They're looking to set up crowd control and go after Pika. Hammer of Justice still going to be on cooldown for a little bit here for Cubsy, but Nazoth could change that at any moment. Oh my goodness, wait, what? Okay, no, it was just a judgment. I was like, what? That would have been insane, actually, if it procced, but it was just a judgment, and now big damage on Peekaboo.
Yeah, big damage on Peekaboo, but he gets topped off. The Ascendance right before the Polymorph. Oh no! Absurge and Peekaboo, what a blunder. Look at their trinkets. Look at them count down at the exact same time. No, Peekaboo and Absurge, what are you doing? They overlapped in a massive way, and that's going to give Cloud9 an opening. Luckily, WizK still has his Gladiator's Medallion. He still has the Void Shift as well, and they're just going for it. Golden Guardians, they want to get some pressure rolling in the match. Chanimal falling further and further behind. Cubsy caught into some crowd control, 11% dampening. He should be able to top off with his Avenging Wrath. That's going to greatly empower his heals. Huge Divine Favor, Holy Light, Wealthy Man full health, Chanimal almost full health as well. Sacrifice actually got traded out, so definitely not a bad push there by the Golden Guardians, but the fact that both Absurge and Peekaboo don't have Trinket, and Peekaboo doesn't have Vanish or Cloak of Shadows, WizK is going to have to be the hero if Cloud9 can get anything set up.
I mean, WizK's just pushing out here, trying to soak damage and get some out himself, but now polymorphed, and Cubsy's trying to drink. Cloud9 are trying to drag this fight on. WizK's owning Wealthy Man right now while Cubsy is drinking, though. If they can get an ice block with this, it would be sick. They get the cap totem around the wall. Nice snipe by Absterge, but it overlapped with the silence. So unfortunate. WizK's still trying to get in position, maybe for Psychic Scream, gets Kona Cold. They go for Psychic Horror anyway. Void Form popped. WizK trying to lay in here, get some pressure, but Absterge into Poly. WizK interfere. WizK trinkets! Now they don't have Trinket Void Shift. That seems really reckless, and they're all crowd controlled at the moment here. Hammer of Justice, full Poly. There's no Cloak of Shadows just in time to stabilize here. Golden Guardians only at 18% dampening. We saw it go to 70% in the last game, so they've still got quite a ways in game number 2. And do remember, if they lose this series, they're basically out. Their chances of qualifying to the BFA finals are pretty much nil. There's a lot on the line here, and they face their toughest opponent.
Oh, Quaking Palm on the Cubsy into the silence, but Peekaboo is already in fear. Chanimal is already on the opposite side of the map. Wealthy Man dropping the Nova. Here comes the Infernals. Knock, knock, huffing and puffing. Let's see what they can get done here. Peekaboo taking a fat hit to the face. Chaos Ball's being casted out. It's going to connect. No, Peekaboo actually using the Shadow Meld right there to get a restealth. Cheap shots Cubsy. Gets the girl onto Chanimal. Porch the smoke bomb before the kidney. Chan is an absolute legend. He goes for the fear. Dark Soul is popped. Chanimal smells blood in the water. Peekaboo gets feared before he can connect with that subterfuge and garrote him, and now Peekaboo realizes he is in a very dangerous spot. He needs to run for his life. No Cloak of Shadows. He does have his trinket, and so does Absterge, but Pika has no personal cooldowns. They have the Void Shift if they should need it, and they have Absterge's Spirit Link Totem as well, but Absterge's mana not looking super great in this situation, and so far I would say C9 in terms of cooldown and mana, they're in the lead, but the longer the game goes on, the more scary it will be, because Peekaboo on that road, those dots from the Shadow Priest, they are going to start becoming more and more effective.
Ooh, Peekaboo, he feints a lot of that incoming burst. He gets gripped over. That was nicely done. Really helping Peekaboo out with that mobility. WizK gripping him on top of Chanimal for a full kidney shot. Chanimal uses the Demonic Circle to just LOS and get away. And Wealthy Man, look at these snares. Peekaboo in a snare, WizK in a snare, Blizzard, Frostbolts. That Frostmage is so abusive against this particular composition. Full Hammer of Justice with a full Polymorph. Peekaboo, this could be the Cloak of Shadows once again. It's up in 1 second, and he is forced to use it. Chanimal getting back to his gateway. Dressagath drops from Peekaboo as well. He does the fadeaway Dressagath, running back to the pillar, trying to get a little bit of extra damage out, but looks like Cubsy should be able to hold on. Absterge behind on mana. Here we go. Peekaboo's pinned at the pillar with Absterge. Absterge actually using his trinket. And now into a full Hammer of Justice. Cloud9, they smell blood in the water. They're pushing in. They want to try to make something happen. 3v1 situation. Fear on Absterge. Polymorph on WizK. But Peekaboo's just go, go, go. He's chasing down Chanimal, but the Demonic Circle allowing Chanimal to escape. Shadow Step from Peekaboo onto Wealthy Man. But now Chanimal going to be gone for quite some time. There's actually the Panda Racial coming in from WizK. They're just trying. Look at Peekaboo just trying. He finally gets to his target and kidney shots him. It's been such a long journey. Yeah, but he finally gets that stun, and it's going to be able to put out some damage. And this is scary. I mean, if Chanimal cannot kite in the match, Peekaboo is going to be able to really rip into him on that Assassination Rogue.
He's staying in the earthen wall, waiting for its defense to fade before pushing in. Cubsy gets stunned up. WizK is still pretty far away from a Psychic Scream. He's making his way to midfield here. Gets the Psychic Scream. Cubsy pre-sacks, but Peekaboo's in trouble. Oh, Shadow stepping in, trying to go for the kill. Chanimal very low on health. Can they power through Unending Resolve here? Silence on the Cubsy. They're trying to push through it. Divine Shield from Cubsy. They get everything from Cloud9 here. If they don't win here, I don't know when they do. Chanimal heavily pressured. Divine Shield about to subside. Chanimal on the run. Nether Warding still very low. Peekaboo's going in with that sprint. It's do or die here for the Golden Guardians. They've gotten everything from Cloud9. They have to keep pushing. They have to keep going. Chanimal ports back to the pillar with freedom. In line of sight to try and fear Absterge. Absterge wind shears it. WizK grips Peekaboo to target. Nice play by the Golden Guardians. Beautiful smoke bomb to follow it all up. Line of sighting Cubsy's heels. Ooh. Golden Guardians tie it up 1-1.
Ah, you love that. I mean, looking at the Golden Guardians and what they were able to pull off in that game, the teamwork, the execution, WizK styling with that grip into the kidney shot, into the smoke bomb. I mean, that is exactly the type of move you want to see, and that's what the Golden Guardians were able to execute, and they tie up this series, and you can tell they're really fighting for it. And on these smaller maps, it seems like their pressure on Chanimal is really substantial. So they don't really have to wait till deep dampening. They have opportunities if they can actually stay on target. But the problem is Cloud9, they did win on the big map. So likely for Game 3, potentially Game 5, we are going to those big maps. So we're going to have to see Peekaboo, Whiskey, and Absol really step it up when it comes to, winning a game and winning the swing match.
Yeah, super well done by Golden Guardians. You can tell just how hard they are fighting to stay in this series. Now it's tied up 1-1 here. Here is the replay for us for those final moments, Supatis.
Yeah, I mean, this was the life grip. So Chanimal ported. See how far away Peekaboo is? Whiskey pulls him. Peekaboo steps in line of sight to Chanimal, and they did not expect that. Cubsy desperately tries to get in line of sight. That red cloud, line of sight's all spells in and out, so nobody could help Chanimal inside, and he couldn't do anything going out. So really good execution, nice swing of momentum right at the end of the game, exactly what they needed. Put a point on the board, but they're going to have to pull that off on Tolvaron. They have to pull that off on Ashamains, at least one of those maps, if they want a shot in this series, and that is much harder to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if it's relying on that of the map, the size of the map, we saw them have victory on Hook Point. Now it's going to be Cloud9's map choice here, likely to go with something quite a bit bigger here, Zico. Do we feel like, given that information, this is just going to go to a Game 5 here in this series?
I mean, it definitely could. We could definitely see it be in a situation where Cloud9, they're going to pick big maps. Golden Guardians are going to pick small maps. Cloud9 won the first game. They're going to have the double advantage in game number 5. They're going to bring it to the sandy sands of Tolvaron and bury the Golden Guardians there. Could definitely see it happening. But I don't know. Cloud9 on the small maps, they're really good as well. It's like I think it's Cloud9 series to lose, that's for sure. Golden Guardians, they're going to have to win one game either on Ashamains or on Tolvaron, and that's going to be really tough for them. The other thing is that, I don't know, Chanimal was playing Port this game, and I feel like on the smaller maps, I actually like Mortal Coil more, and on the big map, I like Port more. Because I feel like on the small maps, they can just reconnect on you a lot of the time, but on the big maps, when you port, you're actually away, and it feels like you get that value.
And if you guys want to see the gear that these players are running, you can go to awc.gcd.tv or check out that bottom bar down below here on the YouTube page. So what is it going to take then, Supatis, for Golden Guardians if they want to try and win a game here on Cloud9's map choice? What is that setup going to look like on the side of Golden Guardians?
80% dampening, and they still have Spirit Link at least, or Void Shift at least, or Cloak at least. At least one of them at 80% dampening, if not two of them. So they have enough time to stay on target. I'm just looking at the talents of Wealthy Man because you mentioned it. I'm looking at this like he's dampened magic. So all magic damage over time effects deal 20% less damage. So Whiskey's damage, all of it. Peekaboo's full gushing wounds, so a lot of Peekaboo's damage. And then Cubsy has Divine Vision, which reduces shadow damage over time effects by 15%. On top of that, so gushing wounds is, I mean, you still have to play it even, I guess, at that much reduced effectiveness, but this is such an insanely difficult comp for Shadow Priest Rogue just because of those talents. I mean, they're basically just reducing Whiskey's damage by almost a wall the entire game, like the equivalent of a wall effect. So, I mean, this is really tough for them.
All right, we are going to be going to Ashamain's Fall. Cloud9 now choosing their composition. About 40 seconds left here. Okay, so Supatis here thinks we're going to 80% dampening Ven and Zigo. Let's hear it. Let's break out some stickers.
Oh, this is for a sticker, huh? What are the rules though?
Nope.
We need an official ruling. Price is Right, just the closest.
I think Price is Right is the most fair.
Okay, then I'm going last. I'm going last. Wait, why are you going last if the Price is Right is fair?
I never said it was fair. It's unfair.
Just say it. We'll say it at the same time.
Whatever.
What if
I'm just going to
go
answer the question. I think this game is going to go to like 63% dampening.
Okay, 63.
63. Okay, I won't totally cheese it. I'll play it a little safe. I'll say 50. 50%.
50.
Okay.
Okay. What's it going to take then for Cloud9 to shut this down early if that is a goal of theirs, do you think, Supatis?
I don't know if they necessarily... I mean, just triangle position, max damage,
If it ever feels like Golden Guardians are getting momentum, spam Polymorph, spam Fear, wait for that momentum to go away, triangle position again, cast damage, keep rinsing and repeating it over and over and over until you just attrition the Shaman, or you get a big burst of damage. Golden Guardians are looking a little bit shaky with their Glarian Medallion usage. I mean, I feel like there was multiple Glarian Medallions that weren't necessary or weren't comboed with an important cooldown that Cloud9 on a map like this will immediately exploit, so it's going to be tough. I mean, Peekaboo could barely connect on hook point, let alone this. Look how big it is. We got the bird's eye view. It's massive, so...
Who was it yesterday that said they were talking to Chan and he was like, oh, you know, we have really long games, but we get kind of a mental break behind the pillars.
Yeah.
Is that this
Zico
team?
and I got a chance to sit down with him and kind of talk to him about some of his games, because they do typically have really long games. And I really think it's fun, like, really looking at the chat, if they decide, is Cloud9 the dampeners, or is it the team fighting behind the pillar that are the dampeners? I mean, a lot of the time Cloud9 is, you know, they're trying to force the action. It's just the nature of their composition, right? Like, they're not advantaged to push in more often than not. And on the flip side, the other team doesn't want to push in because then they just get bullied with crowd control. So it's a weird spot to be in. But you know, the one thing I do want to say about this matchup that's really interesting to me is I feel like this is a matchup where Snuts could easily be brought in and do well. Like, I really think that Snuts could be brought in on a Windwalker Monk and they could, you know, do quite a bit. But I think Cloud9, they're just most prepared on this composition, and theoretically on the big map as well, they should have an advantage. But the Golden Guardians, if they can pull this off, that would be absolutely incredible.
Well, let's see if they can. Good start so far here on the Chanimal. Oh, maybe they can clutch it out. Now Chanimal deflects double mortal coil. He actually uses unending resolve. He's totally respecting this initial assault. Doesn't want to go down to any Drestagath pressure there, but unending resolve was an important cooldown to get out of the way, as Ineffable Truth doesn't reset the Warlock's cooldown. So, but look at Peekaboo, feared into the far corner of Ashamane's Fall. Shadow stepping in onto Wealthy Man. Chanimal punishes the Shadow Step by using the Demonic Gateway. And now Peekaboo, I mean, are you going to get back to target anytime soon? This is a very slow waddle. He does manage to get back on target, stuns up Chanimal. Absurge pushes up. He's been looking for a lot of hexes on Wealthy Man when WizK goes for crowd control and Cubsy. They get that 3 versus 1 situation. It's definitely good offense for them, but at the moment, WizK gets swapped to. Huge pressure. Absurge denies the kill with Earthen Wall Totem. Peekaboo gets out of crowd control, and Golden Guardians look to engage. Psychic Horror, Silence, Chanimal the target. He calls in Infernals, activating that Stone Skin to remove some of those damage over time effects, or Fire Blood. Not sure if he's Dark Iron Dwarf or regular Dwarf, probably Dark Iron, but either way, totally negating all the damage on that push with the Infernal and the racial usage. Oh, Counterspell by Wealthy Man. He's getting cheeky. Absurge ducks into the fight with that Ascendance to top off his team, and Golden Guardians are doing their best to stay on target here, and they have been denting Cloud9 a lot more than I anticipated.
Yeah, we're going to see Chanimal now getting smoked here, but he is actually outside the smoke bomb. Cubsy manages to stay inside there, and he's just going to top him with the Divine Favor. Chan now activating his Dark Soul. He's going to have big damage here to anybody who he can reach, but he's taking some damage from the Siphon. Wealthyman kills it off. Full sheep on the Absurge. Here we go. Who is the target? WizK looks like the target. Absurge going to trigger out of the sheep into a full fear. WizK in a Hammer of Justice, and he is going to get sheep potentially out of the fear. Absurge not being able to do anything about all of this crowd control, getting CC'd through his trinket. They force out the Disperse earlier on Wiz, and now they have a pretty prime position here for C9 to maybe force out the Spirit Link or a Void Shift or something big like that. But Chan is the one on the back foot, full hex secured onto Wealthy Man. Let's see what they can get done. Cubsy gets cheap shotted into a full fear. Chan, with that small sacrifice, is still taking a beating here, and now finally is going to recover with that Avenging Wrath. Blessing of Protection gets thrown out. Here is the Hammer of Justice. They have the crowd control that they need. You got a full fear on the Pika. They're going after WizK here. Mind Control gets casted out. Oh, you got to be careful here, Wiz. You can't be casting right now. Wealthy Man has the CS, and we've seen in the past what can happen. WizK is going to stabilize there, though. And now, once again, Golden Guardians look to get aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if they can get it done. Cloak of Shadow still available for Peekaboo, so he has the tools he needs to stay in the open for an extended period of time. Full Polymorph lands. If they can get the Cloak of Shadows, this would be really big here for Cloud9. Peekaboo getting lower, has to be a little bit careful. And once again, it's going to be a Hammer of Justice out onto Peekaboo. He could get bursted down here. Full Fear on Upsurge. Certainly going to be the Cloak of Shadows, and that is a big victory there for Cloud9. As anytime Peekaboo doesn't have his Vanish and Cloak of Shadows, he is very susceptible to just being absolutely blown away. But at the same time, they're getting massive pressure here on the Chanimal. Silence onto Cubsy, and they get the Unending Resolve. This is big. I mean, the Golden Guardians, they trade the Cloak of Shadows, but they get the Unending Resolve. They got Trinket out of the way. There's no Blessing of Protections left. And Golden Guardians are looking to close this game out earlier than dampening, if they can, which would be absolutely insane. We'll see if they can continue this push.
WizK goes for the Quaking Palm, no follow-up. Hammer of Justice on Peekaboo, no Dispel. WizK got Dispelled on a Polymorph, big punish on that Dispel. Absurge going to drop a Spirit Link. He panics on the Dark Soul, wants to trade with that, but that was a very important cooldown for their win condition out of the way. Absurge tries to Hex, he gets counterspelled. Absurge getting shut down here into a full Polymorph. They're still trying to push for the win here. WizK in position for Silence. Where's the Psychic Scream? Is it off cooldown? Doesn't look like it. Cubsy's not crowd controlled any longer. Absurge getting max ranged by Wealthy Man. He's still trying to Hex him. Does finally land the full Hex. Interested to see if Wealthy Man uses an Ice Block on any of these Hexes, but full Fear, full Stun. Danger time here for Golden Guardians on Ashamane's Fall. Do they have enough damage to finish off Peekaboo here? He's hovering at sub 50%. He Shadow Steps to Wealthy Man out of the Frozen Orb. Enough time has been bought. Vitality Conduit stabilizes the team here. No Gladiators Medallions, though, for Golden Guardians. They can't escape crowd control, and obviously the Mage Warlock have a plethora of that, so at any moment they could get clotheslined and outright killed. And Peekaboo's very far in the distance here. Abster just to leave into midfield, and guess what? There's a Mage and a Warlock waiting, full Polymorph, but they fear Cubsy. They're trying to push for the kill. Cubsy going to respect it. Divine shielding out of the Psychic Scream, but they smoke bomb the big heal. WizK's Mortal Coil, he can't dispel it. Cubsy connects the heal just in time. Channel gets pulled back into the fight, although aggressively, Golden Guardians look good. If they can just get their defense equal to that offense, I feel like they have the potential to take the swing match.
They're definitely in a pretty prime position right now. Full blind comes out. Cubsy's going to Trinket out of it. Gets silenced here. No sacrifice. Big damage coming in. If WizK has something, they could definitely close out the game here. Cubsy's greeting the sacrifice right now. I'm not sure about that, but I guess it's going to work out for him. Full Hammer of Justice here onto Absters. There's actually swapping to Absters. Here's the Infernals. Where's the Mortal Coil? Chanimal doesn't have it for a couple more seconds, and it looks like Absters is going to brush that off with the Astral Shift, go back to the pillar, and now he's going to get sheeped immediately there. Looks like they're going after Pika once again. He does have his Cloak of Shadows. Kidney Shot connects. There's the Quaking Palm to Cubsy. He gets disarmed. Do they have the fear? The Siphon is out. It's not going to get killed immediately. Actually, it does by Chanimal. Wealthy Man looking to continue the chain here, but it looks like C9 are going to recover. It looks like Golden Guardians as well are going to recover, but they do force out the sacrifice. Hex being loaded up, gets casted onto Wealthy Man. Full silence. Chanimal gates to safety here. Fears up WizK. Gets kidneyed once again. Gets bopped out of that kidney, and now here comes the Dark Soul. Big damage. Peekaboo Shadow Steps behind the target. You can only chaos bolt someone who's in front of you. Peekaboo literally Shadow Stepping 1 yard just to avoid a little bit of damage, but he's still dropping dangerously low. Full shape onto Absters. He's going to Trinket out of that one. Frozen Orb comes out. If if Wealthy Man can get another one, they could still force out the Cloak of Shadows, but now Absturge is going to be in that safety net of that Frozen Orb, which would break any sheeps on him, so he should recover Pika. Now, once again, Golden Guardian looking to get aggressive here, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just over and over. It's been unrelenting here for the Golden Guardians on Cloud9. Cloud9 just cannot force them back, which is really interesting. Full Fear lands onto Cubsy. WizK in the open. Maybe they want to change their targeting. I was just going to suggest, I mean, WizK, him just pushing out, you know, doing whatever he wants in the game. I feel like maybe going after him instead of Peekaboo might be an option for them. They do get the Unending Resolve from Chanimal. Great push here. Interrupt onto Absurge. Polymorph on Peekaboo. WizK now in Immortal Coil as they look to continue to blast him the best they can, but getting that Unending Resolve out of the way. Once again, a minor victory here for the Golden Guardians. And Cubsy doesn't really have too many healing cooldowns left. I guess the one benefit is Ineffable Truth Paladin. You will be able to get those cooldowns up relatively soon if you do get the proc.
This could be it.
WizK actually using the Dispersion as well. Can they make the push? Stun onto Cubsy. He does have his Trinket. He trinkets out of the blind. Divine Shield up in 20 seconds. Avenging Wrath up in just 1. And now I think Cloud9 are going to be able to hold on, but they're burning through mana really, really quickly. Infernals drop down. Chanimal needs to look to reverse the pressure, and they are going to be switching their targeting onto WizK. Going after Peekaboo doesn't seem to be working, and I think with how aggro WizK is playing, he's going to be a great target for this team.
Oh, silence on Cubsy, fear on Wealthy Man, 3 versus 1. They're trying to gun down Chanimal. Smoke Bomb is available. They're going to drop the Smoke Bomb. They're trying to power through with this couple of seconds, but Mortal Coil into Peekaboo. is going to buy Chanimal more than enough time. Avenging Wrath is up. Cubsy's not controlled. He's easily going to heal the whole team to full health for the next couple of seconds. Absturge's mana is looking a bit more shaky now. Sub 50%, drops the Earthen Wall. Chanimal gates out of the Earthen Wall, but Cubsy gets stunned up. WizK's trying to push for the kill. Wealthy Man intercepts. WizK can't connect. Beautiful interception. They stun up Chanimal around the corner. Cubsy's trying to reposition to assist, but he is walking into range of the Golden Guardians team here. Close quarters. WizK marching forward. Cubsy trying to reposition to the next pillar. They stun up Peekaboo. He pre-feints the Hammer of Justice. Really well timed by Peekaboo, reducing a ton of damage during that stun. Vitality Conduit stabilizing him. Hammer of Justice on a WizK now. Actually chooses to Trinket. Again, very aggressive Trinket usage here by the Golden Guardians, but perhaps they can just overrun the Cloud9 here. Cubsy pre-sacrificing any further crowd control. Totally shutting down this assault. Now Cloud9 need to kind of get their feet grounded and start getting aggressive. Ultimate has opted to use Ice Block to break a Hex and get damage out during this time towards WizK, but WizK has Dispersion. He can use that not only to stop damage, but get in position for a Fear as well due to its movement suppressing effects. Cubsy Divine Shield Psychic Scream. He doesn't want to fall behind. Absturge is in a poly. They're punishing WizK. WizK has to disperse and retreat. Peekaboo Shadow steps into the fight, stuns up the Fear. Now gets stunned himself. They could swap to Peekaboo out in midfield. Animal not finding any cast, though. It's all Wealthy Man. I don't think Wealthy Man's going to solo him here at this point in time, just attacking WizK. We see all of Golden Guardians marching forward, but this is a gauntlet I'm not sure that they can reach the finish to.
Ooh, Peekaboo trinketing out of a coil there. He was a little bit out of position, and that's going to be a nice punish there from Chan. Now Chan stuck in a kidney shot, full silence on the Cubsy, no bubble, no trinket. What are you going to do here, Cubsy? He's going to activate the wings. Infernos are being summoned. Cataclysm comes out. Big dam here. Blizzard is going to be up as well now. Looks like they're going to be turning their attention here over onto Wiz. Let's see what Peekaboo does. He decides to go back in with the Shadow Step with the Vanish here. He gets a double Garrote up. He gets feared up. Looking to get some pressure going here. Full fear onto Absturge. Absturge's mana is not doing great, but neither is Cubsy's actually. They get a full Hammer of Justice here onto Peekaboo. That's got to be Absturge Trinket. He's going to Trinket, dispel that immediately. He still has his Spirit Link to fall back on. Another Blessing of Protection coming out from Cubsy here. And Chanimal is going to kite with that freedom. Peekaboo has no Shadow Step for another 10 or so seconds from when he used that Vanish. So he should have it now. And there it is. Shadow Step going to come back to Chan. He's out of line of sight though from WizK. But still, everyone's just dogpiling here onto Cubsy, onto Chan. And if they can find some crowd control, there it is. Full disarm. If WizK trinkets out of the sheep, he's going to get the fear. He gets a Quaking Palm. Absturge needs to dispel him. He gets it. Full fear. Chan is in massive trouble here. Sacrifice, but it's not the ultimate sacrifice. What is he going to do to survive here? Full Healthstone coming out. There's the Divine Favor. Doesn't do anything. There's the sacrifice before the Smoke Bomb. Vitality Conduit comes out, but it doesn't work in the Smoke Bomb. Chan, what are you going to do to survive here? Cubsy is trying to heal him up. He's got the wings. He's going to immediately activate it, and he is going to be able to recover Chan most likely in this situation here. He just needs to get a couple of more Holy Lights. WizK is chasing him for the fear, but Wealthy Man once again shuts it down with the Polymorphs, and it looks like C9 are going to stabilize here at 40% dampening.
Yeah, they managed to do it. If Cubsy can sneak away for a drink, this would be the biggest and best moment to do it. Peekaboo moves in, Shadow Step, Kidney Shot, kick onto Wealthy Man. Here's a blind on Cubsy as well. They do get the trinket, but this is such a scary moment for Peekaboo. Look, he's got no Vanish. Absturge just caught into a fear. They do have the Void Shift, but WizK with no trinket. He just gets crowd control, but they're just going for it. Golden Guardians, they want to take down Chanimal. The Divine Shield from Cubsy might have to get ripped out if he gets interrupted. It could be an absolute nightmare. Hammer of Justice now on Peekaboo. Wealthy Man looking to set up the team. Full Polymorph on Absturge. And it looks like Chanimal still not topped off. Infernals do drop down. Cloud9, they realize this could be do or die. They have to force Golden Guardians back. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Almost 50% dampening. Cubsy with no mana. Is Golden Guardians really going to be able to pull it off? It would be a massive upset if they could. Silence on Chanimal. Big drastic gap. And Chanimal might fall, and he does. The Golden Guardians, they win the swing match on the big map. And they look good in that game. I mean, throughout that entire game, it seemed like Golden Guardians were in the driver's seat. I cannot believe it. And Cloud9, I think they have to make a change.
This is absolutely crazy. Golden Guardians turning this around now 2-1. As we talked about before the series started, Golden Guardians need to win every series for the rest of the circuit if they want to be in the top 4, and they're well on their way. This team's looking absolutely on fire, Subtees.
Yeah, really unbelievable. I really think Abster stepped up in that game. He was crowd controlling Wealthy Man a ton. And I mean, it's Wealthy Man who has to somewhat take control of the game because Channel was getting attacked. So Abster's removing Wealthy Man was super important to slowing down the pressure and giving Peekaboo the time that he needed on Channel to find the kill. I mean, how many crowd controls? 11 inflicted by Absterge, not counting the Earth Grab roots either. I think WizK got an instant purge on the Divine Favor at the end of the game too, which would have healed Channel, I think, enough to live. So just really clutch plays at the final seconds there. I mean, look at the purges, 177 from WizK. He's constantly stripping that Light's Grace off, trying to go for the Divine Favors. So you can tell that they know what their win condition is. They played that match excellently. It's not very often you see Cloud9 lose on Ashamane's Fall. They went from a 100% win rate to losing now twice in a row on this map to 2 different teams. So the teams in North America are stepping up, and maybe this is the time to see Snuts.
Yeah, now 2 to 1 here. Golden Guardians really on the move here. Haha. That was actually on accident, and then I realized what it sounded like. I mean, this team is really stepping it up now. Like, we saw them struggling in the beginning here. They didn't have any wins yet. They won their series yesterday. Now they're only 1 game away from beating Cloud9, and this just seems like a different team than what we saw them play, or how we saw them playing in the beginning of this circuit here, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the beginning they played well, but their comp picks wasn't, the best. But in their credit, we have been saying, let's see them play some more stuff. Let's see them diversify. And then when they do, we're like, come on, guys, what is this? But yeah, I do think that the only adaptation they really needed was multi-class a little bit more with the healer, and maybe have Wiz on the lock for some matchups, but for the most part, just try to play that Shadow Priest Rogue. They do it better than anybody else, and right now they win the swing match against C9. So even if they lose the next game, which presumably is going to be on Tolvir, they can still bring it to close quarters for that potential game number 5.
Yeah, and before the series that we saw Cloud9 lose yesterday, Golden Guardians were the only team that had been able to beat Cloud9 in a series. It was 3-2. They were playing this composition. Cloud9 playing Mage Lock again. Once Cloud9 started to lose, they swapped to the Lock Windwalker with a Mistweaver as well. Is that going to be their next move here, Ven? Or what do you think Cloud9 needs to do if they want to turn the series back around in their favor?
It's a really nice quote. Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again. And I feel like this could be one of those moments where we need to see Snuts come off the bench. I mean, Cloud9 sometimes are stubborn with their Mage Lock and they want to make it work, and they've made it work for years. So you can't blame them. They try to have that repeat success. But Golden Guardians, they're on fire. And I think Cloud9, they need to make a change, because in that game, the last 2 games, it really feels like the Golden Guardians are the ones that are kind of controlling the pacing of the game. I feel like they had Cloud9 on the back foot for a majority of that match, and I don't know what it is. I mean, these Shaman teams are contesting Mage Lock. There's multiple Shaman teams now. They're doing really, really well into these Mage Lock compositions, into these Paladins, and maybe the extra purges, and I don't know what it is, but we are seeing Shamans do quite well, and Golden Guardians are going to be bringing Upsurge onto, his favorite class, and Golden Guardians are going to get to play their best composition in Cloud9. Now they get to decide, are we making a change? And they will be. They are going to be tagging in Snuts, and let's see if they can pull it off. I feel like Cloud9 with this composition is going to be looking really good. I think this is a great answer. I think they can find big one-shots on Peekaboo. They can consistently go after WizK, and I think it's going to give them a lot more consistent pressure in the match.
Yeah, I was talking with Anita, Snuts' girlfriend, a little bit during that last game. It sounds like, from her perspective, listening in on these games from Snuts, it's just an absolutely intense series from them, and it's cool to see Snuts stepping in now. Now we get to see those guys play. Soup Teas, what do you feel about this composition on the side of Cloud9?
It worked in the past when these teams were looking evenly matched in the cup stage, so I think tagging Snuts in here is a wise decision. It's not often that Cloud9's forced off their Mage Lock, so I'm glad that they aren't being kind of stubborn to it. I think that Windwalker Warlock is a much better matchup, and we can see here Snuts doesn't play very often, but when he does, he wins a lot. So he's the ringer. He's going to be brought in for these types of matchups to try and close it out when the Mage Lock is not working out. So I'm excited to see Snuts play again here. Golden Guardians,
they only need to win one more game, and they've still got their dreams of qualifying, and it would be huge momentum to be able to beat Cloud9, #1 seed from North America. And the thing is, if they do lose here, they've got their map pick. They could switch their comp. I don't know if they have something that would be better, though, unfortunately, into Windwalker Lock. I think they're going to just have to make the Shadow Priest Rogue work. If anyone could do it, it would be them.
So some of the things also that I feel like a lot of people don't realize with these teams that have four members, we don't see their fourth member play that often. That doesn't mean that they're not a valuable member of that team. We've talked to Cloud9 before in interviews and saying, you know, Snuts doesn't play that often, but they always say that he is one of the most important members of this team. He really is the playmaker of this team. He might be one of the most experienced players on that team in terms of how long he's been competing in the AWC. And Snuts, regardless of that 10% play rate you see on the board here for his stats, is really just an integral part of Cloud9's ego.
Yeah, actually, when we were doing the Cloud9 broadcast, we talked about that specific topic about, you know, how is it to be the fourth player? What do you think? And Snut said, you know, during the game, he is in the comms with his teams, and he's saying, hey guys, this guy doesn't have a trinket. You can set up a kill here. Pika has no cloak. You can go on this guy. And he's always been a very vocal member, and he's playing a lot with the team, practicing all of the other comps. He just hasn't been needed, but when he is needed, he usually shows up in a big way, and that's what we're going to expect here. The next game here, game number 4, is live. Golden Guardians got Cloud9 here on match point, and Chan just takes a fat dress to the face. Cubsy gets feared into a silence, and it's already starting out well here for the Golden Guardians. You get a decent amount of pressure here. Perhaps he's going to drop the Earthen Wall Totem as well. It's Nuts now looking to get some pressure with the Fist of Fury. He's got the leg sweep already used here, and there's the Tiger Palm. Full smoke bomb being dropped here. Chanimal's going to use... Actually, no, he's not going to need to use his on any result.
What is happening?
What is this damage?
So much pressure, man.
So much pressure. Everyone's just dead. Cubsy's used the Avenging Wrath. He's used his sacrifice. Finally, everyone gets topped off, and here is the Touch of Death from Snuts. But I think WizK has some solid answers for it. It might be the Dispersion. Maybe. We'll see. It's a big hit over onto WizK, but it looks like he's going to be able to shrug that off. And now crowd control once again initiated onto Cubsy into a silence. Chanimal rotting down low. Peekaboo looking for more crowd control on Cubsy. Let's see if he's going to be able to get it. Goes for the Shadow Step. Garrote silence into a kidney shot on Chanimal. WizK positioning for a Fear. Manages to find the full Fear. And there's no trinket for Cubsy. Chanimal getting lower. Can they get more from this crowd control chain? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Unfortunately, the damage just isn't there. But definitely not a bad start here for the Golden Guardians.
Earthen Wall on the Hammer of Justice there, but Abstract gets spell locked. Chaos Bolt channeled by Chanimal. Connecting onto WizK, trying to force Dispersion. Snuts rolls back to swap to Peekaboo, creating pressure in 2 places. Peekaboo pulls back for a moment, then charges right back into the fight. Abstract needs to try and get line of sight to heal him up here. Chain heals bombing in. WizK is moving in position to get crowd control on this Avenging Wrath. It would be critical timing here. Snuts tries to prevent it by rooting up WizK just out of range of a Psychic Scream. They get it to full Hex! Beautiful Hex by Abstract on the bottom side. Chan must use Unending Resolve. It might even be more than that if they're not careful. Avenging Wrath Divine Favor, big heal comes in from Cubsy, and man, the Golden Guardians are playing at the highest level possible right now here, and they're taking a matchup that they've lost in the past and making it look almost easy. If they can keep this momentum, man, I think they're going to be able to do it. Kick on Chanimal, he's low health. Cubsy's Avenging Wrath. Luckily for him, Ineffable Truth procs. He's going to have Avenging Wrath right now, exactly when he needs it, to heal Chanimal back up. He is lobbing out some Chaos Bolts on WizK. WizK going to respect it and use Dispersion, but it wasn't the Dark Soul. Chanimal's a big threat. Golden Guardians need to get ready.
Oh, let's see it here. Big Chaos Bolt coming out here onto WizK. WizK is going to deflect situation here with the Vampiric Embrace, meaning his damage will be healing everybody on the team. And right now there's no dampening, actually 2 minutes away, so it's looking pretty good here. And the strategy here for Cloud9 is going to be hit WizK and potentially swap over to Snuts like this. Go for the dress play. You can see Snuts is ready for it right now. He's going to go for big damage there. And every time they do that, they're going to try to force out either Abster's Trinket or Pika's Trinket. And when there's no trinkets, that's going to be a checkmate. Snuts is insane at finding those opportunities on that Windwalker. Unfortunately for him, though, weren't able to land it just yet there. Pika with some evasive moves. He still has the leg sweep, though, and now he's going to pop the trigger here onto WizK. Touch of Death is rolling. Big damage here onto WizK. He doesn't have Dispersion. He might have Fade for it, though. Actually, doesn't either. Just the Spirit Link gets traded out here for Absterge. Nice push here by C9.
Definitely a nice push. Let's see if they can turn it around. Cubsy's got a lot of his cooldowns rotated back up. WizK does get interrupted. He's getting beat on by Snuts in the midfield. Absurge connects some heals, and this is a very explosive match. They're actually going after Peekaboo. Looks like one Chaos Bolt will land. He feints it and should be able to survive. Now, I was actually looking at the chat. Healing Stat says he doesn't think this matchup is actually that bad for RPS, especially being able to get the hexes in the game. And they don't have a dispel for that. So you can see right now, Snuts is going to be sitting that full hex, and that will be limiting their pressure. So I think if Absurge can find these hexes in the game, definitely going to be something that can swing the momentum in favor of the Golden Guardians. And let's see, here's a big push. Silence onto Cubsy into a disarm. The instant crowd control initiated there by WizK. Animal getting lower and lower. I mean, this is pre-dampening, and the pressure from both these teams is insane. Peekaboo forced to use his trinket there. Smoke Bomb drops down, and Chanimal now caught into this stun. Not going to be able to get out. Keep in mind, he's playing Relentless as a dwarf, so the stuns are going to be lowered, but those Smoke Bomb attempts are going to be really scary for Golden Guardians.
I'm glad that Cubsy didn't panic. I think a Smoke Bomb was baiting Cubsy to run into a Psychic Scream, so he didn't fall for the bait. He knew Chanimal would survive. He's trying to stay max range from WizK at the moment. Snuts is trying to force WizK back, and I think he successfully has. Absurge is in midfield. He could look for hexes, but he gets paralyzed by Snuts. Snuts going back to Peekaboo. Peekaboo with no trinket. He pre-evasions, anticipating a stun here, but Hammer of Justice does not care about evasion. Absurge trinkets here to respect this crowd control engagement. Full blind, trinket up in one. Cubsy instantly trinkets into a stun. Nice punish by WizK. In position for a hex. Cubsy has a Divine Shield on top of his trinket. Beautiful play by the Golden Guardians. A small victory there, which could result in a massive lead in the immediate future if they can keep up their momentum. Silence on Cubsy. Avenging Wrath comes up in 7 seconds. He's got Holy Avenger 2 to combo for massive heals. Dark Soul, Infernal, Touch of Death, no trinket on Peekaboo, no evasion on Peekaboo. They need to get ready. Peekaboo could easily disappear here. Absurge drops Earthen Wall, anticipating the attack, but Cloud9 are patient. They're going to wait for it to subside before going for the push. Dressicat drops in from Peekaboo, but Absurge is locked down and paralyzed. Snuts pops the Storm, Earth, and Fire, but a double Psychic Scream defensively peels the damage for now, and then went for the stuns on Peekaboo. Peekaboo just going to walk it off, not nearly the amount of pressure they were hoping to find in that stun lock. Snut switches back to WizK. Cubsy pre-sacks the stun, but it's now faded, and oh no, WizK almost gets eradicated by Chanimal there, dispersing on 1%, but 1% is still better than dead, so Golden Guardians stay in it.
1% is more than 0% there. That was the touch of death of Snuts, and that go on Peekaboo was actually a checkmate go. They wanted to actually take Peekaboo down there, or potentially at least force out the Void Shift, but WizK feared up the Fist of Fury of Snuts, all of his images, broke up the damage in the stun, and saved his teammates' lives without using the Void Shift. And now he grips Absurge 1 millimeter behind the pillar so that he won't get bolted there by Chan. Now, Chan just sat a kidney shot. He's going to gain away to safety. If Peekaboo chases him, he's going to be in a world of trouble. He's going to chase him. He's going to overextend, but Absurge actually pushing up with him, and that's exactly what he needs to do. He's going to go for the Hex. He gets paralyzed there. Beautiful stun. Beautiful stop there by Snuts, and now Absurge in a full fear, but somehow breaks out. And here we go. There's the Hex. That's going to be it. Maybe. They have no way out. 5 seconds on Cubsy's trinket. Chan gets a fat heal right there with the Hellstone, with the Unending Resolve. But this is looking like Golden Guardian series to lose right now. They don't have that much defense. They have Absurge to fall back on. They have the Void Shift to fall back on. But other than that, Peekaboo could easily get erased in a second here. Hammer of Justice coming out onto Absurge. He's going to be able to sit through it. Nice Blessing of Protection there onto Chan before he gets mind controlled. Excellently done there by Cubsy, but slowly but surely, they're withering down all of the cooldowns from C9. And I don't know, but Golden Guardians are looking like they are actually in the driver's seat here, 17% into the damp.
No, it is true. Look at WizK. He's just trying to make it to Cubsy. A silence comes in. Chanimal is getting lower. Kidney shot does land. Is there any more crowd control? The sacrifice from Cubsy will keep Chanimal alive, hopefully for them. Now a double leg sweep coming in. WizK has a dispersion once again, and Absurge drops the pre-Earthen Wall totem. Really nicely done. And all pressure in favor of the Golden Guardians. Hex onto Cubsy. Immediate Divine Shield. They're getting cooldowns left, right, and center. And Chanimal is going to be in big trouble. The next attack here coming in from Golden Guardians. Once they get crowd control on Cubsy, there's nothing left whatsoever. Can they take down Peekaboo? Big setup here on Peekaboo. They don't overly panic. The Spirit Link, actually they do panic. There's a Spirit Link totem as well as the Void Shift. Now it's anyone's game. Here they go. Do they have the damage, though? They need the damage to take down Chanimal. He's going to be very, very durable. Silence out onto Cubsy. They just need a little bit more pressure. Any more crowd control? Can they find it? I don't know if they're going to be able to. Now WizK actually gets dropped. They turn it around. and they tie up this series, and now this gets really interesting.
Wow, 2-2 now, Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians. This is going to be going to a Game 5. I was actually looking at the last time Golden Guardians beat Cloud9. This is exactly how it went. Cloud9 winning game number 1, Golden Guardians winning the next 2 games, and then Cloud9 tying it back up again. So now, Golden Guardians to choose their map if they want to turn this around to win game number 5. What do we need to see here, Zico?
I mean, the same thing we just saw pretty much. They just overlapped the Spirit Link and the Void Shift and everything from that one go, and then Snuts just got a solo kill behind the pillar. I don't know. It felt like that game, it was very back and forth, but it like, I want to say 20 seconds before the kill, it looked like Golden Guardians were the ones in the driver's seat. But I think one change they could do, potentially, is to maybe bring in a Paladin, because a Paladin is a really good answer for those Windwalker monks. You have a lot of ways to deal with their cooldowns. You can remove the Blessing of Protection and remove the Touch of Death and the Touch of Karma and a lot of those things. So I think maybe go for a Paladin pick. Otherwise, they could even play RPS and still be in a pretty okay spot here.
Yep, should shortly have that replay here for the final moments in that last game here. Here it is.
Yeah, so right before this, they used Void Shift. You can see it is on 5-minute cooldown. Spirit Link is on a 5-minute cooldown. WizK, he gets destroyed by the slapper right there. And Snuts paralyzes Absterge. He trinkets out, and then he just dies before he can get a cast off. So Snuts, with that Drestigath trinket as well. An important thing about the way the Drestigath... Whoops.
Woo!
Are you okay?
That's my coffee mug.
Did you pop Drestigath on your table?
On my coffee mug? No, we're all good. But the thing about the Dressed is that it basically, if your character is here, it does a little AoE around your character. And if you move your character like this and you hit the edge of the AoE on one player only, the damage is going to be full on that one player. But if you're standing in the middle of a bunch of players, everyone is going to take evenly split damage. So it's not a nice sidestep there as well, because Absterge and WizK were stacked at the end.
All right, so now Golden Guardians map choice here, Supatees. Do you want to make any guesses on where we're going next, do you think?
I'm trying to think if a big map would actually be better or worse. I feel like you don't go too big. What is they already played Tigers? Like you don't, again, Goldilocks. I feel like you don't go too big, you don't go too small. I wonder. There's no way Mugumbala. I feel maybe Mugumbala. No, not Mugumbala. Maybe Robodrome. Somewhere where Cubsy can avoid WizK still. It's like easily sized pillars if they need to run. If Snuts is the target, they're gonna go to runes. Okay, so they're just gonna go guns blazing, no line of sight.
Well, it's Golden Guardians want this map, right? Like basically the problem from the last game that I saw. This is Golden Guardians map pick. So the problem that I saw in the last game was that WizK couldn't get fears. Like the map was too big, where Cubsy was able to escape with the Divine Steed with freedom and avoid fears. And I think on the small map, if WizK can get fears, if he can extend, the disarm, the psychic horror into the silence and get a fear, that is when things really unravel and become, it becomes very overwhelming for Cloud9. But on the smaller map, it's going to be a lot harder to pull off.
You think they stay this composition then, Cloud9?
I don't think they have a choice. There's no way Mage Lock is better. The only thing is, I'm wondering if maybe Cubsy plays. What else would Cubsy even play? Like Druid's not an op. Oh, that's spicy.
Okay.
How long has it been since we've seen Snuts and Wealthy Man together at the same time? I feel like
I couldn't tell you. All right, okay. Cloud9 locking in Holy Paladin, Fire Mage, Wind Walker. What do we want to say about this comp here on the side of Cloud9?
I mean, it's a great comp. We've seen a lot of great teams play it. M2KC, we've seen the Mystery Org play it. We've seen Wildcard Gaming in Europe run this earlier today and be very successful with it. This is a comp that has everything. You can play late, you can play early, you can set up kills, you can set up spites. It's a very well-rounded comp, and I'm sure they've been practicing it. And this is, I guess, going to be the debut for Cloud9 on it.
Mm-hmm. And we've discussed quite a bit as well today for Fire Mages. Vence mentioned it quite a bit with Gelu. You know, do they run full verse? Do they run full haste? Or would you rather see them do something more in the middle than like you've suggested it before today?
I think Wealthy Man should put on as much versatility as he can ever equip on his character. I think it's going to be really important. He'll probably be the main target in this matchup. Going haste would not be the move. So definitely don't do that. But I think for Cloud9, that's one of the nice things about this comp is Wealthy Man and Snuts can both play Conflict and Strife if they want to, which would give them even more durability and stuns. And I think Wealthy Man should theoretically be... Like, the nice thing about the Mage over the Warlock, if you think about this matchup, is the Mage is going to be able to get out a lot more instant damage than the Destruction Warlock. I feel like the Destruction Warlock is very susceptible to just getting kidneyed into kick, into wind shear, into ground, and he's basically just a meat shield for Cloud9, whereas the Mage, solid meat shield also, definitely a strong tank, but can get out a lot more instant damage and instant crowd control. So I think in terms of kill potential, Cloud9, their stonks just went way up, and I think this is overall a better composition for Cloud9.
Okay, Golden Guardians now locking in their composition here. Now we see Cloud9's comp. Who do we think? What do we think the kill target is then on the side of Golden Guardians? How they're going to try and set up a kill there, Supatis?
I think you try and kill. It depends. I want to say Snuts and try and hex Wealthy Man when you crowd control Cubsy, the same way that they were playing into the Mage lock. That way you remove the Mage peels, you remove the Paladin healing, and then you isolate the Windwalker, you make him defensive. I feel like I would like to see the Monk targeted. Usually you go after Mages, but this dampened magic, dot damage reduction, divine vision damage reduction, I mean, full versatility, I feel like Wealthy Man's going to be really hard to kill, and they can't hex anyone else because Wealthy Man, unless they coordinate it, they could kidney shot Wealthy Man and like hex Snuts. They're gonna have to be coordinated regardless if they want to win this. So, but their targeting is probably going to be between Snuts and Wealthy Man.
All right, well, now that we have both comps, this was Golden Guardians map choice, Zico. Ruins of Lordaeron, that is going to be where we're going. Now we see Cloud9's composition as well. Do we feel like there's a team here that is a little bit more favored just based on what we're seeing here for the draft?
Honestly, this is a matchup I haven't seen play out, so I don't want to say one team is more favored than the other. But if I look at it, I gotta say C9 are advantage here.
Okay. Do we want to make guesses?
Points?
It's a pretty intense series, game 5.
Golden Guardians win, but I think C9 are advantaged.
Okay. Ben, Supa?
Put your points where your mouth is.
Okay, I feel like Cloud9's winning.
I just want to point out I did not get a sticker, even though I won on Ashmane's Fall for saying 50% dampening. So I didn't forget about that. Just so you guys know, I know Supatis and Zico.
There you go. Sticker for you. Get a zebra.
Thank you very much. All right.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, this is so hard. I really feel like Cloud9 has a compositional advantage here. Breaks my heart to say. I feel like my head is saying Cloud9's gonna win, but my heart wants Golden Guardians' run to not be over, you know?
I mean,
I feel like Cloud9 has a big compositional advantage. Like, I have to go with my head on this one. I think Cloud9 will end up winning, but I don't know if that's the result I want. Golden Guardians.
Yeah, but you want the sticker,
really
right?
It's a really difficult spot for Golden Guardians to be in. If they want to get in that top 4 spot, we've said it before, they need to win this next game. It is all on the line for Golden Guardians. But I feel like for this series in particular, they've really showed up today. They've showed us why they deserve to be in that top 4 spot. And I feel like even if you guys think that, you know, looking at the 2 compositions that we're playing in the map that we're going to, if maybe they do have a composition advantage on the side of Cloud9, I feel like the heart is really there for both teams. But Golden Guardians, I think, really, really want this. They know that they have to pull off this next victory if they want to stay in the top 4 Supatis.
I mean, the main advantage they have is that they've played together as this comp for a really long time. Whereas, like, when I said, when was the last time we saw Wealthy Man and Snuts play together, let alone play together as Windwalker Mage? I mean, they're both phenomenal individual players, but synergy might outweigh that. That's definitely one thing the Golden Guardians do have in their court. Taking a look at WizK's play card here, only a 45% win rate. feel like, what are they losing against most? I feel like they just had a rough year, honestly. The Golden Guardians, they finally got their stride in their last series, so they really need to keep the momentum going. But Game 5 now, the hardest team in North America. I mean, does it really get any spicier than this?
Here we can also see WizK's his stats here. We can also take a look at Wealthy Man over on the side of Cloud9, what his stats are currently over there. 88% play rate,
Oh, man.
interrupt rate 72%. A couple people were confused about the juke rate also. There's 13% on the side or for Wealthy Man here, Ben.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think we have the same glasses.
yeah, I wonder why.
I wonder why.
I wonder why. That's so weird. But I think, yeah. I mean, the 13% juke rate, a lot of the time as like a major warlock, you don't even fake. And like for the most part, you just spam out your spells. If you get kicked on Frostbolt, you poly. If you get kicked on poly, you Frostbolt kind of thing. So a lot of the casters, like warlocks and mages, they aren't just faking all game anymore. It doesn't end up paying off to do so. So yeah. That's kind of why it's on the lower side, but high play rate, high interrupt rate. Wealthy Man, obviously a crucial part of their success, playing both the Frost Mage and the Fire Mage at extremely high level. A little tidbit about Wealthy Man, he's actually the highest rated player in North America right now, playing that Frost Mage, so obviously really, really experienced, solid player. This composition, I feel like they have such a good composition. This Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin is really sort of rising up as a top comp, but for my sticker, I'm going to give up a sticker here. I think I'm going to say I'm going with the Golden Guardians.
You're giving up a sticker? What? The way you said that is like, I'm giving up a sticker, which means you don't think they have any chance of winning, but you're just going to say that you
I
want
do
them
think
to
they
win.
have a chance of winning. That's why I'm going with them for a sticker, okay?
Something else cool about Wealthy Man's stats is he had a pretty even win rate on both Fire Mage as well as Frost Mage. I think it was about 74% for Frost, 73% for Fire, something like that. Which I feel like when we look at mages and that Fire Frost comparison, usually they're quite a bit more uneven. Now we can see the compositions here for Cloud9. 89% win rate. That's got to be the highest win rate for all of the teams playing in the AWC currently. I'm not sure though, I'd have to fact check myself, but average dampening 41%. Any takeaways here from our Cloud9 team and their composition, Zico?
Well, their winners has actually gone down, believe it or not, after that Charlotte Phoenix series yesterday. I think it used to be like 92% on them, something like that. But C9, they're the top dog in North America. Wealthy Man, it's the highest rated mage on the ladder, apparently. I'm not surprised to see him able to play all of these specs. You know, he's been a great player for a long time. They've had great synergy, him and Cubsy and Chan. So I'm really not surprised at all to see any of these stats. But there's something that, if you look at the comp card here, you don't see Fire Mage, Windwalker, Paladin. So this is obviously something they have been playing on the ladder, but this is something that they're going to be bringing in for the first time here in tournament play. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, if this comp can shut down the Golden Guardians. The Golden Guardians, they're 2-2 right now against C9. They have to win this to even have a chance of staying in the competition.
Now we can see Golden Guardians stats as well. 47% win rate, average dampening of 26. More comps here on the board currently for the stats that we've gathered for Golden Guardians here. And I just, look at that the one time that they brought out Jelly for in that composition, the bottom right there with the Demon Hunter. And it's kind of a shame we don't get to see Jelly being utilized quite as much on the Golden Guardian Super Ts.
I mean, at the moment they're just Shadow Priest Rogue. I don't. I feel like what is Jelly really gonna? I can't even think of a scenario where they want him. Unfortunately, with the way it is, like Rogue Hunter is just not a thing. Shadow Priest Hunter is not comparable to Rogue Shadow Priest. So Jelly's just basically the cheerleader for the team. He's got to keep their morale high moving into Game 5 here. Otherwise, that's it. I mean, dreams are dashed for the year in the AWC if the Golden Guardians don't pull this off. They have played 22 games of Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman in tournament play and 13 games of Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin. So they have many, many more games in tournament as this comp than that of Cloud9. But that's about all I feel like it's going for them. So,
you know what though? I feel like Jelly Beans has got to be the best hype man. He probably gets these guys so pumped for these games. if that's if that's what he's been doing. But I mean, we talked about it before this series as well on the side of Cloud9. We don't see Snuts play quite as much. That fourth member, regardless of how long they've played or how often they've played on these teams, I feel like they're always going to be quite a big role in the team as well. Just strategizing. It's always good to have like a fourth perspective of someone that might not be playing quite as often as the rest of these team members here. And you know, regardless of where Hunter is currently at and the compositions that it works with, I feel like Jellybeans is probably still a super valuable member of the move, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. Super solid player. I would argue he's one of the best Hunters. It just, the compositions they have with Hunter just don't make, they're just not good right now, unfortunately. And I feel like I have no doubt in my mind if Jellybeans played with a really good Disc Priest and a really good Feral, that he would be, you know, a top contender in the circuit. So yeah, unfortunately for them, they are going to just have to kind of use him. I don't want to say as a cheerleader, but kind of as a cheerleader, you know, an extra set of eyes to kind of look at the game if it's not going well and give them some input, because sometimes you do need that. Someone who's looking, an outsider point of view, basically, someone who's just watching the games can maybe help you adapt your strategy, give you some input on compositions. And I think Jellybeans overall is just a really, really intelligent player. So yeah, having him there is really, really going to help.
Do they have anyone on their team that can play Feral?
Whiskey played it in the past, but it wasn't the greatest thing. So I'm not sure if that's something, you know. Jungle,
no.
They were struggling. That'd be sick. Anyways, this game number 5 here. Pressure is certainly on for both of these teams. 2-2, Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians on Ruins of Lordaeron.
Ruins of Lordaeron, seconds away from starting. Basically 2020 AWC tournament dreams on the line for the Golden Guardians. But even if they lose, it would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery.
And this is the final time, potentially, for you guys in the chat to let us know if we have any members of the move right now. I'm pretty sure that they need your help right here. Are they going to have a chance to stay in the competition, or will they be knocked out from qualifying to the next stage? Let's find out.
Find out right now. Let's see what they can get done. Wealthy Man pulling out the combustion very early on. Who are they going after? Looks like Peekaboo going to be taking a little bit of damage. Actually gets grounded. And I feel like Golden Guardians have a decent amount of experience in this matchup. So if the Cloud9 is not experienced in this matchup, it could go in favor of the Golden Guardians, but we'll have to wait and see. Wealthy Man just spamming out some fireballs, playing the combustion build. Full blind now onto Cubsy. Wealthy Man looking to avoid some damage. A nice Dragon's Breath disrupts Peekaboo into a grapple weapon. Good crowd control. Good defensive crowd control by Cloud9, but a full kidney shot lands, and so far, the Golden Guardians are pushing the pace.
Well, let's see if they can keep pushing the pace here. Cubsy crowd controlled. WizKid gets Ring of Peace away from his Psychic Scream. Well done by Snuts. Coming off the bench, but looking fresh here in his second game on Game 5. Coming in exactly when his team needed him on the cusp of defeat. Absurd to lockdown crowd control. Oh no, the pathing on the blinding light. It's so unlucky. That Ring of Frost just a centimeter away from hitting Absturge. Now he can run away. They use Paralyze instead to continue the chain. They're gunning after WizK. Trying to pull a dispersion here with a touch of death. They caught in a double leg sweep. That Vitality Conduit, though, right before the Polymorph was clutched by Absturge. One more Polymorph. Not going to really get too much, I think, with one Polymorph, unless they drop the Dressagath here. Cubsy trying to line of sight WizK. Smoke Bomb. WizK in position, trying to intercept Cubsy for a Psychic Scream, but he's playing on the outskirts. They go for a triple stun lock. Hex! Oh, cross crowd control, but Welterman does get an instant dispel. Welterman's still very low on health. Cubsy trades Sacrifice, respecting the pressure here. Not wanting to fall too far behind and having to overextend that defensive lineup. And of course, with Ineffable Truth, it is going to reset a lot more frequently than if Welterman had to use Cauterize or Ice Block. At the moment, the teams are looking evenly matched.
Yeah, and right now, Wealthy Man is in a kidney shot, taking a little bit of damage there, but now it looks like WizK is about to get set up down here. Sheep onto Peekaboo. The Ring of Peace knock it. Wealthy Man was going to land a sheep there onto Absturge potentially, but looks like he got fared on it. Now Hex coming out here onto Cubsy. They got Wealthy Man. He can't dispel it just yet, but he does get the dispel. And then Cubsy gets the counter dispel. Now WizK goes for the disarm into the silence. Big damage coming out here. Cubsy actually has to trinket right there. And that means that Peekaboo has an opportunity to blind Cubsy fully. He could just use his Blessing of Protection there. Wealthy Man's going to use his Combustion here. Nice fade here by Whiskey, and there it is, full blind. Cubs is going to pop that one, and that's going to be one bop out of the way. Cubs has no trinket as well, so it's actually, believe it or not, like a 20-second window where they're going to be able to kill Cubsy without him being able to use bubble. Highly doubt we're going to see it, but it's there. Still going to be just going for Wealthy Man, it seems, and Snuts just building up the damage here onto Whiskey. I do want to see Snuts potentially look for swaps onto Peekaboo in about 30 seconds when he gets that leg sweep back, but here we go, triple CC from the Golden Guardians. Nice Hex, nice disarm into the silence. They get the kidney shot onto Wealthy Man. Whiskey is looking for the fear, but Snuts is just slowing and making it impossible for him to get there. Cubs is just staying on max range, trying to dish out some heals, and it looks like Wealthy Man is going to recover here.
Yeah, it looks like he will be able to hold on, but things aren't looking too bad here for the Golden Guardians. I mean, they still have all the defensive cooldowns. They're the ones pushing in, getting crowd control. Wealthy Man been on the back foot for quite some time. Looking for a full polymorph, finds it onto Whiskey. They're going for Peekaboo. He trinkets out. Good paralyzed. Hammer of Justice. Peekaboo might have to trade more. Evasion. Cloak of Shadows. Is he going to do it? The Blinding Light. And they do manage to get the Cloak of Shadows. And now, Wealthy Man, there's going to be Combustion available. There's no trinket, no Cloak of Shadows on Peekaboo. Absurge is going to have to respond, but definitely Peekaboo vulnerable as this game progresses.
Look at that Ring of Peace. Snuts intercepts Whiskey. He can't get the Cubsy for a Psychic Scream. Those Ring of Peace have been so clutch by Snuts here in Game 5, disrupting that crowd control chain right when Cubsy didn't have a Gladiator's Medallion. Whiskey, though, is still pushing for it, getting closer and closer. Cubsy's trying to avoid him, but Whiskey is relentless with this push towards Cubsy, waiting for Peekaboo to reconnect before going for the Psychic Scream. Peekaboo sets him up, stunning up the whole team, but Whiskey just can't get there. Cubsy's pushing in for crowd control on Absterge. Who's going to get it first? Whiskey snipes a Psychic Scream from downstairs on the tombstone. Kidney shot onto Wealthy Man. Absterge not going for the Hex. They're out of line of sight, deciding to just hold back, play it patiently. Psychic Scream not long enough. They go for the Quaking Palm. Do they have a Psychic Horror out of this? They don't. The chain's a little bit disjointed here from the Golden Guardians. Now the Psychic Horror into the silence. They really need to get a cauterize with this push. Peekaboo's in trouble. Stunned up. Big burst from Snuts with that Whirling Dragon Punch. Peekaboo gonna feint it, but his healer is still crowd controlled. Fortunately, Absterge did pre-earthen wall that entire assault. Nice read by Absterge, anticipating this extended crowd control chain, but Peekaboo doesn't feel too safe. He's gonna use evasion as well. Snuts is gonna switch targets back to WizK. And once again, these teams look so evenly matched, but I would say that Cloud9 are establishing a lead. Look at Absterge's mana.
Yeah, it's looking good so far for Cloud9. They have all of their cooldowns as well. They're going to have that bubble. Peekaboo's going to just use his blind as well. Cubsy has his trinket for it lined up. And now, full sheep onto Absterge. Whiskey is in a little bit of trouble. He knows it. He activates the fade. Wealthy Man is in a kidney shot. Kind of defensive kidney shot. He blinks the dress they got there. A little bit unfortunate for Peekaboo. Should have used it a second earlier while he was still stunned. The slapper is going to proc here onto Whiskey. Big damage coming in, but Cubs is silenced as well. Wealthy Man taking a big hit as well. Who's going to fall first? Absterge going for the healing waves. He needs to be a little bit careful, though. Can't waste too much mana right now. Absterge dropping to about 20-30-ish%. And C9 looks like they're in the winner's seat right now. Full disarm going out onto Peekaboo. And Snuts going to get dispelled from that Hex right there. And now Wealthy Man still looking for some CC here. But both teams right now don't really have any real kill opportunities. Here we go. Full blind onto Absterge. Going to get the Ring of Frost. The unlucky pathing again. They do get it, but they overlap with the Hammer of Justice. Big damage coming into the leg sweep here by Snuts. But WizK is going to activate the fade. The Ring of Peace him actually out of line of sight there. So Absterge has to walk all the way around. Excellently done by Snuts. He needs to be careful. Drestigath could come out here, WizK. On match point, but he is going to hold on because of that Vitality Conduit, and Golden Guardians stay alive.
Yeah, Golden Guardians stay alive, and I mean, it can't be understated how important this match is for the Golden Guardians. If they lose this, their dreams are going to be over, and they might just lose right now. Polymorph onto Absterge, he trinkets out. That's going to be the Void Shift as well as the trinket from Absterge. Panic mode from the Golden Guardians, definitely not good. They're not out of it yet. I mean, WizK still has his trinket. There still is a Spirit Link, but this is a rough spot for the Golden Guardians to be in. I almost think that they should start pulling back and playing a little bit defensive. Their cooldowns aren't lined up very nicely, but they're going to continue to be aggressive in the match. This could definitely backfire for them. Look at how overextended WizK is, but they're going for it. Hammer of Justice on Peekaboo. Are they making a swap onto the Rogue? It looks like they are going to do it. Wealthy Man getting bursted down at the same time. Temporal Shield going out onto Wealthy Man. WizK gets interrupted. Dragon's Breath on Absterge, and they are swapping over onto WizK. This is the combustion. WizK in a lot of trouble. Here's the fade. Just trying to avoid some of that damage. He gets kicked. It looks like there will be no more crowd control onto Absterge. Immediate ascendance. Might have to drop the Spirit Link totem as well. The Golden Guardians managed to hold on and and Peekaboo just going for Cubsy, and a bit of a hero swap right now, but the Divine Favor should be enough for Cubsy to survive. But all of the Golden Guardian members, they're just chasing after Cubsy. Can they take him down, power through the Avenging Wrath? I think it's unlikely, especially with Snuts peeling Peekaboo right now. The disarm comes in, Snuts snaring him up, but the full kidney shot lands. Cubsy trinkets, the Golden Guardian, they're just going for it. Can they take down Cubsy? There is a Master Spell available. Keep that in mind. The Silent comes in. Can they get the Divine Shield? Can they get the Master Spell? Are they just going to take down Peekaboo? Peekaboo in a lot of trouble. He trinkets out. He's got the evasion. He has the Cloak of Shadows. Doesn't want to overlap if he can, but they're just going to continue this train onto Cubsy. Cubsy looks like he's finally able to escape and buy just a little bit of time, but such a scary moment. Peekaboo's still not out of it yet. If he has to trade up the Cloak of Shadows, it's going to be an absolute nightmare, but man, this is such a high-pressure game.
I think attacking Cubsy is the right move. You hex the mage on cooldown. You don't go after the high versatility targets. It's do or die. At this point, it's dire straits. They need to kill Cubsy. Peekaboo Shadow steps in to finish it. WizK's cleaving down Wealthy Man. Maybe WizK can snipe out Wealthy Man while Peekaboo pressures Cubsy. This is looking way better right now for the Golden Guardians, despite being so massively behind. If they can keep this momentum, the strategy change at 9 minutes in, right when everything was looking so horrible for the Golden Guardians, they might be able to pull off a miracle. Triple blinding light, though, by Cubsy. They're looking to deny the kill. Abster's trinkets. He drops the link. He links the poly. He breaks himself out. And now breaking that crowd control chain, what are their options? A Divine Shield, 2-bop, 1-sack Avenging Wrath Paladin, a Cauterize Ice Block Mage, a Karma Fort Brew Monk. I mean, all the defense is there for Cloud9. They're working with such a limited amount of mana, a limited amount of time. They just had to use Dispersion. It does at least trade for the Touch of Death. They're dropping the Psy Fiend. They're desperate. WizK's moving in onto Cubsy, trying to get crowd control. If they don't get a Master Spell during the chain, he pre-sacks the blind. A nice play there by Cubsy. Wealthy Man trying to get bursted, or not the blind. What was the pre-sack there on? Now a stun lock on the sack, waiting for it to end before going for the Psychic Stream. They're just going through sack. Sack's over. Big Dressing got dropped by Peekaboo, trying to pull out the miracle. Temporal Shield ticking away. Big Divine Favor gets blinded. He bops off the blind. They could swap while he's on Forbearance. That might be a big opening. Smoke Bomb, double Psychic Scream. Wealthy Man blinks away, but they're pushing for the caught. Can they get the block here? They're so close. The Golden Guardians are so close. But Cubsy has Avenging Wrath up and big heals, but Peekaboo's pressuring him. Can they do it? Everybody's locked in crowd control. Cloud9 look to close. Combustion gets popped. Huge pressure from Wealthy Man. WizK trying to strip off the combustion, managing to pull it off there. Psy Fiend's on Wealthy Man. Snut's going to punch it away. Cubsy's Avenging Wrath just came up again. Big Holy Lights. Both teams stabilized, but Abster has no mana.
Oh, he drops the mana tide though. I think he's going to get a little bit of mana here. Dress comes in, phone Snuts onto WizK. He has to power through with that big Vampiric Embrace. The Shadowman's coming in, silence, plus the root here onto Cubsy. They need more crowd control. Cubsy's going to get a Divine Favor. He tops Wealthy Man a little bit with it. Here, WizK is so dead here. 5 seconds on the dispersion. No Void Shield, to mind control. He doesn't have
3
anything
seconds, 2
here.
seconds,
Couple of more seconds.
1 second.
He's going to get the dispersion off here. Excellently done. Abster's in a full blind. No trinket. How is he going to survive? WizK's going for the fear. Can they do it? Can he turn the thing around here? Wealthy Man can get pressured here, but still WizK is so low here. Abstich finally comes out of the stun, finally comes out of the fear, drops the Earthenwall Totem, gets the Vitality Conduit, and he is going to keep WizK alive for a little bit longer, but now they need to go. Golden Guardians, can they get the Psychic Scream? They get the Disarm, but no more follow-up, and there's a Sheep here onto Peekaboo. Abstich barely has enough mana to even dispel it. They get a full silence onto Cubsy, and Wealthy Man is taking so much damage. WizK trinkets out of the leg sweep right here, and he's going to go and stack up with Abstich. I think he fades the Touch of Death hit there as well, so WizK really doing anything he can to save Abster's mana. Abster in a counterspell, Snuts in a Quaking Palm, Mind Control gets casted out onto Snuts. Abster, where is the Hex though? He's just going for healing waves, trying to keep his teammates alive, and there it is, full Hex onto Cubsy, but Wealthy Man gets bopped and dispels it, and I don't know who's going to win this game, but it's looking like C9. Man.
This is absolutely insane. Both these teams are playing out of their minds in this game number 5 on Ruins of Lordaeron. Peekaboo getting disarmed. Absurge with no trinket. He does have the Spear Link. There is the cap, and Snuts is looking to close out the game. They managed to get the Void Chip, but now Peekaboo's in trouble. Cloak of Shadows, he has the evasion. This is such a tense moment, but a full fear now into Cubsy. Wealthy Man can he live. The silence on the trinket. Great job there by WizK. He has Dispersion coming up in just a few short seconds. I feel like Peekaboo is the best target now for Cloud9. They can make a big swap on Peekaboo with this incoming leg sweep, but maybe they just want to shut down WizK. Kidney shot onto Wealthy Man. Both these teams are running on fumes in terms of mana, defensive cooldowns, 50% dampening. This game is going to end here very soon here, Sid.
Oh no, the crowd control is engaging. Absterge is locked down. They have to stop Polymorph at all costs. Peekaboo kicks it. He's gunning for the kill. Cauterize triggers. Sacrifices up. Will it be enough here? Divine Favor bombs in. Wealthy Man on the run. Snuts trying to solo WizK here. Will he be able to clutch it out? He grapple weapons. Peekaboo stabilizing Wealthy Man back on target onto WizK. Spirit Link Totem, the last line of defense. They need a 3-player Spirit Link. There's no way 2 players is going to be enough. But the stun locks come in from the Golden Guardians, and what could be the final setup of the game? Silence out of the stun. They need a Mass Dispel on this Ice Block if they're going to win. Cubsy Divine Shields with the Avenging Wrath. Big heals. They get Divine Shield. They get block. WizK's trying to stabilize here. He needs a couple seconds to that Spirit Link. 1 more second to the Spirit Link. Absterge is out of crowd control. WizK fades. They're trying to be greedy, holding on to that as the last ditch effort. They're getting their trinkets back. They're in a winning position. They're in a checkmate position. The Golden Guardians can keep their 2020 AWC dreams alive right here on the next Silence. It's up in 20 seconds. Maybe they just win with the bomb. Peekaboo drops the smoke bomb. He's powering in with tons of damage. Cubsy's totally tapped. Absterge is totally tapped. They drop the link. They grip him into the link to get the 3-player Spirit Link clutch play by WizK right before going down. They just need to keep pushing a little bit longer. Wealthy Man blinks in, clutches out a full poly. Absterge trinkets. They drop the dressing gas. Cubsy gets stunned up. Who's gonna fall? This could go down to a 2 versus 2 at this point. Wealthy Man in the kidney. Cubsy's got no cooldown. Snuts in the hex. Shadow Step kick from Peekaboo off to the side. 1 more second left on the interrupt, but Peekaboo could fall. He fades a 10%. And are they gonna pull it off? Dressing gas comes in for Peekaboo, but Peekaboo falls. Can WizK finish the WizK snipes him? We're going into 2v2.
This is unbelievable.
This is just insane. I think this is the first time in the round robin we get a 2v2 here. WizK, Cubsy, WizK, Absterge versus Cubsy, Snuts. He gets a fear onto Snuts. WizK has to use his dispersion. Absterge has the mana lead right now. He has all of his defensive cooldowns, but we are at 58% dampening. WizK, he just needs to get some dots up here onto Snuts. Cubsy sitting down for a drink. They can't let him get it. Absterge doing a great job here, keeping him in combat with the Earth Elemental here, but it's not attacking right now. I'm not sure. WizK is by himself here, but he has Void Form active and he's winning the 1v1 against Snuts. Absterge finally gonna have that pet now attacking Cubsy. Big damage coming in with the WizK. He's gonna drop the totem. He gets knocked out of it by the Ring of Peace. Snuts smells blood in the water. If they lose this, the Golden Guardians have no way to qualify for the next stage here of the round robin. You have to try to win right now. They get a full hex. Snuts ports out of there. WizK channeling out the big mind flays, and now he's gonna look to dot up Cubsy here as well. I don't know who's gonna take this 2v2 here, man.
Oh, I have no idea. 63% dampening. I feel like if Cubsy can recover his mana, it's a winning position for Cloud9. Golden Guardians, WizK and Absterge trying to keep their dreams alive. A fear comes in. Cubsy immediately trinkets it. Snuts still has his Fortifying Brew. He has basically everything left. I think Cubsy is probably the best target at this point in the game, but it's really difficult for WizK to get out that damage. Snuts is just beating on him. Fists of Fury. He's got the leg sweep. He's got the spear hand strike, and Cubsy's just line of sighting. Just to buy just a moment of time for Absterge. It does look like he will be able to use the Pandaren Racial onto Snuts, but now WizK pushing in. He may have overextended, and this is looking worse and worse for the Golden Guardians.
Oh, they drop Earthen Wall. I don't think it's enough. I think it's just disperse the Touch of Death. It's going to be a big hit this deep into dampening. Ring of Peace on Absterge's heal. He does disperse it. Gets on top of Cubsy. He's not stopping the drink. He actually got 1 tick of drink there. WizK's got basically nothing, and Snuts is just tearing in. They triggered out a Blinding Light into a Paralyze. They get Vitality Conduit. Golden Guardians are battling their hearts out here, but this is such a difficult matchup. They hex Snuts. They're desperate. They're just trying to stay alive. 70% dampening. They're waiting for the Silence. They're waiting for the Psychic Horror. What are the opportunities? Divine Shield Sacrifice, Karma, Diffuse. There's way more than enough defense for Cloud9 at this point. They just need to get a little bit more damage out onto WizK. Absterge is working with nothing. Huge hit from Snuts. Where's the Spirit Link? I feel like it's too greedy to hold it. They fear Snuts. They silence Cubsy. They're desperate to try and stay in this. Mind Control in the fist, maybe on the Storm, Earth, and Fire. They grip him close to try and deny the Paralyze, but WizK gets interrupted. Spirit Link in 1 second, but not in time. And Cloud9 dash the dreams of the Golden Guardians. You couldn't ask for this to be any closer.
Absolutely heartbreaking on the side of Golden Guardians. Cloud9 winning that series 3-2, but how incredibly well fought that was from both sides, Ben.
I mean, that was the best series. I feel like that was the best series of this entire round robin. I mean, you could tell the Golden Guardians, they wanted it, but Cloud9 tagging in Snuts, they just prove once again they don't need only the Mage Warlock to win. Snuts comes in clutch on that Windwalker Monk, and they looked really, really good. Not only with the Destro Warlock Paladin Windwalker, but also with the Fire Mage Windwalker Paladin. So Cloud9 just showing their versatility, but I mean, massive respect to Peekaboo, Wizcan, and Absurge. I feel like this is one of the best series they've played. That game was so unbelievably close. I actually cannot believe that it even came down to a 2v2. So, yeah, really well played, and looking forward to seeing more from them in the future. But yeah, Cloud9 once again just showing how strong they are.
You can see the replay as well for the moments of that cross kills.
Yeah, this was pretty crazy. So at this point, Pika, he knows he's pretty much dead. He just goes for the edge dress there. Actually, Snuts made it really tricky there to get that dressed off, but WizKate manages to finish off the target. They had a poly on the Absters there, which is the reason why Pika actually ended up dying. And then here, of course, is the kill from that 2v2. Just too far behind. Shadow Priest Shaman versus Windwalker HPAL. I don't think it's the most fair 2v2 matchup, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, but well played by Cloud9 as well. 3-2 for that series there. Golden Guardians really put up just an amazing fight. I feel like that's the best we've seen maybe either of those teams play throughout this whole circuit here, Supatees.
I mean, Snuts definitely came in clutch. I think if they didn't have Snuts and they played Mage Lock, Golden Guardians would have cleaned house here. So, I mean, Snuts' damage at the end of the game, too, was like double. It was like the combined damage output of the opposing team. So he is obviously ready to go, even though he's not in a lot of these games. He is ready and prepared, and that's nice to see. They had a strong game right there, and they really made that close. I can't... It's like, part of me is like, both teams played so incredibly, but at the same time, it's like, oh, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of the Golden Guardians, but I get the point. I do get a sticker. Benruki forfeit his sticker.
Yeah. Okay.
I get a
I'll put it
sticker.
on. Put it on your little thing there. Here you go. Is that difficult to do if you're not playing quite as much? If you're Snuts, you're not playing every single game, and then you have to step into those really high intensity matches, and you just have to play instantly. There's not really much of a warm up for you. Like, what does that say about Snuts as a player, Zico?
I think that it just says the truth about Snuts. He's a monster and he's experienced, and for him, I think it's the same as having played 10 games before, or coming in fresh. He rarely makes those kind of mistakes, and as you can see, his team was losing. He jumped in and they managed to turn things around, so not surprising at all.
All right. Well done by those two teams. Well done by Cloud9. Unfortunate way to end it for Golden Guardians. And now we're going to move on to our next series here, Charlotte Phoenix versus Turtle. We saw both of those teams play yesterday. Based on what we saw yesterday, then, how do we think we want to see these two teams play next?
I want to see Charlotte Phoenix with Rogue Mage Paladin. I want to see Turtle go jungle, and I want to see them just go face the entire game and see every game end before dampening, and that's what I want to see.
So you think it's going to be a pretty quick series here, Zico?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Okay, well, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we will go to that series of Charlotte Phoenix versus Turtle coming up next.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
His Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% health. What is going on? They actually hit it in range. Temporal shield nothing. Wild Card Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft. Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop his roots. Nothing. Master's gonna fall. Bomb drop.
Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage and they take down Wild Card Gaming in Arctic 2019 BlizzCon champions.
Sam sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge, and let's go.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wild Card Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow.
No way.
And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are going straight into the action here. It is game number 1, Charlotte Phoenix versus Turtle.
Not what Ben wanted to see.
They have Burn. I forgot. It's Burn. Look at him. They have Mage, Lock, Paladin. But, I mean, there is one nice thing here for Turtle. Just double check my mic isn't muted, and we are good. There's one nice thing here for Turtle is they just got to see this exact matchup play out in Europe. And the success that nLite had against AWC. So we'll see if they're going to be able to replicate that success and how Turtle is going to play this one.
So they're going to need double Reap, double Bike, double Dressed. Make it pretty deep into dampening with mana on Gex. That's kind of the name of the game here. And they are still playing the Imp, so nice banish on that early Siphene from Gex. It's a lot of mana regeneration kind of just gone straight from the bat. Frozen Orb on Dilly and Cyfoxy. Remember the way that we saw nLite split was they had the Feral standing with the Priest and then the Hunter standing on his own. Right now they've got Feral and Hunter together and Priest by himself, so a bit different of a split. It's still effective with only 2 players on one side. Gex gets stunned. Charlotte Phoenix make a push. They try and punish Burn for going in here into enemy territory. They stun up Core, like massive burst damage dropped in there, and I'm waiting for the add-on to update, but I'm pretty sure they are running that similar build. They were definitely keeping their eyes. Breath of Dying 1, Breath of Dying 2, Remote Guidance, Dress to Gas. So they've definitely copy-pasted that European strategy, which means Charlotte Phoenix could be in trouble.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's gonna come down to how well Gex can preserve his mana. You know, how well they play the the poke game as well. On the side of the jungle, actually, every time Burn pushes in like this, you can't let him get too much work done. They need to go in, try to interrupt the fear or dispel it, and kick the Chaos Bolt, and just push him off the side, and then swap to Jamile, do the same thing. And Jao is actually going for a sheep here. They're going for a big setup here. Chaos Bolt comes in onto Cyfoxy. They have the Mortal Coil to follow it up. They do. They get a double Mortal Coil here. Jao going for another sheep. They are there into a full fear onto Gex, but he gets prammed. And once again, I mean, this is what we were kind of talking about with the other Mage Warlock. Look at Gex mana. He just gets full mana. Everyone has full HP. They didn't force any cooldowns here. And I think the best thing you can do as a Mage Lock in this situation is just try to do goes, like hit the DPS, and then when you run back, just cleave the healer. Do goes on the healer. Big damage on the Burn here. This could be the bubble coming out here from Corlix. Burn is going to use his Stone Form and his Unending Resolve. And
what is happening?
What? They're just killing him from range.
Nobody's in range.
Big heal.
That's the way it goes.
Wings, and this is the EU strats.
Yeah, the EU strats. I mean, all of a sudden, it looks like jungle is countering Mage Lock Paladin. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to see how this one plays out. I don't know how much experience Charlotte Phoenix has in this matchup. I mean, on paper, it was looking like Mage Lock Paladin was phenomenal. But, I mean, I would say pressure is heavily in favor of Turtle right now. It looks like they are going to be trying to pressure down Gex just a little bit. Jamili moving in, slapping some Ice Lances, but not too much damage comes in from the Charlotte Phoenix. And let's see fear on Gex. Is there any follow-up? Doesn't look like it just yet. They're going to be waiting for that burst damage. Actually punishing Jamili right now a little bit for pushing in, but he's playing a very durable mage build, so unlikely he really goes down at this point in the game. But here's the stun right now onto Corlic, and they're going for a big burst onto Burn once again. The sacrifice trades by Corlic right away. They are not messing around, and as fast as they are in, they are out. Turtle going back to the pillar, really living up to their name.
All right, let's see if Charlotte Phoenix can crack the shell here of Turtle. Gex and a polymorph. Dilly at low health and a stun. Gex is trying to wrap around to him, but gets feared away. Feared again into a Frost Nova. Dilly recovers thanks to Cyfoxy's help there, tossing out a couple heals, and Burn is really pushed in right now. He lands a triple Shadow Fury. Charlotte Phoenix are getting aggressive. They may regret it. Corlic goes with the Avenging Wrath. Gex line of sighting. Burn is still very low on health. Dilly's getting ready maybe to jump in with a harpoon onto Corlic, go for a freezing trap. Dark Soul's available, Icy Veins too. There's a big threat from Charlotte Phoenix though that Turtle need to be ready to navigate. They're gonna stun up Burn. Doesn't look like they're coordinated for an assault just yet. Just wait, biding their time. Corlic's mana hasn't been too amazing this game. Gex caught in a polymorph. Corlic moving in. Is he gonna go around? Are they gonna go Gex with the hammer maybe? Looks like a Hammer of Justice. Yep, they're gonna swap the Gex here. Try and find a Chaos Bolt. Not enough damage, not nearly enough damage. Gex is gonna line of sight. And Turtle are playing a phenomenal game here. 4 minutes, 20 seconds in, still full mana on the Priest. Here comes a setup. Where are the remote guidance device? One bike, where's the second bike? Are they going for number 2? Doesn't look like they have a number 2. They drop a Dressed instead. Trying to combo him dead, but sacrifice on his little head will save him for now. Turtle retreat once again.
From eternal sleep in the pit now. Okay. Well, we're gonna see a Hammer of Justice onto Cyfoxy, Sheep onto Gex. Another Sheep, nice Shadow Fury here. Burn going for the fear as well. They have good control here from Charlotte Phoenix, who are going after Dilly in a big trouble situation here, but he does catch the Vitality Conduit. That Mortal Coil not going to be enough here, and not enough lockdown on the side of Charlotte Phoenix to really net themselves anything big there, like the aspect of the Turtle. And now Cyfoxy going in, getting up his bleeds, getting a little bit of damage. You can expect him almost to go in with an Entangling Root soon. Burn is already low. If they can go in and get a trap, I think they actually should go for it here, but Burn is going to stabilize there. They're waiting for the Avenging Wrath to fall off probably. There's no real point to try to make a go when that powerful cooldown is active on the healer. Any damage they do is just going to get out-healed with ease by Corlic right now. And Ja getting aggressive again, playing the front line as he should in this comp on the Frost Mage, and now once again going after Dilly. He gets silenced. Dilly getting Hammer of Justice, full fear onto Gex, big damage coming out here from Ja with the Shatter combo. He gets another Sheep out of the fear, but no more crowd control after that. And now once again, this is the time where Turtle can get aggressive here. Let's see what they end up doing. Dilly, he goes for the stun. Burn immediately gates away, and they're just going to swap to Jamili, and Corlic as well pre-freedoms himself right there, so he can't get Roots trapped to deny that 50-50, which is why Dilly didn't even go for the trap right there. So once again, Turtle forced to cover behind the pillar.
Yeah, forced back into their shell just for a little bit, and Corlic's been doing a great job with those freedoms so far, and that's what we were talking about. If you can get those freedoms off before the stun comes in, all of a sudden you cannot get the Entangling Roots, which means there's no 50-50, you will be dispelling the trap, and a lot of the matchup does come down to that. But we did see in Europe just a little bit earlier, they were just killing in the stun, so literally just in intimidation stun, they were taking down the Warlock. So we'll see if Turtle's going to be able to repeat that success. Icy Veins gets ripped out by Jamili. They're actually going after Cyfox. The preemptive survival instincts will keep him alive. Polymorph once again onto Gex into a fear. He has no trinket, so Cyfoxy could easily be in trouble right now. He's going to be just line of sighting. Jamili pushes in, looking for Frostbolts, and Cyfoxy might just drop. Gex has to keep him alive, and he does manage to connect the Vitality Conduit. Now they're actually going after Jamili a little bit, but I feel like Turtle's maybe playing a little bit too afraid at this moment. I guess just recover through the Icy Veins. That was the Dark Soul, but I think they definitely got to get some pressure rolling onto Burn at this point.
Well, let's see if they can. At least they do maintain their mana. Double Shadow Fury counterspell. Big push by Charlotte Phoenix potentially here. Not able to capitalize too much on it, unfortunately. Dilly jumping in onto Jamili and suddenly bursting him down. Temporal Shield takes some of that damage away, though. Corlic's not looking too great on mana here. Dilly disengages back, waiting for those Drestagas and remote guidance device. Basically only worth attacking when those trinkets are up. They can't do enough damage to find a kill without them in this matchup, so they're playing it patiently here. But Charlotte Phoenix, they don't want to be patient. They're charging in. Cyfoxy stunned with no trinket. He did manage to pre-bear form, so he's at least got a bit more of a bolstered up health bar, taking that hit. And now Gex coming out of Polymorph should stabilize. Nice read by Cyfoxy. Are they going to start going in aggressive? Oh, the swap to Gex here with that Hammer of Justice. Love the swaps to the Priest, but full trap lands. Where's the Imp Dispel? Big blast of damage! Oh my goodness! Bird almost goes down. You can see that Turtle, they're just laying a trap, waiting for those spikes under the ground to activate, and at a moment's notice could just totally eradicate a target. If they can keep this up, they'll be in a good position. Gex has still got solid mana.
Yeah, I think one difference between, when nLite was playing this matchup earlier was that we saw a little bit more mind controls come out. And the same thing when Hydra was playing this matchup. I want to see Gex go for a couple of more MCs to get people into that spot behind the pillar there where they almost won the game. If they can do that, that could be a massive win condition right now. Set up here onto Dilly. Ja digging in with these frost bolts, doing a lot of damage here. He's going to go for the blizzard now. No more sheep yards onto Gex, and they're actually going to still go onto Dilly. He does have the vitality conduit. The infernals have been called in. Cyfoxy realizing he needs to be aggressive right now, try to soak up some pressure here for his team. He's going to go ahead and miss his kick right there, and now he's going to get chaos bolted as a result. He should have just lined. Why would he even go for the kick right there? Now they eat the trap. Nicely done by Jamil. The ball comes crashing in, and they almost take him down anyway. Through it. Beautiful drain life, beautiful reflect right there as he gets the bop to reflect those dispels right there. So actually, can you reflect the dispels with that? I'm not sure, but Burn, I guess he just panicked there, wanted to not die to the priest damage. So close call, but Charlotte Phoenix gonna hold on for a little bit longer.
I don't think you can deflect it because you can klepto it, so
yeah,
that'd be a bit of a weird interaction. But yeah, I think that's about the fourth time in the game we've seen Burn go down to like 2% health. So you kind of get the feeling if this goes on that eventually that damage will add up and Burn will just get absolutely dropped. But that being said, I mean, actually, yeah, look at this. Charlotte Phoenix, their mana's not doing well. Burn is in a position now where he's going to get bursted down just a little bit. Jamili's swatted away. Things are looking good here for Turtle. And I mean, last weekend you would say Mage Lock Paladin counters jungle, and now all of a sudden, I mean, it's looking like jungle does just fine. Sacrifice trade once again. And CBCs, I'm starting to worry about you, man. Like, are you going to be okay?
I think you'll be worried if I'm silent. That's when you should be worried. Okay. Jamili getting hit a little bit here. Are they going to set up for a drink? They really need mana. Corlic's not in a position where he could go for a drink at the moment, and Gex still at 40% mana is in a solid spot. Survival Instincts available, lots of cooldowns, so they could make a push, but this is Icy Veins from Jamili. He's a pretty big threat. Cyfoxy line of sights, pre-walls. Stampeding Roar to try and get some movement speed. Dilly down at half, not feeling too safe here. Pops the Exhilaration, tries to line of sight, but Gex is still locked down, trying to get back to his team. Double Shadow Fury from Burn around the corner. Blizzard down, Gex fears some Warlock, but now Hammer of Justice nasty Turtle immediately almost getting killed there. Close call for Dilly, and they've been in the lead for most of this game. Definitely don't want to throw it. Nice plays to stay in it. Cyfoxy looking like he wants to get some bleeds up, maybe retreat afterwards because Dilly isn't there, but Dilly's playing basically, he's survival, so he's supposed to be melee, but he's playing ranged at the moment, keeping dots up. There's the stun lock. Oh, the remote guidance device comes in off to the side, but I think the demonic gateway soaked one of them. So if both bikes hit there, that might have been a kill. One bike not enough, but Dilly's on the run. He doesn't have much here. Frozen Orb is pinning him at the pillar. Gex potentially getting cleaved down here, caught into a fear. They're trying to finish Dilly. Cyfoxy's trying to help, tossing in some regrowth, buying time for Gex. Gex takes one interrupt, goes for the next cast, but a triple Infernal. Burn is going to ramp up here. He's very threatening. I'd love to see Charlotte Phoenix push in here on top of Gex during the Infernals. Clutches out a Chaos Bolt. Gex's entire team is being decimated at the moment. Fell Fissures around the corner, reducing the healing even more. They polymorphed Dilly, but they actually kind of reset his health bar. Cyfoxy on the run, jumping in a bear farm, trying to get out of the Fell Fissures on the pillar, but then he's in the line of sight of both casters, so pretty dangerous gamble there. They're going to bop Burn for Burn to go in. Big aggressive plays here. Full fear on the Gex. Cyfoxy line of sighting in the room. Counterspelled on the regrowth. Doesn't have much here. How's he going to stay alive? Gex in a stun. Dilly in a fear. It's 3 versus 1. Cyfoxy jumps to Gex, but 1 second left on the fear. Pain suppression. Buys time for Penance and Vitality Conduit, but now Dilly's getting blasted. He has to run around the corner. Gets clothesline. They're pushing. This is it. Double stun lock. Where are the Dressed to Gas? They need to drop those spines right here, right now. 1 dressed. 2 dressed. Sacrifice going to deny the kill, and now Turtle need to consider retreating. They're going to pull Dilly towards Jamili and the pillar, but Gex is in a full poly. Dilly! That has to be it. Drain life ticking away, and Charlotte Phoenix take game 1 despite Turtle having such a big lead for a long time.
Really, this team is just surprising me lately. Charlotte Phoenix taking that first victory here against Turtle. That first victory looking pretty solid here. What do we think about Charlotte's gameplay in that last game, Supertees?
I mean, aggressively, I feel like Charlotte Phoenix are a solid team, but Mage Lock is a comp where I feel like defense matters. Like, offense doesn't not totally matter, but I feel like defense and making sure you got mana and preparing for the late game also matters. Maybe in this matchup, actually, aggression matters more so that they could close it, because that was like the major downside we saw for some other Mage Locks. So I don't know. It's a trade-off. Charlotte Phoenix definitely aggressively looked good in that game. I can't say that they looked bad defensively. They survived. I think the only thing is that I would like to see them set drinks more for Corlick, because that was the only thing that was seriously looking like it would be a problem in the matchup was mana.
Okay, now Turtle going to be choosing their map here next. This replay from that last game should be coming up shortly. What about you, Ven? How do you feel like, or break down these the kill here for Charlotte Phoenix?
Well, it's just Dilly, Cyfoxy, they went for the push, and they kind of got baited because there's sacrifice available. But it's a rough spot because you kind of have to go. But at the same time, I feel like Turtle, they weren't in a bad spot in terms of mana. I actually think it wasn't go time for them. Like, I think they should have just played it more patient. Dilly had no exhilaration. He had no aspect of the Turtle. There was literally no defensive cooldowns for Gex either. So I feel like their strategy was good. They just ended up making that final push and chasing into the open when they were really vulnerable, and I think that's what ended up losing them the game. It's hard though to balance because you can't exactly track when the cooldowns are going to be up. Maybe they didn't think sacrifice was going to be available, and then they could have just outright won the game. But unfortunately for them, it was, and then they just had no tools to work with defensively to retreat and reset once again. So I think if they had just played it a little bit more patient, they might have been able to pick up that game one.
So on the side of Turtle, Ben, just to clarify with you, you think they should play more defensively, or they just needed to slow down and maybe correct the timing on that setup on this, against Charlotte Phoenix? Yeah, so I just think in that particular moment, when you have no cooldowns left, you have to play it safe. Unless you absolutely know they have nothing to work with, I think you just got to play a little bit safer and just wait maybe 30 seconds, a minute, or something like that, especially when you're doing so okay on mana. Okay, well, now Turtle to pick their map choice here as the draft is starting and the players decide which comps they want to play and which map Turtle wants to go here. Zico, do you want to make any guesses on which map we're going to go to next?
I think Turtle actually wants the big maps, believe it or not. But I think not too big though. Maybe Tiger's Peak.
Okay. All right, if we do go to a big map here, if Turtle locks in Tiger's Peak or another bigger map, or Black Root Cold as well, and Charlotte Phoenix goes with that same composition that we saw in Game 1, how do we feel like they're going to do here for Game 2 on the side of Charlotte Phoenix?
I think Charlotte Phoenix are pretty comfortable with this map. It's actually kind of easy to lock people inside the room as Mage Warlock on this map. You can just kind of AoE on both sides and kind of force them to be there, drop an orb inside with the concentrated coolness, and I don't know, I think you can dampen pretty hard. The good thing for Turtle is that obviously it's a good map for them as well because they have a short distance to do hit and runs. They can even have Cyfox and Dilly kind of playing on that little Raven in the middle, and then maybe have Gex playing at the entrance to one of those rooms, and that way he can stay far back and he can still do damage to most people and keep his team alive. Just depends on how they play it.
Do you like this choice then from Turtle on Black Root?
I think personally Tigers would have been a better choice.
All right, here, both compositions now locked in on the side of Charlotte Phoenix as well as Turtle. We are going to Black Root Cold for game number 2. Let's take guesses maybe on how long we can expect this next game to go to. We didn't really see, especially compared to the last series that we saw. This didn't really end too quickly. It wasn't that short of a game as well. How do you think that either of these teams will be able to secure the early kill here, Super Teaser? Are they going to be able to, or is it going to go into dampening?
I mean, Reaping Flames and a remote guidance device are Drestigath for Turtle. If they connect all 4 at the same time, so remote guidance device times 2 and Reaping Flame times 2, when they stun Corlick, they could kill Burn in 4 seconds. I see that being possible. That's the one way Turtle can win this game before dampening. Charlotte Phoenix have multiple answers, though. They can pop it, they can sack it, and then they resolve it. They have ineffable true to reset all of those options, so it is quite difficult to get that kill early on, whereas later in the game, you just continue the momentum from that burst, and dampening prevents the recovery of the Paladins. So that's one way. Charlotte Phoenix, they have two options. They could stun Gex and go after Gex, or they can polymorph Gex, try and fear him and kill the DPS. I think killing Gex is more likely to happen before dampening than killing the DPS, but killing the DPS in dampening becomes easier. So probably those two main strategies for each team, but they're currently allocating crowd control to Gex and going after Foxy. They managed to get Gladiator's Medallion out of the way right off the bat with Survival Instincts. It's a great start for Charlotte Phoenix.
Yeah, and we're going to see right now Gex in a full fear. Here is the Infernos being called in by Burn. He wants to make quick work here of Foxy and Dilly to get a Frost Nova onto Gex. He's going to use the Vitality Conduit, and now they are going to take that Raven position here in the middle of the map, and let's see if they can keep it here. Full Hammer of Justice onto Gex. Big swap. Jaw can't connect here. He's going to actually try to go for a sheep here, but the Infernal does break it there. Burn a little bit too slow with canceling those Infernals, and as a result, the sheep is going to break. Corlick is going to be in a trap, and Burn is in a lot of trouble. Nice defensive plays though from Jaw and Burn. They get the Mortal Coil on Foxy. They get the Dilly into a sheep, and now once again we are in the GTA 2 / Demon Hunter Rain from Above view, but we're back here. Full sheep onto Gex. Big damage on the Foxy. This is a checkmate situation. So much damage. Jamili blocks offensively. Doesn't get the reship, and it's going to be enough if he got that reship. Dilly with the MVP kick. If he could have gotten that, it would have been the game right there. So close. Charlotte Phoenix almost put the second point on the board just minutes into the game, and even if they don't get the kill, they did use an ice block on Jamili, which, let's be honest, they're only going to go for Burn anyway. It's not really that big of a deal. Great opener so far for Charlotte Phoenix.
Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix looking like they're heating up in this matchup, really figuring out their win condition. And it is going to be about just getting that extended crowd control chain onto Gex and getting a big one-shot on Dilly or Foxy. Jamili pushing in, getting a full blink. And now Dilly's in a Hammer of Justice. Big damage going out onto him, but there's no follow-up. Gex now into a full fear. The double Mortal Coil coming in. Another re-fear potentially. Foxy shuts it down. Really good job there by Foxy. Rake stun on Jamili. Interrupt on Burn. And now looking to reverse the pressure. And maybe they can get that second ice block from Jamili. But keep in mind, he's playing full versatility. Netherwind armor. He's a Mechanome for that additional cheat death effect. He's got Battle Masters. Jamili is going to be a really difficult target to take down, so he can afford to play a little bit more aggressive in the matchup. Hammer of Justice lands once again, and they're looking better and better. Polymorph lands onto Gex. Do they have any more crowd control? Foxy with with his Survival Instincts gets out of line of sight. Just using that line of sight to avoid damage. Will manage to escape, but they are turning their attention onto Dilly.
I mean, right now, Charlotte Phoenix look great in this game comparatively to game number 2. If they keep this up, they are definitely possibly going to close this before dampening. And I'm a bit worried for Turtle here in game number 2. They're one of those teams that really can't afford any losses if they want to try and get into that top 4. Charlotte Phoenix has been on a tear, though. Gex in the polymorph. Oh, he prems it. Nicely done by Gex. They need to get in position. They could go Gex here with a Hammer of Justice. Doesn't have pain suppression. They are. Dilly's trying to help him out here, but how much help can he get? He silences Jamili. Burn gets kicked by Foxy. Great teamwork between Dilly and Foxy to protect Gex. Gex is now going to line of sight at the side here. Foxy on the run. Dilly likely to follow suit here. Waiting for those Dressed waiting for the remote guidance device. They need that hard-hitting burst damage to be able to penetrate the defense of Charlotte Phoenix. And now Charlotte Phoenix wait for Hammer of Justice. Try to slip in for crowd control. Corlick gets stunned up. They are trying to blast down Jamili with those Dressed. Corlick is going to respect it, Trinket, and Sacrifice. However, his Trinket is better lined up with the remote guidance device than it is the Dressagath. It does leave potentially an opening in this game now for crowd control in the future, but there's the checkmate situation. Full polymorph, full stun on Foxy. If they have a Mortal Coil, I don't know how Foxy survives here. They don't have it. Foxy's trying to retreat, healing back up, and at the pillar he should be A-okay. They swap to Dilly. Dilly's back at the pillar now. He's fine. They could swap to Gex. Hammer of Justice not available, so they're just going to chill here. Triangle position. Wait for the next engagement. Gex is still holding strong on mana. That is going well for Turtle. Despite these big pushes from Charlotte Phoenix, Gex isn't panicking, and he's still healing efficiently.
Yeah, and we are going to see them recover a little bit there. And After that disastrous opener that Turtle had, they've recovered pretty nicely. Gex pretty much has full mana. They have all of their cooldowns still available except for one Survival Instinct. And now they're going for a push here onto Burn. Nice defensive Mortal Coil though by Burn. He's going to break up that attempt before Dilly can really connect their jaw. Using his Trinket there in the midst of things, I believe on a stun here. Could be looking for some crowd control. Gex already just lining everybody on the side of the jungle. Just already running away. They just go for the quick go. Immediately get one trinket, get something, and then just run back, wait for those cooldowns, wait for Dilly to get some, range damage out, get those gushing procs. They have one on Jamili right now. They might go on it. Let's see what they can do here, but it looks like Charlotte Phoenix are the ones who pounce first. They go for the sheep, they go for the fear. They don't get the chain onto Gex, and it looks like they won't be able to land any kills here. But instead, it's Burn in trouble. They get the full trap, but they actually get singed there, I do believe, and Burn is going to survive with that sacrifice that rotated back up due to that ineffable truth. Once again, Charlotte Phoenix in the driver's seat, looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see, Gex with a nice knock. Forces Burn and Jamili very far into the corner. Cyfoxy looking for some regrowth on himself. What is he doing? He's actually going for a re-stealth. Dilly just tanking a bunch of damage right now, and Gex gets interrupted. Big Shadow Man. He's going to top him off immediately, and now Cyfoxy, they're basically playing tag. Dilly goes in, Cyfoxy goes out. Cyfoxy goes in, Dilly goes out. And it just leaves always a target open. And Cyfoxy's just going to get dropped. I don't know if he can escape this. The polymorph, they have to stop the re-polymorph. Cyfoxy manages to hold on with the survival instincts, but it's not over yet. A full fear on Gex, and Cyfoxy was left in the open, and he will get dropped. And I feel like that was just... right before that happened, I was saying there's some depth. There's some issues there. We saw Dilly in, and then as soon as Dilly got out, Cyfoxy went in, and they just kept being in the situation where they were basically 1v2ing. It felt really uncoordinated, and Charlotte Phoenix definitely punished that, and now they're up 2-0 in the series, and things are looking good for them to sweep it.
Charlotte Phoenix now up to a best of 5 as well here. Turtle really on the back foot. They need to win this next game if they want to stay in this series against Charlotte Phoenix. Here are the match results, Supatees.
Burns farm and damage in this series. Definitely a top contender. Getting to make a real show here, despite his team not needing him to beat Cloud9. He's going to be important for all these cleave matchups on that Warlock, and their Mage Lock looks really good aggressively. I feel like the last time we saw their Mage Lock, they were trying to mirror Cloud9, and Jamili did not want to play that dampening style, so it was just a really awkward game. But watching them in this matchup, it feels entirely different. I feel like aggressively they're landing so many setups back to back, and it's really awesome to see. They're not just purely relying on dragging this game on. And I think it's important for this matchup now that the jungles are adapting.
Do we feel like Turtle is playing a little bit more uncoordinated than we're used to seeing them, or something along those lines, or is Charlotte Phoenix just having a really good series here, Ben?
I think Charlotte Phoenix is playing really well. This is exactly what you want. You want these coordinated assaults. From the Mage Lock Paladin, basically you get crowd control and then you unleash all of your damage. You want to have that burst available, whether it be full icicles, your Obsidian Claw, the Paladin pushing in, getting the Hammer of Justice, and it seems like that's what Charlotte Phoenix is doing exceptionally well in the match. I would say Turtle in game number 1, their offense looked a lot cleaner. And I would say on this map in particular, they looked a lot more uncoordinated. And I think for Turtle, if they want to win, they have to have that same kind of execution as a team like nLite, where when you go in as a unit. When you get out as a unit. There's no one person's in for 20 seconds, then they run away, and then the other person goes in for 20 seconds. It doesn't seem to work out that way. So I think Turtle, if they just clean it up a bit, they still have a shot of coming back in this series.
And if you look also at these two teams in this series and the games that they played yesterday on Saturday, Charlotte Phoenix beat Cloud9 3-0. Turtle lost their series against Golden Guardians. So maybe also it's a bit of a mental game here, Zico, and they could just be riding that momentum on the side of Charlotte Phoenix, and Turtle is just recovering from that loss from Golden Guardians or something like that.
Wait, Turtle and Golden Guardians? Oh, you mean
it was
yesterday? Yes.
Last series yesterday they lost.
Yesterday. I thought you meant today. I was like, wait, what? They played twice today? But yeah, no, definitely.
Do you have a rainbow on your face?
Yeah, I was going to say that.
It's by light. It's my little my prism that I have in my. I
was so confused. I thought I had like something wrong with my monitor. I was like, "What is this rainbow?"
the sun's like right in my face at this time of day, so it's blinding.
Blinding light, huh? Well, you know, the side of Turtle definitely got to experience that in the last game, and now they're going to Hook Point, which would be a fitting final resting point.
Where are you gonna go?
That's your joke. You deliver that one.
It's actually Adrian's joke, but I stole it and made it mine.
What was it? Say it again.
Fitting final resting point. My joke would be something like, "Oh, they're looking to walk on the plank," or I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna work on that one. But yeah, comps. Charlotte, Phoenix. Are they considering the rogue mage here, or why are they waiting with locking in? They insta-locked in mage lock.
You could just be using their full timer just to discuss strategy here, Ben.
I mean, game number 3, Turtle's looking like shark bait at this point for the Charlotte Phoenix.
Nice.
Locked out and again.
Thanks.
That was good.
I'm surprised they
Thanks,
didn't
guys.
do. I'm surprised they didn't do like an alligator. You know, with like a clock. Is it a crocodile with a clock or an alligator with a clock?
That might be copyrighted. I'm not sure.
Crocodile. You think so? Can you copyright a crocodile? I don't. I feel like
What
you
are you
can't.
Oh, were we talking about? Okay. I got you. I'm caught up now. Peter Pan.
Peter
right?
Pan, come on.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, man.
All
I
right.
was so confused for a second. I was like, where's the alligator?
Sometimes I'm confused by what I say. It's understandable.
All right, well, Turtle locking in their composition. Charlotte Phoenix as well. We are going to Hook Point here. This is a 2-0 series. Turtle really looking to win game number 3 here, trying to turn the series back around. What do we want to see from the side of Turtle, then, if they want to secure this game 3 victory?
Well, I actually don't like this map. I'm just, every time I don't like this map against Mage Lock. I don't know. Turtle, they're going to have to utilize this pillar extremely well, but the pillars are so small, it's going to make it easy for Gex to get caught in crowd control. And I know I always say that, but I really think it's true. We'll have to see what happens, but I don't think Turtle, with their composition, can just afford to be in the open for an extended period of time. I really feel like they have to be the team that's going in and going out, going in, going out, over and over and over when they have the crowd control available, when they have the burst available. And I feel like this map isn't great. I mean, it is small, so if Burn does get put in a position where he's behind on cooldowns, then I think they can just overwhelm him and run him over, but you have to get to that point. I think the hit and run is a lot more difficult on this map. I think they're going to be forced to kind of play more of an aggressive game just overall on Burn.
Let's see if they can here on Hook Point, match point for Charlotte Phoenix. They're looking phenomenal coming off yesterday, beating Cloud9 3-0, moving in, looking to clean sweep Turtle as well. But Turtle engaged with massive pressure. Frolic responds, trading the trinket and sacrifice, and Turtle retreat to their shell. Will they be able to stabilize here behind the pillar? Burns moving in on the left, Jamili on the right. Did you say retreat into their shell? I don't think you said
it
that
in the first game.
Did you say that?
We did.
Yeah, check the VOD.
You didn't copyright it. I'm fine.
All right. Well, we're gonna see a sheep on the Gex and a frozen orb onto Cyfoxy. No hammers though by Corlick here. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't get there in time, but I would still like to see him use it onto Gex here and just go onto Gex potentially. He's moving in. Gex sees it coming. He drops the barrier. He's going to hodge him into it anyway, but they're just going to keep the assault here onto Cyfoxy. We don't have any sheep PRs here, but still I think it's the right play here by Corlick. But now he needs to be careful. He gets trapped and, the Singe gets the 50-50 burn, gets a fat Divine Favor right there. He's going to get topped up, and Dilly and Cyfoxy, they already know what's about to happen. They need to run here, but look at that. Cyfoxy getting stunned up. He has to trinket and use Survival Instincts. Jaw getting another sheep. Burns looking for the fear. Can he get it in time? He goes for it. He gets it with the bop, but I'm not sure if that offensive bop there was the correct line of play. I feel like Burn was going to get that no matter what. There was nobody in his line of sight. And now Jamili is getting swapped to. No bop out of that stun, but he doesn't need it. The Ice Barrier just soaking all of that damage up. And this map, it's something that we talked about earlier in this matchup. It's a very small pillar, and you can definitely find yourself in tricky situations here because you can't really line of sight both casters here if you are on Turtle.
Yeah, it is a really difficult spot to be in, but we'll see. Maybe they go after Jamili if he's playing a little bit too close. Mind control on Jamili, maybe doing some damage over to Burn right now, but Corlick at any moment can kind of just push in and out. Full polymorph on Dilly's caught into a hammer of justice. This could easily be the aspect of the Turtle. Any more crowd control? Another polymorph does land. Exhilaration and some off heals will keep Dilly alive, so that exhilaration definitely paying dividends there for Turtle. But those sort of rinse repeat setups, it feels like it's really easy for Charlotte Phoenix to get on this map, and I worry for Turtle. But Burn might just get absolutely exploded. And Corlick, luckily, he does have the trinket and the sacrifice available, and that's the great thing about playing the Paladin with the ineffable truth is you can get those consistent sacrifices off. And now it's going to be up to Charlotte Phoenix to try to strike back.
Yeah, they're standing right on top of Turtle. They are unafraid here on match point, looking to bully them out of this series. They stun up Burn. Billy's trying to reposition, but he is moving very slow from those frost bolts, disengaging back. Oh, Hammer of Justice, is it available? Boom, hammers down. Gex and a poly. Huge pressure coming in onto Dilly. Felfisher reducing some heals as well. Gex caught in a fear chain into another polymorph. They're trying to finish Dilly here on match point. Big hit, he feigned death on very low health. Vitality Conduit comes in the nick of time. Foxy helping out with some regrowth as well. Charging in onto Burn, getting the bleeds up, getting ready for the next push with that Drestigath. Corlick repositioning away. Doesn't want to be in range of Psychic Scream, but actually charging in. Foxy feared into the distance. He's very far away from the pillar. They're going to use Life Grip, just Wild Charge to pull him in. Triple Infernal Stun with a fear. Love the offense here from Charlotte Phoenix. Can they close it out? Dilly feigned death. He's trying to get away, but the Frozen Orb has him pinned. He can't get any damage out, though. Jamili is locked down. Triple Shadow Fury. Jamili keeps the chain going just by the final second, but that's not enough time. They Frost Nova Gex, trying to be as annoying as possible here. Jamili is really doing whatever he wants in this match, but it's costing Corlick a lot of mana to keep doing it.
Yeah, Corlick's mana is not looking great, but they actually have weathered the storm here on the side of Turtle. They have all of their cooldowns back. They have a mana lead. The first time they actually look like they're in a driving position here. They get the stun onto Corlick. He trinkets out. He gets the Hammer of Justice. Gex in a sheep. Burn can't get the fear. He's kicked right now. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it. He might be able to. Gex, what are you going to do? He has the premonition here. He's walking out of the blizzard, trying to get to the pillar. Mind control gets casted out. He interrupts it. Corlick now moving further back, realizing he's about to get trapped here potentially. Freedom is going to time out, and Foxy and Dilly are going to retreat once again back to the pillar. Actually, kind of want to see Corlick just go for a drink at this point, unless they mind control Jamili. He can't. Jamili could potentially get destroyed behind that pillar. He needs to be extremely careful. There's a Drestigath. Big damage coming up, a triple Shadow Fury by Burn. He's going to keep Jamili alive, and a nice blink there as well, right before he got stunned to actually get to Corlick's line of sight. But I feel like if Ja could have avoided that MC, Corlick would have had an opportunity there to actually drink up. But I don't know. Maybe it won't matter that much.
No, we'll see what ends up happening with the mana. I mean, that's the one nice thing about the small map for Turtle is it is going to be difficult for Corlick. So I think that's just one of those things where Charlotte Phoenix, if they're going to set up a drink, it has to be you get Turtle on the back foot, you get them pinned at the pillar, and that's when Corlick can go for a drink. But it looks like they are going to be getting the trap onto Corlick. One motorcycle, two motorcycle land onto Burn. He gets caught into a stun. The trap is still not singed, and Burn is trying to keep him alive. Still, the crowd control is unending here. Corlick finally able to toss out some heals. A polymorph on Gex. Jamili trying to set him up, but Foxy is out as fast as he is in, and this is what I like. Turtle, they're doing a lot better job this game and going in and out as a sort of as a team, as a unit. I think it's really, really important. Charlotte Phoenix now going to be turning their attention over onto Gex, getting some pressure. If they can get pain suppression, it would be massive. Gex definitely doesn't want to play it too greedy. Rapture and Vitality Conduit should be enough for him to survive, but I like these pushes from Burn, from Jamili, from Corlick. If you can't go after Dilly and Foxy, they're playing too safe. You have to pressure Gex and get some of those cooldowns rolling.
All right, Corlick not working with a lot of mana left in the tank here, but Dark Soul and Icy Veins available. Charlotte Phoenix are a big threat right now. I like the positioning. Foxy, Gex together, Dilly by himself. This is what we saw from nLite and their success. So let's see if they can pull it off here in a similar fashion. Jamili just still posted up right in their face. Burn trying to get in on the left here. He can cast on all three members. Looking for a Shadow Fury. Gets interrupted. He is taking quite a bit of damage. Down to half health there, seemingly out of nowhere. Corlick picks him up with Divine Favor. Jamili gets stunned up by Foxy. I feel like it's unlikely they want to stick to Jamili. They stun Corlick. They trap. No root. Singe lands. Trap removed. Corlick can freely heal now, but Still pumping in damage. They dropped the dress into Temporal. Not a big fan of that. They use Blessing and Protection anyway. They stun Dilly. Beautiful crowd control here by Charlotte Phoenix on match point, lobbing in some Chaos Bolts. Another Poly to follow up, but breaks to the Frozen Orb Blizzard. They Nova Gex had a line of sight into another Poly. Can get the Fear around the corner. Full Fear. Dilly not out of the woods just yet. No, he's looking fine here. Gex is going to come out of the Fear, and Cyfoxy gets feared. Dilly's disengaging in onto Korlik, trying to stop him from drinking likely, but he just disengaged out into midfield. Ate 2 Chaos Bolts. Got Frost Nova on the Leap of Faith. Nice play there by Jamili. And Dilly looks like he's trying to get in closer to Jamili. Maybe back to the pillar. Dilly just wants to line of sight. He's taking a lot of damage. They need to focus on keeping Gex's mana high, dragging this fight into dampening and looking to overwhelm and swarm. Well, Korlik doesn't have mana, but Korlik did manage to regenerate quite a bit, and I think he is looking to try and sit for a drink here in that far corner. Can anyone stop him? The Raptor gets him from Dilly. Double stun lock here. Bike's coming in, but Sacrifice is already up. That remote guidance device not going to do anything, and Korlik has figured this strategy out. He's always using Gladiator's Medallion with that remote guidance device and sacrificing it. And as long as he keeps doing that, Burn's never going to die to that strategy. Turtle need to find a win condition outside of that window. The only other one, it would be the Drestigath. Is it enough, though, to kill Burn, throw on any resolve? Possibly deeper into dampening. They're trying to push for it right now. Singe Magic. They get lucky on the Singe Magic. Korlik has a Divine Shield. Is that going to be enough here? 21% dampening. Divine Favor. Korlik pumping in heals. Avenging Wrath just became available as well, so he can boost up his healing a ton at this moment in time. Burn still sitting on the Dark Soul, getting ready to pump it out. Gex has done a phenomenal job, though. His mana is very healthy at this point. And Turtle are working towards that win condition deeper into dampening if they can keep it going.
Yeah, and they only have Unending Resolve here on Burn. That's the only cooldown right now for Charlotte Phoenix. So Korlik right now needs to get down on his knees and start praying to N'Zoth to get some of those ineffable proc. Did he just get one? I think he might have. His Sacrifice is rotating back extremely quickly here, and we're going to see his Avenging Wrath just timed out, and it's almost back on cooldown. He's Divine. Yeah, he definitely got one. There it is. Full counterspell onto Gex, full trap onto Korlik. It gets singed. So great for them, because that was the one time where they didn't really have that much cooldown. This was when they would have forced the Unending Resolve, but unfortunately for them, they just get a Blessing of Protection, which is going to be rotating back up because of that ineffable proc there that Korlik got. And now Korlik is actually kind of low still. They could go after him. He has nothing. If they do a swap to him, they could definitely take him down. But as the opponent of the ineffable Paladin, you don't know if he has bubble back or not. So you got to keep going for the safe strat here. Full trap on the Korlik, gets singed once again on the 50-50. And now, once again, Cyfoxy Dilly have to retreat. Dilly getting feared into a Harge. Can he get a fear onto Gex here? Burn is moving in for it. Doesn't get it just yet. It looks like he's going to get it at the third Sheep Yard. And now Chaos Bolt is going to connect onto Dilly. Big damage here from the Mage Warlock, but they don't have any more crowd control. Dilly still dangerously low, though. One more fear. Cyfoxy goes out with the regrowth. Big damage! Big flurry combo there from Jaw. Almost closing out the match here. Vitality Conduit should stabilize him, but that was the total and the exhilaration.
Yeah, no big deal, right, Dilly? I mean, that was such a close call. 33% dampening. Gex right now being targeted. Burn is just pushing in. He's trying to burn down everybody. And right now, Turtle, that's play a little bit scared, but Burn is playing really aggressive here, and there is no sacrifice to fall back on. Burn might just get outright deleted. Unending Resolve trades out. 35% dampening. What is Korlik going to do? Divine Favor, big heal. But the counter aggression coming in. Jamili pushing in as well, looking for the snares, looking for the polymorphs. Triple Shadow Fury. But that was a beautiful barrier dropped out by Gex, denying a lot of that incoming damage. Gex actually gets interrupted now into a diminishing return polymorph. Dilly, keep in mind, Hammer of Justice comes in. He's got no turtle. He's got no exhilaration. And Dilly's definitely going to be playing a little bit scared at this point of the game. But at the same time, Burn, he is very susceptible to a big all-in. There's a Blessing of Protection available for Korlik. One motorcycle lands. The Blessing of Protection is there. They do trade it out. And now there's nothing. There's nothing left for Burn. Turtle might actually find themselves in a situation where they can take down Burn if he plays too aggressive.
Oh, Jamili getting mind controlled. Love that from Gex. Would have liked to have seen a little bit more of those throughout this series. Harpoon in, Korlik pre-sacrifices, Burn double Mortal Coils, setting up here for some massive damage. Cyfoxy has no trinket if they go for a Hammer of Justice. They go on Dilly instead. Dilly is far away from Gex at this point. One Chaos Bolt, it's match point. Two Chaos Bolts, barely staying in it. Korlik is pounding in here with Crusader Strikes to close this game out. Ray of Frost around the corner. They stop the Ray of Frost. Dilly line of sighting. He is just barely staying alive with that pain suppression. Jamili Ice Novas him. Gex drops the Vitality Conduit. And man, Dilly survives here, but that was just so lucky on top of some high skill. But they hold on. They've still got a lot of mana. There's not much in terms of cooldowns. That next remote guidance device could win the game for Turtle. They're just staring at that cooldown, waiting to push in onto Burn. Jamili is playing aggressive. He knows he needs to bait the remote guidance device on himself so he can just ice block it while Burn has nothing. They drop the Dresser Gap. Jamili's going to freely ice block that. Says, thank you for the free trinket. My Warlock who had nothing would have loved to have not seen that. So Jamili's definitely in a good position here, playing aggressive, trading the cooldowns for his team, waiting for the defensives to rotate back up. They've got Infernals, they've got Dark Soul. Gex is caught in a stun. They're blasting Gex, but I don't think they're going to kill him in that. He still has a lot of mana. Avenging Wrath up for Korlik, Gex in the poly. Where's Dilly going to go? Korlik is chasing him. He's got a hammer. He's not going to go for it on Dilly. He goes on Cyfoxy instead. Cyfoxy's next to Gex. Gex not trinketing. Bit risky here this deep into dampening, but wants to make sure he absolutely needs it. Vitality Conduit stabilizes, and once again, Korlik completely tapped on mana. They call in the Infernals to scare Turtle away. That remote guidance device is likely available, but they've got to go before that Ineffable Truth procs. It's going to reset that sack for Korlik.
He's getting a hell of mana right now. Korlik's got 60% mana. He's going to stop drinking right there. And Ja, if they can hold on to his ice block here, this was a big momentum swing here for Charlotte Phoenix to use the sacrifice here to keep Ja nice and stable. You're going to go for the sheeps here. Ja has a big proc here with the flurry. You can get it off. Pretty big damage here onto Dilly. Dilly, what are you going to do here? Gex is struggling, trying to keep him alive. Ja drops dangerously low. He needs to be careful. Dress could just one-shot him. He needs to be extremely careful. You can't push him too much. All they need to do is just keep poking them behind the pillar, and Charlotte Phoenix are going to walk away with this series here.
Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix are looking really, really good here, but I mean, this is still really, really scary. At any moment, they could just go down. That was the double motorcycle trinket, so they have to wait probably, I'd say, about 30 seconds for Drustagath to rotate back up, and they'll have that available. But Jamili and Burn definitely a bit scared of getting absolutely one-shot. Korlik actually rotting down as well, 54% dampening. Turtle's looking nice and healthy. Aspect of the Turtle is available for Dilly once again. They might actually just go after Korlik.
It's just the Raptor.
Burn. Yeah, just the Raptor, as well as the range damage from Dilly with this, all the poisons he's able to put out. Full Polymorph does land. Cyfoxy caught into a stun, and now they're pushing for the win, but Cyfoxy out of the line of sight. Now Dilly's going to move in, put out a little bit of damage, and as soon as he's in, he is out, and it must be so annoying to play against Turtle. Big Drustagath lands, and Jamili will ice block, and now with no ice block for another 3 minutes, Jamili is actually a great target. He gets out of the ice block. Turtle needs to go after Jamili right now. They actually get the Divine Shield as well, and Turtle find themselves in a position where they could actually win this game. They might be able to come back in this series. Jamili is very vulnerable for another minute until Blessing and Protection is available, and those motorcycle trinkets are going to rotate up relatively soon. They're actually just going after Burn. They're going after anyone they can. Jamili can't afford to push in anymore. That was such a key part of the offense, but he just can't push in, and Burn might just get dropped. One Reaping Flames does connect. Korlik trying to keep him alive. Big Holy Light lands, but it's 60% dampening. It's not doing anything. And right now, Turtle is literally just dampening the Charlotte Phoenix. Hammer of Justice does land, but Burn barely holds on. Sacrifice at 1% health with the unending resolve. Cyfoxy, he needs to run. He's got a few seconds left on survival instincts. He just has to hold on a little bit longer, but Gex has no mana left. I don't think Cyfoxy is going to be able to survive. Somehow, some way, the Charlotte Phoenix is looking like they're going to be able to come back. Cyfoxy! Jamili's solo! Everyone is dying, but I think it's going to be Cyfoxy who does fall first. The preemptive pain suppression on Cyfoxy! Is he going to live? No, he's not! What a close game. Turtle, they put up such a good fight, but the Charlotte Phoenix proving that they can play Mage Lock Paladin as good as anyone, so that was a beautiful series. Well played by Turtle. That last game was so close, but Charlotte Phoenix managed to take it.
Yeah, certainly well fought out match by Turtle. Charlotte Phoenix, though, taking this away with a 3-0. That's their second 3-0 victory of this weekend. This team's doing so well so far. Currently in the circuit, this is just looking really good for this team here, Zico.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're taking out all of these teams that could be a potential threat here. And I mean, they clean 3-0, and they had the only team that really farmed Charlotte Phoenix so far has been Mystery Org with that Windwalker Mage. So I want to see, how that would play out maybe a little bit later. But right now, Charlotte Phoenix, they're showing dominance. They got the lock rogue pally, they got the mage lock pally, they got the rogue mage pally, and they look amazing on all three. So this is definitely one of the contenders here in NA, especially after what they did to C9 yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can see the replay here on our screen. Final moments as they get Cy Foxy down here, Supatees.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close. Like, he's got pain suppression, but 65% dampening. He's not going to be healed through Atonement healing any longer. And then Jamili knows that he's still a possible target, so he's just trying to max range Dilly. And I think Charlotte Phoenix played a really good game here. They didn't play the kind of passive, just sit back and wait for the jungle to get those moments. They were all over them the entire time. And Charlotte Phoenix has definitely leveled up a lot in terms of their capabilities. They've got the comps and they've got the capabilities. Now they are a real threat in North America.
Yeah. Is this how we expected them to perform in this circuit on the side of Charlotte Phoenix? I mean, they've beat Mystery Org. They've just 3-0'd Turtle. They beat C9. I mean, this team is just playing out of their minds right now, man.
Yeah, I mean, I said this at the beginning of the circuit. I think Charlotte Phoenix is one of those teams where if they come and they play their best, they can beat anyone. So they really are showing that they are a top contender. They've been consistently top of the ladder. They have, I would say, the best compositions in the game, or at least most of them, available to their team. And I think if they play those compositions at the level that they are, and they're being, innovative. We saw Jamili play G-Pi Haste Mage against the Mage Lock as Rogue Mage Paladin. I think that was really, really smart. So that kind of innovation, being able to play all the best compositions, and then just showing up on game day is part of the reason why we're seeing Charlotte Phoenix do so well.
And correct me if I'm wrong as well, Supatees, but looking back on the history of Jamili as a player, it seems like he's not one of those people to shy away from multi-classing or trying something new in a tournament and stepping up and playing a class that we're not used to him playing on.
No, he's played Shadow Priest, DPS Shaman. I feel like that's kind of the extent of it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else really at like the highest level I've seen him play. Maybe Boomkin every once in a while, but I definitely think it was Shadow Priest and the Shaman. He's not afraid of it. He doesn't need to. I mean, right now, Mage is the meta,
right now,
so
yeah,
he just needs to be the best Mage he can be. What was that maneuver, Zico?
Nothing.
Wait, what was that? There's like an inside joke going on right now with the cameras. You didn't think I saw that?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
If you saw it, you would know.
I missed it
How
too,
about
don't
that,
worry,
Sid?
Supatees. Yeah, well, I just remember, I think looking back when he was playing on the Rejects, I think it was, or Super Rejects, one of the teams with the word Rejects in the name. He I feel like I just remember him playing so many different classes. But you're right, with this team currently, he doesn't need to switch quite around as much. That comp is looking so strong on the side of Charlotte Phoenix. But now we're going to move on to our second to last series of the day, Space Station Gaming, Unitas versus Mystery Org here. Both of these teams, Unitas struggling quite a bit. They have not yet won a series here in the BFA circuit. Mystery Org looking quite a bit better, though. Oh, what do you want to see out of these next two teams, Supatees?
I think Unitas, I mean, they have a choice. They could play Rogue Mage, but they've also been playing that Prop Paladin a lot. I'm actually wondering if they've worked on it and they want to utilize the Prop Paladins. He goes immediately like, no. And he's like, yes. Yask is one of the few players like that does focus in on the Prop Paladin. So if they think it has a better shot, they could. The Prop Paladin games are shorter, dude. The Prop Paladin games are shorter.
Here's the formula. Supatees, tank, Venriki, no hook point, Zico, Maledict. I don't know, something like that. That's all we need.
I think teams have started using Maledict actually, so
yeah. There you go. You're happy. All right. Well, anyways, we are gonna go to a break. When we come back, we will go to that Mystery Org versus Unitas series.
from CMD's Ice Block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cauterize about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that Ice Block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinket. Trinkets, he needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. The game here is already ready. It is Mystery Org versus Unitas game number 1.
This is exactly what you love to see. Aggression versus aggression. CD on the Paladin, Sam on the Mage, Trill on the Windwalker going up against Unitas. No prop Paladins. It's going to be the Rogue Mage with the Fire Mage. And of course, Oxygen to back them up on that Priest. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Sam pushing in, getting in combat. Trill and Sea-Doo stacked up right now. How are Aiden, CMD, and Oxygen going to play this one? Oxygen is charging in. Wants to get an early fear. Double Dragon's Breath coming in from CMD, looking to fake out the polymorph. He hesitated a little bit, though. I feel like if he had just gone for it, they would have got the crowd control. And now, Mystery Org is going to be able to turn this on its head. Full Ring of Frost. Big damage onto CMD very early on in the match. He uses the Temporal Shield. Are they just going to be able to push through? They need another polymorph. They managed to find it. CMD, it could be an early Cauterize or Ice Block. There's more crowd control. They get both. Oh no, disaster for Unitas. They didn't trade out the Trinket, which I think is a big mistake. Oxygen, very greedy. If he had just traded out his Trinket, using Paint Suppression something, CMD could have held onto his Ice Block and his Cauterize. So, I don't know. I feel like this is not a great start for Unitas.
Going for the Smoke Bomb on Trill. Big burst of damage. Psychic Scream on Sea-Doo, but Karma trades for Trill, and I don't think, are they going to try and bust? They bust the Karma. Trill ports back. Sea-Doo's still polyed. Trill's trying to pick himself back up, but there's a ton of damage potentially. Mind Control. Aiden gets the follow-up. Garrote trying to close this out. Sea-Doo gets back just in the nick of time with that Avenging Wrath. Beautiful grapple weapon by Trill there. Nice evasive maneuvers to stay alive there in the middle of that. Now getting right back onto target. No Cauterize, no Ice Block. Looking good for Mystery Org in this position. Oxygen pre-barriers, but Trill knocks CMD out of its defense. Shadow Fiend activates for Oxygen. Sea-Doo's in the blind. Really trying to power down Trill here. Shadow Step into the kidney. Triple crowd control. Beautiful response by Unitas. Sea-Doo, though, saves the day. Now pushing in for crowd control. Trying to turn it around. CMD trying to avoid Trill, but he can't avoid the leg sweep. Trill still trying to get back there, but having a tough time. Oxygen picks up CMD. Trill down to just that Fortifying Brew and a couple of bops from Sea-Doo. Unitas, oh, big swap to Aiden. Huge hit of damage. Oxygen desperately trying to pick him back up. Sea-Doo into a poly. Trill still the target. He's avoiding Aiden, though. It's all about Aiden. If he's not next to Trill, Trill's probably fine.
Bullshit.
Sea-Doo charging in. They go for a kidney shot. Both healers in crowd. Swap to the healer. Interesting adaptation here by Unitas. Sea-Doo walks it off with Divine Protection. Looking fine. Blinding Light on Oxygen. Oxygen decides to Trinket. Now susceptible. I mean, there's a checkmate position here for the next crowd control on Oxygen. They could close it out on CMD with Touch of Death. This is looking good for Mystery Org.
Mystery Org looking to potentially close out the match here. Trill has his Karma back. He's got Fort Brew active right now. He's got Touch of Death. He has everything he needs. They just need some crowd control on Oxygen. He's going to activate that Touch of Death, and he's going to be goodbye CMD. He gets counterspelled on Arcane. Shadow Step kick by Aiden is the only reason why CMD is alive right now. You can see the damage coming in. Ring of Frost. Sam I Am takes full control here. CMD does have the pain suppression, though, as a result of Aiden's play. So maybe he can survive here, but that was the absolute last line of defense. And to make matters worse, they overlap the Fear and the Sheep onto Sea-Doo. Trill pre-Karmas the kidney. He gets dressed, but he has Karma up. And Trill's playing a monsters game. He's going to make his way back to CMD now. They purge off the freedom here potentially. Now Sam's going to hold on to the Kleptomania here for when he has to pop his combustion. They get one more crowd control. The next Hammer of Justice, next Blind, next Dragon's Breath Sheep, anything on Oxygen. And it is pretty much over here for CMD, man.
I mean, they have Touch of Death, they have Combustion. Mystery Org right now, they're looking good. Oxygen is almost burned through all of his mana. They're actually just going after Oxygen. big 100-0, and that is the problem. If you do not have a trinket, you do not have pain suppression. And I mean, that was not even the touch of death. Trill didn't even use touch of death. That was just one massive hit of damage with the combustion, and Mystery Org will claim game number 1.
Hoorah!
You know, I think my favorite part about Mystery Org series is just looking forward to what shirt Cedu's gonna wear today. Chose a Riot. It says Riot with banana on it, I think. Good shirt.
I understand.
Looking good. His shirt.
I do
that he's
like
wearing.
bananas. I don't know.
I'm just saying. Here are the match results from that game. Number 1, Mystery Org taking the first game here, victory in this best of 5 series. Anything interesting to know about these match results here as we go?
Well, I think that Mystery Org on this comp are looking juicy because this is not. I mean, I don't think it's that. I think they might be favored a little bit because of the Pala versus Priest dynamic, but I feel like this matchup is very momentum based. Whoever can get those initial CCs, whoever can ride that momentum, is gonna have a good time. And honestly, that opener for Mystery Org was just fantastic. They got the cauterize, they got the ice block, and here the setup was excellent as well. They get the blind, they sheep up CMD, Sam with the offensive block on the Garrote, combustion is rolling, just perfection, with the bump on the Trill, no trinket, no pain suppression, there's nothing anybody can do. Complete checkmate situation and just a clean setup as well. So Mystery Org, most people would go for the mage there, but they set up a swap and they're looking for those opportunities.
Is that a reliable strategy going into the next game? Do you think they'll be able to consistently pull that off throughout the rest of this series, Zico?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, everybody on the map is a killable target for both of these teams. Okay.
Hello?
Okay, Oxygen has put his faith in the light. He's joined the order, the Holy Order.
Yeah, I feel like the Holy Order has been getting a lot of new recruits lately.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Well,
okay.
Have we ever seen this? I don't think we've seen Oxygen on the Paladin. This is going to be. I mean, maybe he's sick of just getting outclassed by the Paladin in these kind of rogue mage Paladin kind of mirror matches. So I don't know. This will definitely be an interesting one. I don't know how much practice they do have on this healer, but I do know one thing is for sure. Mystery Org, they look really good. They look really good into rogue mages, this composition. So I think Unitas is going to have a difficult match ahead of them.
All right. Hook point. Ven, do you like this map?
I don't really mind the map either way, but I will say, I mean, for Unitas, they're obviously a very experienced team, and I would say Unitas, the matchup I have the most faith in them in, is kind of like the rogue mage mirrors. I feel like that's something they know really, really well. Aiden always steps it up. CMD and Oxygen, obviously phenomenal players as well, so always give them a fair shot in these kind of mirror matches, even though it's not an exact mirror. That being said, we did see Mystery Org. The only loss that the Charlotte Phoenix have is to Mystery Org, and they kind of got stomped as Rogue Mage Paladin against this Windwalker Mage Paladin. So Unitas is saying basically, we're going to do it better than the Charlotte Phoenix. I'm really curious to see if they can pull this one off.
Yeah, Unitas certainly struggling here in the circuit series so far. Now we're on week number 3, and they've yet to win a game in the circuit here. But every single player on Unitas we have seen at BlizzCon, so definitely don't count these guys yet. They want to tie this up. Mystery Org versus Unitas in game number 2.
All right, gates have opened. Let's see what the Rogue Mage Paladin can get done here. Oxygen switching off the priest that he is known for. Treading new water here against Mystery Org. Oxygen gets Novid on his way in. They sap Cedu. They're opening on Trill. A great start so far, at least aggressively, but they get intercepted. CMD got caught in the Dragon's Breath. Ooh, beautiful leg sweep here on Aiden. Big swap of damage. Big combo. Trill looks to finish it. Aiden has to trade out his entire defensive lineup. He's still very low on health. He might just fall here if they don't respond. Trinket and Sacrifice. Big overlaps. That's a massive victory for Mystery Org so far in this fight.
All right, so you want to use the Paladin cooldowns first, Oxygen, and when your mage is getting killed, you want to use your priest cooldowns first. Why? Because you're going to get them back. They're 2-minute cooldowns, and in this case, you're playing an Ineffable Truth Paladin. You're going to get them back. Aiden is not going to get his Trinket Cloak back, and we are already in a situation where the only thing they need to force is the bubble. Oxygen might actually have to use it right here. CMD taking massive damage. I think if Oxygen bubbles here, Aiden is a dead man, so they might just go for the Ice Block trade. This would be a situation where it's kind of okay. Dragon's Breath comes in. Can Sidu land the Hammer of Justice? He doesn't have it just yet. He needs to get one more judge, but he gets blinded, and he's not playing Trinket here. Sidu going to bop the sap here, though, and he's going to keep Trill in the fight here, but I don't like that he's not playing Trinket on that Paladin into the Acerode. I feel like that actually gives Unitas a really big way to win this game. Sidu now moving in, gets the Hammer of Justice. That's going to be the bubble from Oxygen, and that is going to be the checkmate situation we're talking about. Oxygen or Aiden, 100% dead on the next setup, most likely Aiden, if they pull it off properly on the side of Mr. Dorkman.
It's right here.
Touch it up. It could just be right here, right now. Any more crowd control on Oxygen? If there's anything, Aiden's dead.
All right.
That's it. There it is. Goodbye.
I actually thought it was going to happen. I thought it was going to happen like 10, 20 seconds from now, but all right.
I think Mystery Org's feeling pretty good about this one.
Yeah, taking game number 2 victory now, up 2-0 in this best of 5 series. And that was a really quick game. That was a really quick victory for Mystery Org, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. I think Sam I Am from kind of start to finish in that game. Actually, all of them. They had good control over the match. They really understand their win condition, and I feel like this is going to be it's going to be an uphill battle at this point. It's going to be an uphill battle for CMD, Aiden, and Oxygen to come back in this one. I don't really know if I like the Paladin more. I think if we see Oxygen go back to his Priest, it's going to kind of just show the headspace of Unitas at this point. Maybe they try a different comp entirely, bring in the Paladin with Yoski, but even I don't know if that's going to work either.
What do you think, Sifties? Do you want to see Yas come in on the Prat Paladin here?
Thing is, a Prop Paladin is, unless they have a Death Knight and a Shaman, I don't think that it would be that great in the matchup. Maybe Prop Pally. What would you play, Rogue or Windwalker, Priest? They don't have the good combinations with the Prop Paladin in my mind here, so probably just keep playing the Rogue Mage. I feel like the Rogue Mage Priest probably stands a better chance at the moment based on their experience level, because right there they look like they were outclassed. They were looking outclassed on the same class, but on the Priest it didn't look like they were outclassed by play. They were just outclassed by Paladin. No one got the joke. They should switch back to Priest.
Sorry.
And they did. This is the problem, is like I said, if Unitas goes back Priest, it really just shows you kind of their headspace in this matchup. Like, they don't think it's a great matchup based off switching to the Paladin and then going to the Paladin. They're like, well, maybe we just don't have the practice on Paladin, so we just got to go back. And I don't know. Definitely game number 1 looked better than game number 2 for them. I think the Priest is nice. I think Oxygen's probably a lot more comfortable on that Priest as well. Can't count Unitas out yet, but Mystery Org, I think this is a matchup that they have practiced a lot. At least it looks like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, things definitely not looking good here on the side of Unitas. It's going to be a difficult victory here if they want to win on Ashamine's fall. But how do we feel like the Mage Windwalker is going to do here on Ashamine, Zico?
Well, they want to do the same thing that they've been doing the whole time. They want to just get those CC chains, kill either Aiden and a stun, or have a long CC chain and take down CMD. The only criticism, if any, of Mystery Org is see to play Trinket for the blind. That way, you're never going to really be in like those super dicey situations. I like that Oxygen is back on the Priest. He's had a solid season, at least during the Cups. During the round robin, it's not been the greatest showing for Unitas as a whole. I don't want to put that on just one single player, but during the Cups, they actually had some great matches, and Oxygen had some clutch mind controls. So if they can heat up here, they do have a shot, but I do think the Holy Paladin just kind of outclasses the Priest in this matchup. It would be a lot more fair if the matchup, that is, if Oxygen was as good on his Pally as he is on his Priest.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Game number 3 starting up shortly here. A best of 5 series. If you guys want to check out the gear that they're running, awc.gcd.tv. But game number 3, Mystery Org versus Unitas. Match point for Mystery Org.
Mystery Org just look like they're on fire right now, but Unitas, they're reckless here. They've got nothing to lose really in the circuit, so they're going straight for Sidu. They're going to put Sidu to the test here
on match point, and let's see if they can close it out. CMD getting pressured though in reverse. They are looking unfazed with beautiful crowd control across the board, and Trill's pushing for the kill. He gets Dragon's Breath for a moment, but then rolls immediately back on target, and CMD is just gonna ice block. This is again a great start for Mystery Org, and I feel like they're just completely in a different league here against Unitas.
Yeah, it's really rough. I don't know. They just look a lot more coordinated right now, and you can see Sam so far has just been having a field day on that mage. Honestly, I think Sam has been playing. He's been outplaying every mage so far that he's gone up against in this matchup, and it's great to see it. Sam right now just trying to get his combustion back. They're going for a swap onto Sea-Doo here and see if they can get something done, but Trill immediately goes there, soaks up the meteor, disarms Aiden, then goes back to CMD to put on some pressure, and now Sam potentially going to be looking for some crowd control. Aiden's all over him though. I don't know if he's going to be able to find it. Sea-Doo gets the Hammer of Justice, and now Sam's going to go for the polymorph. He gets Dragon's Breath on it, very nicely done. Gets Shadow Step kick, but they get the paralyzed. No Ring of Frost. He's going to get a kidney shot there as well. Excellent disruption there by Aiden, but he doesn't have his kidney shot now for Sea-Doo. He's going to vanish, go for the cheap shot here potentially, goes for the Garrote into the cheap shot. He's got the Dressed as well. CMD actually doing decent damage here to Sea-Doo, but Divine Protection is just going to brush that off like it's nothing. And Sea-Doo once again here, he's going to have a field day on that Holy Paladin. Samayam has his combustion ready. The next attack is going to be massive. Aiden has no trinket, so I can definitely see a situation where they try to set up a leg sweep onto Aiden with combustion and CC onto Oxygen. And they might even be able to kill through Oxygen's trinket if he gets blinded on his trinket. But right now, Smoke Bomb onto Sam. He trinkets out, and here we go. Sea-Doo's getting ready for the setup. There's the Blinding Light, and here we go. There's the Hammer of Justice. Aiden, what are you going to do? Oxygen trinkets. Does he trinket into crowd control though? Doesn't look like it, but that, if Sea-Doo got a Hammer of Justice on his trinket, or if Sam got a sheep on his trinket, it would have just been game over.
Ooh, Sam's actually getting pressured for the first time in this match. Dragon's Breath comes in. Do they have any cross crowd control? They're actually just going to be defaulting back onto CMD, but for some reason, I see Aiden going down in the near future. I really do. I think it's going to be Aiden that ends up falling in this match. We'll see exactly how it goes. There's the full polymorph paralyze. Aiden, what is he going to do? Evasions! He doesn't get the leg sweep. That's a disaster for Trill. He tried to go for the paralyze into the leg sweep, but Aiden got the evasion in between the two, and that's going to shut down that attempt. If he had gotten that stun, it would have been game over, but now Mr. Org, they have to kind of just wait for the next polymorph diminishing return. They still have a fair chance here to take down Aiden with no evasion. He's going to be very susceptible. Touch of Death available, combustion available, and I think, once again, if they can get an attempt here on Aiden in the next 5 seconds, I think he could easily fall.
Oh, they grip Aiden. Sea-Doo's charging in with Trill. Double Blinding Light. Where's the leg sweep? Trill's popping the Storm, Earth, and Fire. Touch of Death is active. Rapture Power Chodes in from Oxygen, but that's going to cost basically the remainder of his mana. Double leg sweep here. Huge hit of damage onto Aiden. Where's the pain suppression? Where's the pain suppression? Aiden on 1% activates the Cloak of Shadows. Almost going down there, trying to reverse it with triple crowd control here. Beautiful counter engagement onto Sam. Nice reversal. And Sea-Doo and Sam make a mistake. They overlap the Divine Shield and the Ice Block. Double value Massive Spell there, but a polymorph slips through from Sam, and this is huge pressure on CMD. If Trill can stay on target, it's going to be a Cauterize in the immediate future. Can they push for the Cauterize? They're trying to with 1 more second left on the Dragon's Breath. CMD barely in this fight still. Somehow, some way, Oxygen holds them together. Full polymorph. Sam now with no ice block, but Aiden's in a poly grapple weapon. Can't really get any damage out. He trinkets. Aiden's going for it. Sea-Doo gets cheap shot. Oxygen's in position for Psychic Scream. Psychic Scream, beautiful chain. Cauterize likely to trigger. Are Unitas able to turn this around? No. Sea-Doo gets out of crowd control. Big Avenging Wrath heals bombing in. Mystery Org stabilized, and now leg sweeps coming up in 5. Aiden still has no Gladiator's Medallion. And they could just go for CMD, but Ice Block's actually coming up in 10 seconds. It's coming up in 9 seconds, 8 seconds. They're pushing to get the kill before it. 5 seconds. Cedars in a poly, but oh no, 3 seconds away. 2 seconds, 1 second for CMD here. Cauterize triggers. Ice Block just came off cooldown, but CMD's trying to hold on to it. Oxygen triggers out of poly. Blind on Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo bops the blind. Big heals coming in on CMD here with that Blazing Barrier. Sea-Doo in a half the yard. Psychic Scream. Not going to get any value there. Unitas are doing everything they can on the edge of a cliff to not fall off against Mystery Org.
If Cedar goes in for a blind and he doesn't get premmed, Aiden is dead. He's going for it right now. He's trying to fake out the prem. They get a full sheep. Here we go. Are they going to go for Aiden or are they going for CMD? He still has his ice block. They're going for CMD. This should be an ice block at least here. They get a sheep onto Cedar, but Cedar does get the blind. Sam and CMD race to the finish, and CMD is going to be the one losing that race. Cedar is going to be able to top up Sam. He sacrifices the poly. Sam stabilizes to full HP. CMD actually gets pain suppression. So now you're in a situation where you can probably just kill CMD with raw damage, no mana left, onto Oxygen. He gets full Hammer of Justice, no way out of it. Sam is going for the Ring of Frost. He gets Counterspell. He gets Dragon's Breath on the sheep. He's still going to get it potentially. He gets Kidney Shot, but Trill is there backing him up with the Paralyze. Oxygen has no mana left, but he does have some HP. The Vitality Conduit, it only costs HP, and now Sea-Doo has some work cut out for him. He needs to spam heal Sam here with those wings, get him back up. Oxygen going for the potential final fear here. If Unitas loses here, they're going to be out of the series. Can they do it? Sam is dropping dangerously low. He has his Cauterize, but CMD as well has no cooldown. If they get one setup, CMD is most likely going to die here.
Yeah, this is a really, really close call. Full polymorph. They might be able to actually take down Sam. He's got the Cauterize, but at the same time, CMD under pressure. Big damage coming in from Trill. Oxygen, basically no mana left. Can Sam hold on just a little bit longer? He blinks over. He's trying to race CMD. Sea-Doo has no cooldowns left. They do have the Cauterize, any crowd control on Oxygen. CMD could easily fall. There is a combustion available for Sam. They get the Hammer of Justice. Sam, can he get there for a Ring of Frost? Can he land it? He gets interrupted. CMD trying to just defy death. But unfortunately, the Chi Wave! The Chi Wave from Trill. Oh, what a disaster. The full blind on Oxygen. I think it got Chi Wave there. Super unfortunate. Sam still with his Cauterize getting low. Mind control for the Cauterize. They might be able to proc it. It does get stopped. Nicely done there by Trill. Combustion down. CMD is just going to get tapped out. And that is going to be a victory for Mystery Org. A clean 3-0.
Swift 3-0 for Mystery Org in that best of 5 series. Certainly not the way Unitas wanted that series to go. Moving forward throughout the rest of this this circuit here for next weekend, what can we see from the side of Unitas? What do we want to see them maybe come back and do a little bit better for the rest of their games here, Super Tees?
I mean, they're just playing spoiler at this point. I think it's impossible, right, for them to make it to the finals. I think they're 0-5, right? So
it's completely impossible.
It's not possible. So I mean, they could try. I mean, it's just they were relying on RMP. It's a Paladin meta, and that's basically it. It seems like maybe they could use a bit more practice, but it's a Paladin meta right now. So that game looked good. If they had played that game every game, that definitely could have looked way more close than it ended up being with 3-0. But I've just fallen a little bit short here. If it was a Rogue Mage Priest meta, I think this would be a very scary team.
Yeah, we can also see the final moments here on the side of Unitas for Mystery Org's Game 3 victory.
Paralyzed Sheep, and at the end there, Oxygen goes for the Rapture, but unfortunately, his mage dies on the global. I think if he went for a regular powered shield, his mage probably would have still died, so can't really blame him too much for making that play. And I think regardless, Unitas weren't in the best situation right there at the end. Sea-Doo was going to get his cooldowns back up there.
What does that say on the side of Mystery Org for in the future when they will potentially have to face other rogue mages? How do we feel like Mystery Org did in that regard, Ben?
Amazing. I mean, they're the only team that beat Charlotte Phoenix, and Charlotte Phoenix played Rogue Mage Paladin, and they made quick work of them, and against this team as well. I mean, Unitas, they're definitely a solid team. I think just speaks volumes to how prepared Mystery Org is against this particular team. And I feel like maybe Rogue Mages are going to start just playing Windwalker Mage instead. Like, I wonder if we see Charlotte Phoenix play Mystery Org again, if they end up playing just Windwalker Mage Mirrors, if that's kind of the way these matchups are playing out.
Yeah. And we'll have to see. Next weekend is our last weekend of the BFA circuit. So that's going to be a 3-0-2 Mystery Org. Now we're going to move on to our very last series of the day. That's going to be Space Station Gaming versus M2KC. Space Station Gaming actually lost their series yesterday against Mystery Org, and I don't believe we saw M2KC play yet this weekend. Knowing this here, Zico, what do we think is going to happen here for this last series of the day? Any guesses? 2
points on the line. Windwalker, HPAL, Ellie, SSG. And we are going to see the Windwalker, Mage, Pally from M2KC. 2 points on the line. Make them one lion sticker and 1 star sticker, please.
Okay. Sipa
Wow.
and Ben, you want to take a crack at it?
I mean, Space Station Gaming have been playing pretty much the one comp the whole time. Mischiev's not in the meta, so I feel like there's no debate whether or not Greki plays Paladin. They're definitely doing Ellie, Windwalker. M2KC... There's no other choice. I mean, they've pulled out some other stuff that's kind of strange, like Boomkin Windwalker, but there's no way into another Windwalker team would you do that. So yeah, they have to play Windwalker, Mage, Paladin. I'm same guess. I'm copying Zico's homework.
All right, Ben. Ben.
I think,
You
yeah.
thinking?
You know,
Okay, sorry. So
thinking,
you didn't react.
There's
I
a
was
lot
like,
on the
"Are you
line for
kidding me?"
this. I mean, I can't just be throwing out answers all willy-nilly. Okay, I could
It's
go for
true,
the
it's
safe
true.
answers like my
These are some-
co-casters, but you
A
know.
hot commodity, these stickers here.
Yeah. It's so hard. The only reason why I don't want to pick the same answer as them is because I feel like Mystery Org yesterday could have ran Windwalker, Mage, Paladin if it was a good matchup into what Space Station Gaming was running, and they didn't. They chose a cleave setup instead. So I still think they're going to run it. We've only seen them run that one composition. They're going to run it 100% from M2KC, Windwalker, Mage, Paladin, and I think we're going to just end up seeing Windwalker, Ellie, Paladin. So that was my answer. We all got the same answer.
Lame.
All allowed. All right, well, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll go to the very last series of the day. We'll see if these guys are right and they get their stickers rewarded to them. It's going to be Space Station Gaming versus M2KC coming up next.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
Is Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% health. What is going on? They actually hit it. Ring. Temporal shield knocking it. Wildcard Gaming.
Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop his roots. Nothing.
Battlemaster's gonna fall.
Bomb drop. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. A big takedown. Wildcard Gaming and Arctic 2019 BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge. 2-star surge.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1 up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Lost and Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage.
He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect 1 more kidney shot, will do it. The Shadow
No way.
and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going straight into the action here for the last series of the day. It's Space Station Gaming versus M2KC in game number 1.
Okay, here we go. We all get a point, right? We all get our
We all
two
get 2
stickers.
points.
We all get 2
Which is the
points.
same as
2 points, 2
it's
points.
the same as us all getting no points, though, right?
But they're,
Come
now
on,
you have 2
we
more
all
stickers.
winners. What's wrong with them? Yeah,
Everybody's a winner, yeah.
everyone's a winner. It feels good.
Actually, that's not true. One of these teams will be a loser at the end of the series, so we will see how this one goes on. It's going to be Space Station Gaming versus M2KC, and that's going to be a spell steal counterspell, or actually just a quick counterspell coming in from Cerealium on a Gorecki. Who are they going to be able to go after in this match? And I kind of mentioned at the beginning, before we cut the break, before this series, that one of the reasons I didn't think M2KC would play this comp is because yesterday, when we saw Mystery Org go up against Space Station Gaming, it could have been this exact same matchup, but they opted to not go for it and play Windwalker Demon Hunter instead, which makes me think that Space Station Gaming has a very good track record with this composition into the Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin. So I don't know. I'm definitely curious to see who M2KC is going to be going after. I feel like Gorecki is probably going to be a good target for them, going after the Paladin with cross crowd control and Smexen. Definitely going to be a solid option, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, let's see what they can get done here with paralyzes across the board onto the Paladins. Touch of Death rolling for Chun-Li. Trying to get something going here, but not finding even a scratch onto M2KC. Gorecki's charging in on top of Brain, hammers down. Going after Cerealium. Smexen falls behind a bit, though, as Gorecki is repositioning. He recovers with Avenging Wrath. Avenging Wrath on both sides. Polymorph on diminishing return to get the double sweep, though. Good value on the leg sweep. Unfortunate about the Polymorph. Not going to find a kill with only a 1-second Polymorph. This is looking like a matchup that could go the distance. In terms of dampening, prior to dampening, I feel like the Windwalkers are probably the most likely target to die. I'm just double-checking the builds here on Smexen. Yeah, he's full versatility, so he's going to be quite a tanky shaman here, as well as Cerealium, I can imagine. Actually, he's mixing in a little bit of Expedient, just the tiniest bit there, so interesting, not running the full tank build, but stunning those Windwalkers, bursting them down in stuns, I think is going to be important, but they might even swap to Paladin. Bit interesting here. Chun-Li going after Brain with the Fist of Fury, taking him down about 30%. He's going to recover, though. They paralyze Gorecki. They're going after Drake. Divine Favor's up. Big heal from Brain. Gorecki in a ring into a blinding light. Specs in a bit of trouble. Trades out the Astral Shift. Oh, but the crowd control is not ending. Astral Shift is over. They need to respond here. Is it going to be a sacrifice? Big hit with those slappers. Spawning a ton of tentacles on a Smexen. Drake laying in, but Gorecki, with that Avenging Wrath, recovers quite rapidly.
Excellent stuff there by Gorecki. He is going to hold on to his sacrifice there as well. So he's going to be pushing in now, getting the Hammer of Justice. Can he get any crowd control though to follow that up? It doesn't look like it. Nice counterspell here onto Gorecki by Seralium. He's going to get the sheep here most likely. Let's see what they can get done. Smexon's already running for his life. Brain doesn't have the Hammer of Justice just yet, it seems. And they're going to activate the Touch of Death here. Gorecki though breaks out of the crowd control. Still didn't activate his sacrifice here. Touch of Death could blow up any moment here onto Smexon, but doesn't look like he actually took a big hit there. His HP is barely going to move. Assuming he's running maybe a mix of Versa and Gushing, taking a decent beating here, but not too scared. And now Chan going in for the crowd control. Seralium's about 50%. Gore is pushing in. Hammer of Justice on Seralium. Nice Ring of Peace. And that knock from the Shaman there as well. Or sorry, the Captain total from the Shaman there to set up that crowd control there. Excellently done. It's going to force them to pop. Smexon now taking a lot of damage here. Gorecki does get the Vitality Conduit before he gets blinded. Otherwise, that could have been a dicey situation for Space Station Gaming. And honestly, the matchup looks kind of even so far.
Yeah, I mean, very back and forth. Only 4 minutes have elapsed into the game so far. Haven't scratched the surface of dampening just yet. Both Paladins doing healthy on mana, and both teams kind of just exchanging blows. I mean, Seralium stacking full versatility, Smexon stacking full versatility makes them both very durable targets. A lot of disruption in terms of crowd control. So I think this is going to come down to probably, this could even be a match that comes down to mana, potentially. Paralyze on Brain, and looks like Temporal Shield will be enough to keep Seralium alive. To make a swap, great pressure here by Space Station Gaming. Drake getting a little bit low, Seralium also. Brain trying to get away from Chun-Li as he rolls over and just creating multiple pressure points in the match. With Smexon, in terms of pressure, I would say Space Station Gaming, they do have a lead right now.
Let's see if they can maintain it. Consistently, we see these bursts of damage onto Smexon, potentially pulling the Astral Shift here. Didn't preemptively activate it. Big hit with that Meteor. If they have any follow-up damage, doesn't look like it. Fist of Fury, not enough. Vitality Conduit's up. Seralium now taking a huge Drestagath hit. Brain immediately responding with the Trinket Sacrifice, ready at the trigger there to deny the Cauterized Force from Seralium. Those Paladin cooldowns want to be rotated through before the other DPS members because of Ineffable Truth, reducing them so significantly. So I think it was a smart reaction from Brain. They hold on to Cauterize and block. Combustion available. Gorecki gets interrupted. Smexon could be in trouble. He's going to use Astral Shift. Is it going to be enough here? We're only at 3% dampening. Gorecki's out of the counterspell now. Trying to pick him up, but doesn't look like Gorecki has Avenging Wrath for another second, so he's a little bit slow to pick him up. He actually uses Sacrifice there, maybe trying to preempt some crowd control. They're trying to punish Brain for using Gladiator's Medallion earlier by attacking him, but Polymorphs from Seralium more than enough to peel for Brain. Both Paladins right next to each other on that pillar. Who's going to go for the Hammer of Justice first is the question here. Both struggling a bit to heal the Mage and Shaman respectively at 6% dampening, but crowd control engages for M2KC. Chun-Li tries to counter, engages the double legs. He paralyzed on the break. Nice timing by Chun-Li, totally shutting down that push. Now Space Station Gaming look to reverse it. Hammer of Justice. They're going after Brain. The Paladins with Ineffable Truth don't have that much versatility compared to the other 4 members of the team, so curious to see if they do opt to go for Brain again in the future. Chun-Li seems to be going after him. Gorecki in a Blinding Light, Chun-Li and a Poly. It's 3 versus 1. This is a dangerous time for Smexon. Uses Thunderstorm, but Drake gets clipped by that little hill on the Grand Arena, so he doesn't go too far from the knockback. They reconnect onto Smexon, who's down to half. Vitality Conduit comes out for Gorecki. Smexon stabilizes. Brain now in a stun. Stun on Seralium. They're going for the triple stun threat over onto Drake. With the Lightning Lasso, not enough damage to KO. He retreats back to the pillar. Gorecki's on top of him. Ring of Peace interrupts the Divine Favor. Paralyze. They purge it off, I believe. So nice purge there, but not going to result in a kill, unfortunately. Mana reasonably even between the teams now at 12% dampening.
Yeah, we are in 12% dampening here, and right now Seralium is kind of feeling it. Nice hammer here onto Brain. Do they have the damage though to force a Cauterize here potentially? Big damage coming in on Seralium. DR leg sweep, but Smexon, he's not going to be able to connect. He's going to go ahead and Lightning Lasso Drake. Drake using his human racial there to break out of the Lightning Lasso, and now they're swapping onto Smexon, full blind here onto Gorecki. Let's see what they can get done here. Do they get the Polymorph? Seralium's hesitating with it. could have gotten it. I'm not sure. Maybe Gorecki was in DR there. I feel like would have been a very uncharacteristic mistake to just cancel that poly there. But Terralium knows best, and we're going to see what else they can force here. They got the Astral Shift in that exchange. Now Gorecki with Divine Favor, big Holy Light coming out here, but he gets Ring of Peace onto it. Do they have the spell? Do they have the counter spell? Terralium has the counter spell, but I don't know if Gorecki is ever going to be in his line of sight. And now once again, Brain here getting pressured by Chun. Smexing going for the Lightning Lasso onto Drake. Multiple pressure points here. This is exactly what you want to be doing. If you're Smexing, just kite back and hit whatever you can. Don't take damage, do damage, swap CTM, and now he's trying to purge off the Divine Favor here off of Brain here. He does get it off, and now Smexin could be in trouble here. Full counterspell secured, full polymorph secured to follow it up, and big damage. And honestly, Surround's been doing that the whole time, the entire game, just counterspelling the healer. A problem with counterspell, ooh, he might have to ice block here. He's taking big hits here. Okay, he gets a big hit. So the problem with counterspelling the healer, if it's a paladin, is that Vitality Conduit is not on a holy school, it's actually on a nature school. So even if you're kicked as a paladin, you can basically guarantee pre-vitality every poly if you have it up. So he's not getting that much value out of it. Maybe you should CS these lassos instead.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. A Hammer of Justice on Gorecki. DR Ring of Frost. Smexin might just get dropped. Blinding Light is going to be the bubble sacrifice coming in. What a good push there by M2KC, 25% dampening. And Smexin now starting to, be a little bit more afraid. I don't know if he had his Astral Shift. Maybe he could have used it a little bit earlier, but definitely a close call. Gorecki is going to be more than happy, I guess, to trade his Divine Shield and that sacrifice. And now Space Station Gaming looking to reverse the pressure just a little bit. Terralium still, of course, has his Cauterize. He has his Ice Block, lots of defense available, but he is falling further and further behind. Nice Ring of Peace there by Drake, throwing in some Vivifies as well to try to help out his team and actually keep Terralium alive. Polymorph spams coming in from Terralium. Good control on that Mage just to slow down the game. I would say in terms of just exchanging blows, Space Station Gaming is going to have an edge. When you see M2KC pull ahead, it's going to be when they do get these crowd control change and they go for the burst with combustion. That's going to be the edge of M2KC. So definitely have to look for those setups from M2KC. If they can find them, that's going to be their main win condition.
Terralium actually running Breath of the Dying, so might be an exposed target here in a stun lock later on. They're going after Drake with the lasso. They disrupt it with a counter spell. Touch of Death from Chun-Li doesn't get any value. Mana still reasonably even between Gorecki and Brain. No massive advantages in that regard. Cooldown favored slightly to M2KC. Actually, probably massively in favor of M2KC for at least another minute here. They're going to use a bop to break out of crowd control, but then get caught on the polymorph. Smexin's trying to heal himself back up. Drake's all over him at the moment, but not able to get too much pressure out through that blessing of protection. Unfortunately, Brain now in the Hammer of Justice. Smexin lobbing some Lava Burst. Fist of Fury gets Dragon's Breath. Nice timing by Terralium. Chun-Li goes back onto Terralium almost immediately here. Pushing for some damage here, deep into damage. Dressigat drops. Are they ready for it? Ring of Peace interrupts the poly. Double leg sweep. Beautiful setup by Drake, but that Ring of Peace from Chun-Li totally shut down Terralium. He's not able to get in there. Poly on Chun, paralyzing Gorecki 3 versus 1 on Smexin, trying to push him over in game number 1 here. Space Station Gaming has won 3 out of 4 of the last series this year against M2KC. Can they win this one here? Brain gets powered over. It has to Divine Shield. Almost going down. Beautiful swap. Terralium is still low on health. Brain tries to recover with Avenging Wrath. Looks like it is going to be enough here as he pulls back to the pillar. Gorecki running away from Brain, trying to avoid the hammer. Brain pulling Terralium back in the fight. Consistently getting pushed back down, though. Avenging Wrath not getting a huge amount of value. Brain spent a ton of mana to heal through that onslaught of Space Station Gaming, and now Gorecki is slightly ahead.
Ooh, beautiful Lightning Lasso here. Smexin fakes out the kick from Drake, and he has his Stormkeeper. He's going to zap Brain with it. Very, very big damage here. Sean goes for the trampoline play against the wall there. Brain now going to be in Smexin's line of sight, but unfortunately, no wind shear available for Smexin for 1 more second. He's going to get the Holy Light off with Terralium. He's taking fat damage here from Chun while Brain is trying to stabilize himself. Chun and Smexin doing so much work right now, getting a lot of pressure here. Fist of Fury coming out. This could be the ice block here. Terralium using Temporal Shield. He gets the combustion off here as well. Drake now taking a decent amount of damage as well here. Might have to use his Touch of Karma here. Chun getting polymorphed up. He's going in for the plays here onto Brain. He gets the fat leg sweep. Brain going to use that Blessing of Protection to break out of it. And now he's got the Divine Favor. He catches a big heal with it, but still Drake exposed here in midfield. And so is Terralium. Now Brain has his wings, and he should be able to recover his teammates here. But that was a close call, and it's all because of Chun doing so much pressure onto the mage, and then when the mage is low, he just starts tunneling the paladin. That's gonna free up Smexin to deal with Drake. That's gonna, make Surround play defensive. You got a full Ring of Frost. Astral Shift connects here. Smexin's gonna be in trouble here, man.
Oh, definitely. But the thing is, they do have the Divine Shield sacrifice to fall back on. Smexin gets interrupted. Do they have the damage to take him down? Gorecki cannot mess around. Now they're going to be turning it around. And it looks like Gorecki will be able to bubble out of the crowd control, drop the sacrifice, paralyzed now on Brain. They're trying to get some damage rolling out of Cerulean, but I can't help but feel like Smexin is the most vulnerable person in this match. I mean, Cerulean, he still has his Ice Block, he still has his Cauterize. Smexin has really no invulnerability cooldowns at this point. He's just going further and further behind. Cerulean drops a Meteor, and the Polymorph comes in. It looks like M2KC will claim game number 1. I feel like Space Station Gaming, they had a lot of pressure in that match. Lots of moments of opportunity, but the problem is, I mean, Smexin, he doesn't have Ice Block like Cerulean, just lacking on crowd control as well. So eventually M2KC are able to find these big win conditions, and as a result, they will get that first game.
Yeah, now currently 1-0 M2KC here on this best of 5 series. Space Station Gaming now going to be choosing their map choice pretty quickly here. We can take a look at the match results here. Really, where was the turning point on the side of M2KC? I feel like Space Station, like both of those teams for quite some time, were looking pretty healthy, and then in the end, Space Station Gaming went down Zico.
I feel like in deep dampening, if you get a CC chain on the Pally, Smexin's gonna have to use something every single time, and they were able to get a couple of them there in the end, in a row. I think, actually, now that we've seen the comps play, I would say M2KC are favored. I feel like the way Space Station Gaming wins is if they can do a random swap to Brain, they can do a random swap to, anybody really on M2KC and burst them down very quickly. But I feel like it's extremely hard to do when Brain is, well, number one, he's the most unkillable paladin in the game, obviously, according to Sid. And number two, he's got those ineffable procs to save his teammates. So you can't kill his teammates and you can't kill Brain. Who do you kill?
Yeah. Who would do you kill? That is the question now. Space Station Gaming certainly on the back foot here for this last series of the day. What do we think their next move is here? Do they keep playing that composition, maybe readjust their strategy going into game 2, CPTs? What do you think we want to see from this team?
I'm trying to think if there's any map that helps them. Well, I feel like there isn't. What other comps? They don't want to. I feel like they don't want to bring in Thug on Destro. They tried the Demon Hunter Windwalker, but I actually feel like this is just tough for them. It's going to be really hard. They have to make it really deep and damp for the Shaman kind of persistent pressure to start to matter, similarly to WizK. WizK's pressure, they have to get really deep and dampening for it to start to matter, and I don't know if they can, if M2KC play well here. In the past, when they were winning, when Space Station Gaming was winning against M2KC, they had Mistweaver still, I think. And that's when Mistweaver was really strong. That was a pretty big deal.
Can I ask you guys something? Mm-hmm. How do you feel about, and we talk about this a lot, how do you feel about Gorecki playing Relentless over Trinket?
I think anybody who still plays Relentless in these matchups that are just relying on, killing and dampening is giving up one powerful cooldown and dampening.
Yeah,
make a good argument against that. If you set a CC chain with Relentless,
I was going to agree with you, so I'm not going to make an argument. But yeah, I think it's just rough because anytime Smexin's in trouble, it has to be Divine Shield sacrifice. Whereas if it was Trinket sacrifice, then you have Divine Shield to just heal also. So yeah, I think what you're saying is true, and I think just having more cooldowns you can rotate through and dampening, because you can pair the Trinket. You can have Trinket Sack, and then you can have Divine Shield. You could even just bop a stun or something like that. Just little things like that, or get out a Vitality Conduit. I think would be super impactful in the match. And although you do sit, a little bit longer crowd control chains overall, I feel like it's usually all or nothing. A lot of times those crowd control chains don't actually net anything, and it seems like Smexin is going to be completely fine. So I think that's one minor adaptation Space Station Gaming, in particular Gorecki, could make to survive these all-ins from M2KC, but we'll have to see. Ashmane's Fall will be the map for Space Station Gaming and M2KC. They are going to be picking the Fire Mage Windwalker Paladin. No surprise. I actually don't know if Roasties has played it. Has Roasties played it all in this round robin? I don't think he has.
I don't think so. I don't remember him playing.
If he has, I don't think they won.
Yeah, I think they lost a game with him. But
Whoa,
I feel like they did.
that's a
didn't they?
different class.
What?
You're desperate
Sid?
when this happens. Thugbear would have probably been better.
Oh, don't give them ideas. You know they'll do it.
Wait, this is a good comp. Isn't? Wait a minute. Isn't there a Moonkin high rated on the ladder who plays this? I think I know his name.
Quick pointer. I want to see Drake either
Preppy?
go Ride the Wind or what's the other one? Tiger's Lust. So he can remove
Yeah,
those.
Tiger's Lust to remove the root beam. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to see him go that talent. I'm sure he will.
All right, well, Space Station Gaming locking in this composition here. Smexton on the Balance Druid. Don't remember. Have we ever seen Smexton play Balance Druid in a tournament?
I don't think so. I mean, it's pretty similar to Ellie. You put your dots up
Yeah.
and then you press Star Surge instead of Lava Burst. It's pretty similar, and you get Frenzy Regen in bear form instead of Ellie Shaman where it's Astral Shift, and then you run out of that. You're kind of running around. So I mean, it should last longer than Ellie Shaman. And then if it lasts longer, they get that deep dampening stage, then you might win with dots.
I'd say the one thing that's really sad, I mean, there is some extra benefit to being a balanced druid, right? Like you said, you have the bear form, the frenzied regen, but you also miss out on Purge, which I think is strong against mages and paladins. You miss out on Grounding Totem to disrupt CC chains. You miss out on Wind Shear to dispel CC chains, and Hex on the mage. I just feel like Smexton's going to be really, really tanky, but I think he's also going to be vulnerable to big all-ins. And what I would like to see from M2KC is use Maledict.
Yes, I was just about to say that.
Always a good idea to use Maledict against Smexton. It's kind of a soft counter against the Frenzied Regen. So when you do get crowd control, Smexton is horrified. He can't just use Frenzied Regen. It's all going to get soaked up by those Maledicts. And I think if M2KC does that, they're going to be looking good.
I wonder what their strat's going to be. Just attack mage? It looks like it so far, but Smexton jumps into bear form while Greki's crowd controlled. Even in bear form, not looking too safe at the moment. Oh man, that's it, KO. As I was saying, you know, Boomkin's tankier than the L. He dies to bear form and Buckskin. Probably not picking that again.
You don't think they want to try it out, like hash it out a little bit? Alright,
DK Shaman actually probably wins this.
I think it's time for the Windwalker DH personally.
That would be okay.
That actually is something that they looked pretty good at. Like,
you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. How you feel like that would go well against M2KC? You think, Zico? Yeah, that was a short game. For sure.
The comment in the chat when we have delay, I read it right after Smexton gets a one shot. I wouldn't underestimate Smexton on Boomy. Watch him beat M2KC. The irony of that's the first comment I see with the delay.
That comment is not gonna age well. We do have a lot of.
You guys don't feel like if they had a second try though with that composition, they would be able to kind of figure it out? I mean, clearly that's not how they were expecting game number one to go, or this game.
Like,
game number
this is what I'm talking about. I mean, look at Goreki's cooldowns. It's just it's a paralyze into a ring of frost, and they just maledict and they combust. And Goreki basically has one option. He can bubble sacrifice. So he has to bubble sacrifice the opener. I mean, Smexton, maybe he could have trinketed. And used the renewal, and that would have soaked up the maledict, and maybe frenzied regen would have kept him alive. But I feel like if you don't have the experience in those situations, those exact situations, then it's going to be hard to react. And I think if there's going to be a team like M2KC is going to be able to punish you if you're not reacting accordingly. So that's why I just think it's really rough.
Yeah, now they're down 2-0. Could potentially be another 3-0 today. This is a best of 5 series, last series of the day. All these teams are fighting for that top 4 spot in their region for this BFA AWC circuit. So this is going to be a difficult turnaround for Space Station Gaming. What is their next move there? It seems like you guys collectively agree. We don't want them to lock in Boomkin again. We discussed their options a little bit. Do we bring out Thugbear? Do we see him on his Warlock? What do you think, Zico?
Absolutely not. I think if that, well,
absolutely not to which the lock or the bear.
Both.
Okay.
We absolutely do not want to see the bear. Well, I don't actually know how powerful the bear is going to be, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the lock either. What?
I'm gonna say because Super G's yesterday you said that all the druids are retired to the national parks and they're hibernating, and now you're saying that you want to see them. So can you make up your mind?
I mean, that's
should he lose a point for that?
I think that's a minus point.
What? It's just desperation. I mean,
Take the sticker off right now.
I don't think you play a druid voluntarily. What? This is rigged. This is unfair. I'm getting bullied out of a sticker
I
right now.
gave you 2 stickers.
I'm getting bullied out of a sticker right now. This is
I'm
not
gonna
fair.
be honest.
It's
I'm really bad at keeping track of this.
I'm a big fan of the sticker system, by the way.
This is not fair.
We'll have to hash out the official rulebook later tonight or something like that. But no, you guys are all pretty evenly matched in the sticker game currently. Oh,
Looks
gosh.
like Mew Mew Kitty Cat got into the boom chicken coop.
Who wrote that?
Okay.
What is a coop?
A coop is like a nest for chickens,
Where
but
chickens
human-made.
hang out.
It's like a house,
It's a
yeah.
human-made
a house
nest.
for chickens.
Is it like the fox in the hen house or what? I don't get it.
Yeah.
No, it's just like
But-
the cage
yeah.
that you
Okay.
put a chicken in,
It's a cat instead.
like a wired chicken coop. But
Yeah, I know.
So-
I understand what the coop is now, but I meant like the whole sentence.
okay.
I saw.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. What do they do?
Demon Hunter
Like Ellie
Windwalker.
Shaman, I'm not convinced. Moonkin, not gonna do it for me. Anyways, maybe they could try again. That's one of the really sad things when that happens to you.
Let's go back to mains.
And they are gonna be. This is just. It's one of those things that makes me so. This reminds me of the Unitas series where like they lost game number 1 pretty badly, and then they try to switch it up in game number 2, and they just lose instantly, and then they just go back to their main comp, which. That gives you that's a telltale sign of their headspace. I mean, Blade's Edge Arena, this is kind of a pocket pick for Space Station Gaming, so that trampoline cleave gonna be looking decent here. I mean, they are missing 1 trampoline from the Mistweaver Monk, but I still think that they can make this work. But we'll have to see. I think Shamans they're kind of vulnerable to the all-in, and I really want to see Gorecki. Oh, he's using Trinket, thank goodness. I think that was a big mistake by Gorecki,
Yes.
so I'm super happy that he changed it up.
This is a mistake that we saw Cedu make as well. This is a mistake we saw Gex make as well. Like, just play Trinket, guys. Get with the meta. Trinket Vitality, Trinket Sack. That's the meta right now, and I love to see it.
We'll see if they can utilize it here to pull off a win. They're on match point. M2KC are dominating right now. Space Station Gaming need to turn it around. They go back to their clutch trampoline Blades Edge Arena, looking to bounce the opponents off of the bridge. Let's see if they can utilize it effectively here. Smexon is taking a big hit at the moment. Ring of Peace knocks Gorecki off, and the map is backfiring a bit because Drake also has Ring of Peace, so this could end up coming back to bite them strategically. Australian and Smexon still the main targets for each team. Drake pulling back towards Chun-Li for a moment. Not going to be swapping. Right back onto Smexon, looking to disrupt him just a little bit here. Stormkeeper trying to pump into Drake, but Gorecki's in a polymorph. Could be a scary moment for Smexon. Gorecki decides to Trinket. Brain gets intercepted on his way through mid-bridge. Lightning lasso on Drake. Good combo. Big hit for that Justigat. Drake trades the Karma. Don't anticipate any bops aggressively here from Gorecki. He's going to hold on to it defensively for Touch of Death, likely. Brain is still charging in. Gets the Blinding Light. Triple crowd control, potentially. They've got Smexon isolated at least. He trades Astral Shift. Will it be enough here? He's holding on. Purging, trying to get some heals with the Purge just from the Honor talent there. And get some instant healing, but Gorecki is still pulling there on match point. They can't afford to throw. There's no sacrifice. Double stun here. Gorecki bubbles. Does he have enough throughput? It's match point. Barely staying alive here. Divine Favor. Bombs in. Thunderstorm knocks Drake off the side. Buying just enough time, but if it's looking dicey at 1 minute and 46 seconds into this game, what's it going to look like 10 minutes into this game?
That was an insane opener here. M2KC basically forced out every single cooldown. They have a single blessing of protection on the side of Space Station Gaming to rely on for the next couple of minutes. They really need to drag it out. They need to somehow stall. And the best way to do that is actually with offense. You need to try to stop Ceralium from getting his CC chains. Gorecki's positioning is premium right now. And they just need to hit people, attack them, force them off you. Don't allow Ceralium to just get these sheeps and then get in position and set up 3v1 situations like this one. Here we go. Combustion gets popped. Gorecki is in a full paralyzed into a sheep, and Smexon is in a world of trouble. Do they have the Dragon's Breath as well? I think they do, actually. They don't. And that could have just been the game if you had the Dragon's Breath there. If that setup was a little bit better, that could have straight up just been a checkmate situation there. Drake getting Hammer of Justice, gets dispelled there by Brain. Nicely done. Drake's going to keep chasing Smexon here in that situation. Gets kicked on the Stormclepter. Gorecki's going to reposition far away from Cerulean, but this map, there's nowhere to go. They need to start using the Nox. Where's the trampoline? Cerulean's going in for the Dragon's Breath Sheep potentially. Brain gets the Hammer of Justice. Ring of Frost should be easy to land here, but he gets wind sheared. Smexon jumps down, saves the day for now, but he will get the Sheep and the Ring of Frost here. Finally, it's going to connect. Blessing of Protection. Can they strip it off here? So much damage coming out, but Smexon is going to be able to sit with that Blessing of Protection, assuming Cerulean is playing Kleptomania and he just didn't have it there. Still a nice push.
Definitely a nice push, and let's see what M2KC is going to be able to get done as this game continues. So far, Space Station Gaming, they have been on the back foot. Let's see what they can do. Who are they going to go after? It seems like Cerulean's still kind of a prime target for them. Maybe they go after Drake. Drake's actually been doing a great job with his Transcendence, so when he does get knocked off the side, he just uses that Transcendence to get back up on top. As you can see right there, it's exactly what just happened. So Drake back on Smexon. I think that's one of the problems. The trampoline cleave isn't going to work out nearly as well against a Windwalker Monk. You can use that portal. Chun-Li trying to get the double leg sweep. Cerulean with a nice shimmer is going to completely shut that down. Now not any stuns, can get crowd control on Chun-Li, and now M2KC is going to be looking to reverse this attempt and try to take down Smexon.
Well, let's see if they can keep up the momentum. The cooldowns are starting to reset, so that early lead is basically lost. They're going after Brain a bit here, but Avenging Wrath is up. It's unlikely we see him go down. He's going to stabilize the whole team. Double Dragon threats. Are they swapping to Gorecki? Hammers of Justice, not going to be trying to get a poly. Cerulean gets intercepted. They go for Blinding Light instead. This is going to be a long crowd control chain. Double leg sweep. Nice timing by Drake. Smexon does get the Astral Shift up, though, right before it, anticipating the attack, reducing a ton of the damage during this crowd control chain. They keep the chain coming, though, with another polymorph. It's likely to end after that quarter, though. Dragon's Breath for 1 second, really trying to power through and maybe bait a sacrifice on top of the Astral Shift, but not finding enough damage. Now Cerulean getting crunched by the Earthshock, pops the Temporal. Brain gets stunned on his Divine Favor. Smexon should look to purge that. He's trying to. He does get the Divine Favor off. There's pressure in two places. Where did this come from Space Station Gaming? Suddenly big momentum swing, having to trade out the Karma to survive. Looks like no bop for Gorecki to remove it. Drake should begin to stabilize, paralyze, triple crowd control again here, going after Smexon, defensive lightning lasso. They disrupt it, big hit. Gorecki with the Holy Avenger, bombing in the Holy Lights off to the side, trying to stabilize Smexon throughout the assault. Dampening kicks in, and now once again, the tide is shifting. Cerulean and Drake now low on health. No cooldowns really for Brain in terms of healing through, but Cerulean pops Blazing Barrier. They use Ring of Peace to protect Cerulean. Chun-Li gets knocked by the Crackling Jade Lightning. Good move by Drake, stalling. Now Cerulean gets bounced off the side by Chun, but not too bad there with him able to scorch from the top of the pillar. Smexon and Chun now falling a bit behind here, and it's just back and forth between M2KC and Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, and Cerulean is looking for a sheep onto Chun right now. There's no Dispels available. He's going to Dragon's Breath to Fist of Fury, trying to fake out Smexon on the shear. There's the Dispel as well, and now he wants to push in, and nice knock there by Smexon, setting up 3v1, but Drake Trinket, he gets the counter leg sweep, and nice paralyzed into Sheep. Smexon in a lot of trouble here, but he just grounds all the burst here with the combustion. They get the blind here as well from Brain, but I don't think they have any more crowd control. The Hammer of Justice, the final thing that they have there, and I do believe, did Gorecki use his human racial there because he got out of the stun, but his trinket is still off cooldown, so that must have been what happened there. Brain getting counter-hodged, but it looks like Cerulean is going to be fine. He gets bounced off the pillar, going to be running back up here. And once again, it looks like Space Station Gaming are playing to survive, and they are, big damage onto Drake here actually, but he does have his Karma again, so should be fine. It just looks like Space Station Gaming are basically playing to survive and then trying to one-shot somebody. And M2KC, they're playing a bit more standard game where they're just going for, sheep on the Chun-Li, force out the Dispel, then another sheep on the Chun-Li, and then they push in with the Mage and the Paladin together and try to set up, a sheep, ring, Hammer of Justice, whatever.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair, and it kind of is like the nature of the compositions as well. I mean, for Smexon, he's got a lot of disruption, he's got a lot of burst damage, lacking in the crowd control department, whereas for Cerulean, he's got a lot of burst damage, he's got a lot of disruption, and he has polymorph, so I mean, those things definitely work in the favor of M2KC when they can get that crowd control, but I think this trinket adaptation from Gorecki is going to work out quite nicely as this game goes on. It's going to be another kind of thing that we see M2KC have to work towards to actually claim victory in the match. Nice knock there by Smexon. Brain going to be sent into the other side of the world at that point. Cerulean actually getting bursted down. He gets interrupted, paralyzed on Gorecki. They're going after Smexon. Both teams firing shots right now. and it is going to be Ceralium who does manage to hold on with this temporal shield, and now a big setup here on the Smexen. Polymorph onto Gorecki into a full blinding light. He's got the trinket. Is he going to use it? Battlemaster from Smexen appears to be enough for now. Another Polymorph on Gorecki. They want to get more cooldowns, but they can't. Smexen definitely going to be scared once that Battlemaster falls, and it looks like Gorecki is going to connect the sacrifice. A beautiful ring of peace there by Drake.
Knocking Smexen off the side. They swap back to Chun. Chun's ready for it with Fist of Fury flying. Gorecki stabilizes here with the Sacrifice, Avenging Wrath. Stun on Ceralium. Space Station Gaming launching an assault here with the double stun Lightning Lasso, but Brain is ready there to deflect. Gorecki gets counterspell. These counterspells could be game-winning for M2KC from Ceralium every single time. It's a major push window, but in that instance, Gorecki had Vitality and decides to use Divine Shield as well, potentially not feeling exactly comfortable there now at 21% dampening. They could swap to him maybe in the near future. Combustion coming up in about 28 seconds. Gorecki's taking to center bridge as he's trying to reposition away from Ceralium. Brain could intercept them. Brain chooses not to. Gorecki repositions. Ceralium polymorphs Chun. Chun gets dispelled into another poly. Breaking out there prematurely. Smexen's got that Stormkeeper. Big lightning bolts coming into Ceralium. And is Brain ready? He's got Avenging Wrath up. Goes for a Holy Light. Big heal on that Dressagath connect from Chun. Ceralium begins to get pulled back up as Smexen begins to fall back. 10 seconds left for Avenging Wrath on Gorecki's side, but Brain's in a paralyzed, constantly back and forth for 9 minutes straight here in game number 3. Match point for M2KC. Triple crowd control potentially engaged here on a Smexen, but Gorecki saw it coming. Vitality Conduit right before the stun. Smexen still going to respect the chain, trade out the Astral Shift here, but he's caught in a double stun. That defense is about to crack. Gorecki's still in crowd control. They knock Drake back, but he's immediately reconnecting. Meteor crashes in. Gorecki pops Avenging Wrath. If he gets interrupted here, it could be game over. Goes for the Divine Favor. Connects a big heal, but still, any interrupt here from Ceralium might be enough to close the game. Gorecki's got to be very careful. Brain stabilizes his team. Gorecki stabilizes his now as well, but M2KC are starting to swing, I feel like, more often than not in terms of momentum.
Yeah, definitely. They still have all of their cooldowns here, but Ceralium's taking some damage. There it is. Paralyzed onto Brain, but Chun gets sheeped here. Excellent timing there by Ceralium. Definitely was about to get bursted extremely hard right there. And now it's Smexen taking the brunt end of the damage. You can see Drake making his way back there with the images, trying to do as much damage as possible here. Ceralium pre-blinks before the ring knocks him out there. Very quick fingers on that man. And he's not going to be able to find a sheep, unfortunately, though. Not going to have that shimmer to potentially reach Gorecki with a sheep cast. He's looking for it, but he is in a very aggressive position, and he's not going to be able to stand here for too long just tanking damage. If anything happens to Brain, he's going to need to abort the situation. Now, Blessing Our Protection, he's going in for the Ring of Frost, and that's because Smexen has a grounding totem. He could use a grounding totem to ground the sheep there, potentially. And instead, he's going to go for the ring, and they do force out the trinket there of Gorecki. Gorecki also dangerously low here. Sean as well getting swapped to. He's going to use the Karma there. So a lot of cooldowns here from Space Station Gaming being used, but they do have a slight mana lead. That's pretty much the only thing going in their favor right now, then.
Oh, Touch of Death on Ceralium. It does explode, but unfortunately not doing too much. And now Space Station Gaming, they are falling apart at this point of the game. Smexen just getting absolutely run over. Gorecki does have the Sacrifice available if he needs a double blinding light going in. Smexen getting low. Can he connect the Sacrifice? It's going to be very important. Battlemaster does come out from Smexen with the Astral Shift. That's a lot of defense, and luckily for Gorecki, he does have Bubble rotating back up. A Chun-Li also great target gets deleted. The slappers, I think it was a bunch of slappers from Drake that Brock and M2KC. We're going to see that in the replay, but I swear that was Nazoth tagging in there. And they managed to pull out the 3-0 victory.
That was me. I was doing one-handed claps. It looks better on camera.
It's really impressive. I have to say, it's really impressive.
All right. I'm going to have to see that when the cameras go back on.
Thank you guys. I'm sure you're talking about the game, but yeah.
At some point. All right, well done by M2KC. Certainly an unfortunate way to end the day by Space Station Gaming. I mean, that last game was just looking pretty solid on the side of Space Station Gaming there, Super T's.
I mean, I feel like it looked pretty similar to game 1. I don't think it was too scary, really, for M2KC. I feel like they had this game pretty much in the bag at that point with how late this game had been going. I think Space Station Gaming needed a different answer. Again, like the last time these teams met where Space Station Gaming was getting the edge is when it was the Mistweaver meta. Now that it's the Paladin meta, they felt like it wasn't the same type of matchup.
Look at the slaps!
Being still left too. You can tell they're frustrated.
It was like, was that a Quadra slapper?
What on earth?
That's the in-game sound. I want to like record you doing that and then turn it into a
How
sound file,
in
and
the
then
heck
every
does
time
that
that
even work?
procs you hear Zico do that.
Oh gosh.
Everyone,
Okay.
everyone at home sitting like this now, dude.
I can't even do it. I don't know how that works.
I can't do this.
This is so bad. Well,
All right.
oh god. Well, you should make that your follow notification sound or something. Just that noise. Anyways,
Isn't his
well
follower
done by
notification like
M2KC.
or something?
I have no idea. I don't know.
No?
Maybe. Is it? What is
It's
it?
an eagle.
Changed?
So
I think it's just
for
some generic. Like, I don't even know
Well-
what it is, dude. It never gets out.
Let's talk about the games.
Yeah,
Let's talk
for-
about the games here. That was
for space-
that was a
No, go ahead, Ben. Sorry.
Go ahead. Okay, I was
No,
just
no,
gonna
no.
say that was
No, no,
a
no.
really nice 3-0 there for M2KC. They definitely needed that win. I'm really curious to see what the standings look like. I feel like today the standings got shook up quite a bit, and for a lot of teams, their future is uncertain, and for some others, I know they've kind of, I don't want to say they've lost all hope, but their chances of making to that top 4 have been eliminated. There's certain teams that I think are looking really, really good. I think Mystery Org, I saw Sam tweet out yesterday that if they won their series today, I think they're guaranteed into the top 4. So obviously we don't have confirmation on that just yet, but those are certain things you can think about right now. But I think for Space Station Gaming and M2KC, now they're a lot more closely matched on those standings. And I think it has big ramifications, this series in particular, for who's going to make it into that top 4 in North America.
Mhm. Yeah, this is not really how we expect a lot of those series on the side of Space Station Gaming to go. They've been looking super solid throughout the circuit, as well as the AWC Cups earlier this season. This is a team that's had synergy throughout the time that we've seen them play. They're a super strong team individually, but M2KC going to take that home with a 3-0. And yeah, like you said, this is going to look good for the North American standings and where they currently are placed after today's games. But quite a few, I feel like, surprising series if we look over the course of the weekend, Zico, and the series that we see play out. I feel like if we had looked at the schedule on Friday night, this isn't really how we would have expected to end up with a lot of these series.
Oh, definitely not. Like, especially today was the day of the upsets. Like, absolutely crazy. We would not expect it whatsoever to see the teams kind of fall where they are. I mean, how many of you guys expected Wildcard almost to lose to F2K? How many of you guys expected Coffin Dance to be farming the way they have been? There's just been so many teams. Did Diabolus lose today? I think there was an upset with Diabolus as well. Was it against nLite? AWC as well. There's just been so many teams that you would expect them to do well, but they just didn't. Like, Diabolus got destroyed by Coffin Dance. ABC got destroyed as well by nLite, I believe. So I feel like EU is wide open, and the same thing goes for NA. A lot of those teams that, they were like on the bubble, some of them lost, some of them won, and I think there's a lot of teams kind of in the middle right now who really need to make it count for the next games.
Yeah, we can take a look at the standings as well for both of these regions after this weekend's games. We'll start off with NA currently. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
NA currently, we can look at their standings here. 5 wins on the board for Cloud9, only 1 loss. We did see that series play out yesterday versus Charlotte Phoenix in a 3-0 fashion. Zico covered it pretty well there, though, Supatis. But anything you would like to mention on this side here that Zico may not have covered?
Charlotte Phoenix are on a roll. They've definitely improved dramatically from the cup stage, so I feel like they could actually upset North America just in general. Space Station Gaming, they need to pick themselves up here. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a position like Unitas, but not able to get into that top 4. It's super competitive. I mean, losing that series right there to M2KC just upsets the top and bottom 4 alone. So pressure's really on for them. If you're Cloud9, you just go back to the drawing board to figure out how you want to deal with Rogue Mage Paladin. And then as soon as they've got an answer for that, they could actually return to the #1 team again, I think, over Charlotte Phoenix. So it's nice to see North America really improving and upgrading from the cup stage. It felt like Cloud9 was just farming everybody. There was no hope whatsoever, just the Cloud9 empire just taking over. So it's been an awesome circuit so far.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at all of the teams here, the competition is super tough for North America. Of course, they're all fighting for those top 4 spots right here. Now we can look at the European circuit here. Wildcard now ahead of XSET. I think they've been tied for quite some time, but they have 5 wins, 1 loss. But of course, XSET did not play this weekend, so it's not really fair. However, pretty solid competition on the side of
Four-way
Europe
tie
as
for
well.
4th.
There's a 4-way tie for 4th right now. So I mean, Europe is
Notice
completely...
that. True. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, they're wide open at this point. I mean, nLite, Diabolus, Bergen Boys, AWC. Who wants it more? I don't know what matchups are really left. I guess we're probably going to see the schedule a little bit later on. But I mean, this is just, I mean, for XSET and Wildcard Gaming, they're looking really, really good. Coffin Dance, they got to be feeling pretty happy as well. But nLite, Diabolus, Bergen Boys, ABC, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. They're going to have to practice a lot this week. This is the most important week. Making it out of this round robin is going to be basically what they work towards the entire year as a team. And next weekend is going to determine their fates.
Who do you feel like for either region here on either EU or NA that is not in a top 4 spot? For any of you guys, I'll ask any of you guys this question, that we could be potentially seeing move up to top 4. Do you think has the better chance? Do we have any ideas?
On EU, I would say Diabolus is going to be
too.
sneaking in a spot from nLite. And I could actually see a world where potentially AWC takes the spot of Coffin Dance. But for that to happen, they need to learn how to play their mage lock, because right now, I'm like, no shade. You know, when Warwick was the best rock, I was always hyping him up, saying he was the best lock. And right now, I'm going to say their mage lock, I'm not sure if it's Wally's fault, if it's Alex's fault, if it's everyone's, but their mage lock is not looking good. They're getting 3-0'd by jungles. I feel like it shouldn't happen.
Yeah, definitely a victory this weekend for the jungle teams. They're really, I guess Turtle did have a bit of a rough series, but on the side of F2K, MyWay, and nLite, those teams did pretty surprisingly, at least in my opinion, well also, Ven.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. The jungles definitely mix things up. Even Turtle, I mean, in their series, they unfortunately didn't go their way, but they still had some really, really close calls. So teams still showing that they got that flexibility. They can kind of adapt to these certain matchups, bring in some different strategies. And I think that's why it's still so tough to call who's going to be making it to that top 4, because I think with just minor adaptations, what trinkets you're using, what corruptions you're using, a matchup can be completely turned around. I mean, I think about most of the Rogue Mage Paladin teams really struggled with Cloud9, and then Charlotte Phoenix, super haste G-Pie, Jamili comes out left field, and all of a sudden that matchup is turned on its head. So I think there still is room for experimenting in a lot of these matchups, and we'll see who can come up with the answers next weekend.
Yeah, next weekend is going to be our last weekend for the BFA AWC circuit, the last weekend of round robin games that we're going to be seeing. What about you, Subatis? Do you think that we're going to see maybe some new strategies come around for this last weekend of BFA the round robin games, or do you think that maybe it's too late here in the circuit to sort of come up with new strategies?
I feel like I don't think we're going to see anything completely new. I'm curious to see how the Windwalker Demon Hunter from Coffin Dance fares into the remaining matchups that they have. If they can manage to make it work, I mean, that would be really impressive to me. I feel like teams like Diabolus, with the composition pool that they have, they just fit the meta really well. Teams like Charlotte Phoenix are really scary if they're playing up to speed, because their compositions are all meta comps. So I don't think there's nothing. I don't think there's anything that's going to be like super big curveball, like what, that comp out of nowhere, that spec. Like, we're not seeing Hunter or Affliction Lock come out of the grave. Like they're 6 feet under. Those specs are not going to be debuting, I think. So
they're bones at this point.
Like they're ancient. Like you got archaeology to dig up the remains of and Affliction.
Fossils.
I think it's
an arcane.
And as it is the last weekend as well, let's take a look at overall where we're seeing these teams in terms of how they're ranking so far in their respective regions. Are there any teams that are sort of underperforming of where we would have expected to be in the beginning of the circuit? I mean, Unitas, they haven't won a game yet, just as an example, and I feel like we're not really used to seeing those bottom teams do quite like that as we would have expected, Zico.
Did we expect Unitas to win a single game?
I
thought
did.
we hyped up Unitas.
Come on.
I thought we
I'm just
hyped up
kidding.
Unitas.
Of course we
come
did.
on.
No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm sorry. That was lame. But no, definitely there is. I would say there's some teams that are performing a lot better than expected. I would argue M2KC, for example, is one of those teams. Like I knew M2KC was a strong team, but the fact that they don't have the most comp diversity, usually they play Munkin Windwalker and Mage Windwalker, right? So I thought probably is going to be a little bit limited, against the Cloud9s, against all the Destrolock teams and everything. But they've been pulling ahead definitely in NA. And Charlotte Phoenix, it's kind of hit or miss. Either you expect them to be at the top or you expect them to be at the bottom. It just depends. And of course ABC and I think ABC is definitely underperforming. Diabolus, I think it's early to tell. They've had some tough opponents, but today definitely underperformed. And Coffin 100% overperforming.
And especially
peaking.
after this weekend as well, we've had quite a few surprises. What about teams that we feel like are doing much better than we expected, Ben? Have you any ideas on that?
Like Zico said, I feel Coffin Dance in Europe, that's one of those teams that is overperforming, being kind of limited to Shaman Cleave compositions. You wouldn't really expect them to do super well, but these guys are all phenomenal players and they're really rising to the occasion, bringing in, the Demon Hunter Windwalker in particular with Tren and Rezus. Definitely looking really, really solid. On North America, teams that are overperforming, I feel like Charlotte Phoenix, that's just one of those teams. We weren't exactly sure how they were going to do. I mean, this is a team, they have a lot of raw talent. And if they do show up, they show up in a big way. And I think, to me, they've been playing a lot. I mean, I think they queue literally every night on the North American ladder. So they've been practicing a lot, obviously taking this extremely serious. And all that hard work and practice is definitely paying off for them. So that's another team. And honestly, another team, I think, another team that I think is doing really, really well is Mystery Org. I feel like for a while, Mystery Org, they were kind of losing faith in themselves a little bit. And I feel like they're, even the people, they normally when you see Sidu and his team, you expect them to have like really, really good results. And I think they had kind of a bad year, honestly. I feel like for the most part, they had a bad year, and a lot of people may not have even expected them to make it into the top 4, but I feel like they've been putting in the work as well. They're coming in with new compositions, and they're all kind of stepping up as a team, kind of focusing on their roots. Trill really stepping up on the Windwalker Monk, Sam really stepping up on the Mage, of course, Mez, a phenomenal Death Knight, and Sidu bringing in all the different meta healers that he needs to. Their team is looking really solid as well.
Yeah, a lot of these teams really stepping up here. And, 4 weeks of round robin play too, I feel like it's got to be super intense. Every team has to play every team, Zico. And I just feel like the preparation that these teams are doing to be able to perform at this level in a round robin format has to just be so immense.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you're seeing some of the players, they're definitely cracking under some of that pressure, and some are just rising to the occasion, getting better. And I think some teams are they're really getting an opportunity that they maybe normally wouldn't have. So I do like the round robin format a lot. I think compared to like a double elim format, I actually like it more. Just being able to see how every single team, like every single scenario plays out, I think is a great thing. You usually, like for example in cup play, did we ever see Charlotte Phoenix against C9? Like maybe we did like one time, but to have like a guaranteed matchup like that is nice, because usually those two teams kind of avoid each other. C9 usually just, they come in, they're high rank seeding, and then they come in and they dominate whatever cleave, like Sidu's team or whatever with their mage lock, and then there's a big chance that they don't see each other because maybe Ja's team is on the lower end of that winner bracket, so they're going to be on opposite ends.
Yeah, we'll see them continue to play next weekend as well for the final weekend of this circuit, this round robin format, before we see these teams head into the finals. Here's what we got coming up next weekend. Wildcard Gaming versus ABC starting us off in the morning for the European teams. Then we've got Space Station Gaming versus Unitas for our first North American team play series. Now, Subti is looking at the schedule here. Any matchup you are particularly excited about?
I mean, nLite and Coffin Dance, tiebreaker.
Yep.
ABC, I'm wondering how they're going to play this, because they can't really afford to lose much anymore either. North America, Mystery Org, M2KC. That could be an exciting mirror, or maybe, I think mirror probably.
Mirror.
So who's the better Windwalker Mage Paladin? We get to decide. That's pretty awesome. Space Station Gaming get into Unitas, which actually might be hard for them potentially because they don't have the Mage Paladin synergy, right? They've only got the Warlock Paladin and only got the Ellie. So Unitas might be able to pull off a win there, potentially, if they play out of their minds, because obviously Space Station Gaming is a really good team. Golden Guardians for Charlotte Phoenix is pretty exciting, even though I believe Golden Guardians don't have a chance to qualify anymore. Those two teams going to head should be pretty interesting.
Ven, Zico, what about you guys looking at that schedule? Anything that sticks out to you?
I'm kind of copying Sid's answer here. I'm looking forward to Unitas and Golden Guardians because they're only playing to ruin everyone else's dreams of making it, you know. So I think
it's kind of a fun role to play.
Yeah, I think imagine this. Imagine Peekaboo and company, their second win of the entire tournament is against Charlotte Phoenix. They're up 4-1. All of a sudden, Space Station Gaming rises to the occasion. You got Mystery Org rising to the occasion, and then you get some crazy like 4-way or 3-way tie, and you know one of them has to go, and it's all because you know the Golden Guardians won that one game. Stuff like that is really fun. So, and obviously they have aggressive comps. They're fun to watch. So, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and for those of you also confused in chat of the teams that are we're knocked out, they're not actually knocked out like Golden Guardians, for example. They're still competing in this tournament. They still want to get a good placement. They're just statistically, some of these teams are not going to be able to make it into the top 4, but we still are going to have them competing in the tournament. They still want to get a good placement. So we will see Golden Guardians and Unitas and other teams like that play next weekend as well. So if you guys want to stay up to date with all the information here on the AWC, or anything else going on in WoW Esports, make sure you follow WoW Esports on Twitter. You can also hit the notification bell and subscribe to this YouTube channel. You'll get a notification when we go live, because next week you guys definitely don't want to miss out on the action. It's going to be same time, same place, youtube.com/Warcraft, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST. And thank you guys so much. Thanks to production as well, everybody working behind the scene, the moderators, you guys in chat for submitting those questions as well using hashtag AskAWC. So we see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. once again PST, 1 p.m. EST tomorrow, youtube.com/Warcraft. Thank you so much.